Chapter 218. 10,000 miles away from the Purple Sky sect, at the boundary between the moon-worshipping sect and the Purple Sky sect. Flame Volcano was one of the valleys on the outskirts of the endless barren mountain range. After the eruption of the volcano half a month ago, this place had already become a valley of fire filled with molten lava. There were no birds or beasts, no trees or spirit plants. The surroundings were all crimson red and the air was filled with a strong fire poison. Anyone who entered would be poisoned to death. Even top spirit masters didn't dare to approach. In the belly of the volcano that had erupted before, the scorching molten lava was still shrinking and churning as if it could erupt again at any time. In this mountain pass that was nearly 100 meters wide, the temperature was frighteningly high. If any birds or beasts approached, they would be instantly killed by the surging fire poison. However, in this hopeless situation, in the belly of the volcano where the molten lava was churning, nearly 1,000 meters below, there were still living creatures. A youth and an impressive spirit beast. Wasn't this Ling Xiao and the fire Qilin? He was riding on the fire Qilin and wasn't affected by the scorching molten lava at all. It was as if there was an even brighter red ball of light protecting him, preventing him from being affected by the ring shadows here. Why did Ling Xiao appear here? This had to be explained from half a month ago. Half a month ago, the volcano in Flame Volcano Valley erupted. The fire Qilin actually brought him and flew towards the erupting volcano. Ling Xiao didn't know what the fire Qilin wanted to do, but the fire Qilin's following actions almost scared him half to death. This fellow actually brought him towards the molten lava in the belly of the volcano. The molten lava was nearly 10,000 degrees and anything that touched it would melt. Ling Xiao thought that the fire Qilin had taken the wrong medicine and actually wanted to commit suicide with him. However, just as Ling Xiao thought he was dead for sure, he discovered that he was actually completely fine. This was because there was a thin protective ball of light protecting him, isolating him from the molten lava around him. Ling Xiao was overjoyed and started to observe the environment here. However, he discovered that other than molten lava, there was still molten lava. It was like a scene of purgatory and there didn't seem to be anything special about it. However, at this place, he thoroughly felt the existence of the fire attribute spiritual qi. The three parts returning to origin qi in his body actually had some tendency to move. Normally, only by sensing the existence of the spiritual aura of heaven and earth would one be able to absorb the spiritual aura to completely replace the dark force in one's body. This way, one would be able to break through to spirit master level. Now, Ling Xiao could actually faintly feel the spiritual qi of fire, which made him pleasantly surprised. As long as he immediately circulated his qi to absorb the spiritual qi and transform his xian energy, he could become a spirit master. However, he knew that breaking through in this environment was undoubtedly courting death. If he were to accidentally fall into the molten lava, there would be nothing left of him. Ling Xiao didn't understand why the fire Qilin had brought him here. Was it because the fire attribute spiritual energy here was more abundant? Just as he was feeling puzzled, the fire Qilin actually told him the answer. The fire Qilin carried Ling Xiao deep into the belly of the volcano. In the molten lava here, there were actually a few beautiful crystals floating in the air. Each of these crystals was only the size of a fist and had the shape of a gold bar. They were bright red like blood and emitted pure fire attribute spiritual qi. When Ling Xiao first saw these crystals, he was greatly shocked. Immediately after, he revealed an extremely pleasantly surprised expression. This was the fire attribute treasure, the mysterious fire crystal. Every element had its own supreme treasure of origin, and these supreme treasures were of great benefit to the cultivators of the element. This fire mysterious crystal was one of the most precious treasures of the fire attribute. It was even more precious than the best grade mysterious crystal with no element attribute. For any warrior who cultivated in the fire attribute, it was extremely precious. Moreover, such a large piece of fire mysterious crystal was comparable to any grade 5 or even grade 6 or above pellets. Any expert at the king rank or above would probably immediately go mad upon seeing such top-grade dark crystals. Ling Xiao really didn't expect that this volcano would actually contain such a treasure. According to the records, A place that could nurture such a mysterious fire crystal could only be a place of extreme heat and yang. Moreover, it could only be formed after tens of thousands of years of accumulation. Presumably, this volcano had existed for at least tens of thousands of years. Just when Ling Xiao was thinking of a way to collect these mysterious fire crystals, the fire qilin that was carrying him directly swallowed the mysterious fire crystal that it had discovered. This angered Ling Xiao so much that he began to cry out loudly. Unfortunately, there was nothing he could do. He couldn't break free from the protective ball of light. Even if he had the ability to break free, he would probably be immediately evaporated by the magma here. In this half a month, the fire qilin had been carrying Ling Xiao to wander in the sea of fire in the belly of the volcano. In this half a month, the fire qilin had found a total of more than 20 mysterious fire crystals. These mysterious fire crystals had all been swallowed by the fire qilin without any exception. Ling Xiao could only look at all of this with a sullen face, but he was powerless to do anything. He kept cursing in his heart, "What a wastrel, what a super wastrel. If all of these mysterious fire crystals were given to me, just absorbing one would be enough for me to directly advance from a high-level mystic disciple to a middle-level spirit master. Skipping 2 levels wouldn't be a problem, and there would absolutely be no side effects. My realm should also be quite stable." Now, the fire qilin had found another mysterious fire crystal. However, the mysterious fire crystal was only the size of a thumb. It was much smaller than the mysterious fire crystals he had seen before, but the fire attribute spiritual qi it emitted was also extremely pure. Ling Zhao's eyes shone brightly. He swallowed his saliva and begged, "Zizi, this little bit isn't enough to fill the gaps between your teeth. How about you give it to me as a reward?" He no longer called the fire qilin a prodigal. Instead, he called it Zizi to curry favor. This sounded very comical and funny. If those who knew Ling Xiao knew about this, they would definitely be happy in their hearts. "Even you have such a day." The fire qilin didn't seem to hear Ling Zhao's words. It opened its mouth and swallowed the thumb-sized mysterious fire crystal. The mysterious fire crystal was immediately gone. Ling Xiao suddenly flew into a rage and roared, "Damn prodigal, don't you know how to give boss some benefits? When we get out of here, boss doesn't want you anymore. You can go wherever you want." Ling Xiao was angry, very angry. This guy didn't even give him a little bit of mysterious fire crystal. He even saved it from the lunar wind beast and fed it with so many beast cores. This prodigal was really too ungrateful. Just after Ling Xiao finished roaring, the fire qilin also roared angrily. Ling Xiao, who was sitting on it, was shocked by the fire qilin's roar. Zizi, boss is wrong. Boss shouldn't have scolded you. You must not mess around." Ling Xiao then realized his situation. If he angered the fire qilin now, it might remove the protective ball of light. He was afraid that he would die without a doubt. However, the worst thing had really happened. The fire qilin roared angrily and a fire dragon shot out from its mouth. Ling Xiao, who was on the fire qilin, turned pale with fright because the ball of light protecting him was getting weaker and weaker. A strong high-temperature aura rushed towards him. In an instant, his whole body was drenched in sweat. "Zizi, listen to me. Boss isn't blaming you. In the future, just stay by boss' side obediently. Boss won't chase you away anymore. Quickly stop." Ling Xiao hurriedly comforted the fire qilin. In the face of the call of death, how could Ling Xiao still have a calm appearance? However, the fire qilin didn't listen to Ling Xiao's words. It continued to roar, carrying Ling Xiao wildly in the molten lava, as if it had been greatly stimulated. What the hell is going on, could it be? Ling Xiao looked at the fire qilin in a state of madness, his heart filled with anxiety. Suddenly, as if he had thought of something, he no longer hesitated and immediately took out the ice heart pill that Bing Ruoshui had given him. This ice heart pill was given to Ling Xiao by Bing Ruoshui when he absorbed Ji Yanzhao's fire poison. It could suppress the fire poison from erupting for a month. At the same time, the ice heart pill also had another effect, which was that it could completely freeze Ling Xiao's body for a short period of time. Ling Xiao could already feel that the fire qilin had lost its mind. If this continued, without the fire Qilin's protective light, it would be impossible for him to survive in this sea of molten lava. This ice heart pill had become his life-prolonging pill. Even if he could live for another day, Ling Xiao was not willing to give it up. Bang! After Ling Xiao took the ice heart pill, the fire Qilin emitted an incomparably powerful aura, sending Ling Xiao flying away from its body. Ling Xiao felt like he was a small boat in the middle of the sea, being battered by monstrous waves, flying far away without knowing where he was. Ling Xiao heavily smashed into the fiery rock wall, spitting out a mouthful of blood. At this time, countless heat waves and fire poison attacked Ling Xiao. This time, the ice heart pill, which had reached the 3rd grade, displayed its effects. Immediately, Ling Xiao's entire body was wrapped in ice. But under the extreme heat, the ice chi didn't seem to have much of an effect. In just a short moment, it was evaporated by the heat. Oh no! Ling Xiao immediately cried out and hurriedly circulated his ice attribute. Unfortunately, the effect was still not great. His clothes were already slowly melting. "It's so hot!" Ling Xiao crazily shouted. His entire body was almost unable to endure the heat. At this time, the innate sinister wind bead in Ling Xiao's spiritual sea emitted an extremely cold yin qi. Through the spiritual sea, it directly reached Ling Xiao's organs and limbs. In just a short moment, a grayish-black ball of light revolved around Ling Xiao's body. When the heat and fire poison came into contact with the yin qi, they were neutralized and no longer posed any threat to Ling Xiao. That's right. How could I forget about the innate sinister wind bead? Ling Xiao exclaimed in pleasant surprise. The innate sinister wind bead was a treasure bead of extreme yin. The yin qi it emitted was naturally able to resist the heat and fire poison. "Looks like I won't have to die for now," Ling Xiao said excitedly. To be able to escape from death was a very fortunate thing for anyone. However, Ling Xiao was still rejoicing a bit too early. He didn't know how he was going to leave this place. He hadn't reached the king level, not even the spirit master level. This place was 1,000 meters below the mouth of the volcano, and there were layers of lava blocking the way. Leaving this place was as difficult as ascending to the heavens. If this continued, he would definitely die. Chapter 219. In the belly of the huge volcano, there was an endless sea of molten lava. Layers of hot air were rising endlessly, and the flames were sometimes big and sometimes small. The temperature was terrifying. A young man with a naked upper body was protected by a grayish-black ball of light, completely unaffected by the environment here. This young man stood in a protruding corner of the belly of the volcano, revealing an anxious expression. Wasn't this young man Ling Xiao who had been carried by the fire Qilin? He was now troubled by not knowing how to leave this volcano. If this went on, even if he wasn't melted by the molten lava, he would still starve to death. Damn prodigal, he really caused my death, Ling Xiao said to himself in annoyance. He blamed the fire Qilin, but he didn't have much blame in his heart. The fire Qilin had always followed him and helped him a lot. Whether it brought him here intentionally or unintentionally, he knew that the fire Qilin had no intention of harming him just from the fact that it had been using its protective divine light to protect him. It was just that he didn't know what was going on, but it sent him flying. Could it be that it was angry because he said a few words to it? That was obviously impossible. Ling Xiao wondered if the fire Qilin was about to advance into a rank 4 spirit beast. Logically speaking, the fire mystic crystal was a top-grade fire attribute treasure. Although the fire Qilin was a divine beast, it should be on the verge of breaking through after devouring so many fire mystic crystals. Forget it, I can only see if the prodigal still remembers old friendships. Ling Xiao thought helplessly. This place was neither up nor down, and it was surrounded by a sea of molten lava. He couldn't leave at all. He could only wait for the fire Qilin to recover its consciousness and find him, or else he could only wait for death. If it was someone else staying in this environment, they could only wait for death in despair. But Ling Xiao was always optimistic. He calmed his mind and planned to use cultivation to pass the time. He sat down and decided to use the excellent environment here to cultivate the 3rd transformation of the Vajra 5 transformation technique, organs refinement, to the intermediate stage. This was a place of extreme yang, and the fire poison was rampant everywhere. Moreover, the toxicity was more than 10 times that of the periphery. If he used it well, he could definitely achieve something in a short period of time. He had only consumed the stubborn grass for half a month, so there was still a period of time before the medicinal effect would take effect. He couldn't waste any more time. Ling Zhao's body was surrounded by the Yin Wind malevolent energy, which prevented the fire toxins from invading his body. Therefore, he could only thin the innate Yin Wind malevolent energy on his palm, creating an opening for the fire toxins to take advantage of. As expected, after the innate Yin Wind baleful qi between Ling Zhao's palms was reduced, the fire poison was pushed into his palms. Poo-pew! The fire poison here was incomparably ferocious. As soon as it invaded, Ling Zhao felt as if he had been electrocuted and spat out 2 mouthfuls of blood. He endured the pain and immediately blocked the gap to prevent the fire poison from entering his body. The fire poison that had invaded his body just now was incomparably ferocious. Ling Zhao's 5 viscera and 6 bowels were invaded in just a moment, causing him to lose all his muscle energy. Fortunately, the stubborn grass was worthy of being a rank 3 spiritual grass. Its recovery speed was also fast. The muscle energy that was damaged by the fire poison could always be repaired in the shortest time possible. Coupled with the effects of the Vajra 5 transformation's secret art, the two complemented each other. The speed of his cultivation was not inferior to the speed at which the fire poison destroyed his muscle energy. Every time his 5 viscera and 6 bowels were repaired, they would always display an even stronger vitality. Faintly, they would also be suffused with an indistinct golden color. At this rate, it should only be a matter of time before he reached the intermediate stage of organs refinement. There was no sense of time in the belly of the mountain. Ling Zhao didn't know how long he had been cultivating and meditating here. Every time he woke up, the fire poison in his body no longer posed a threat to him. Then, he would let an even more ferocious fire poison enter his body and cultivate again. After such repeated cultivation, he finally realized that his 5 viscera and 6 bowels had already reached an unimaginable level. He was now very confident that even if he was poisoned by others, it wouldn't be able to cause too much harm to him. The 3rd transformation, organs refinement, had already reached the intermediate stage. He only needed to carry out 1 more internal organ replacement and it would be the day of completion. And on this day, Ling Zhao felt that it wasn't too far away. This was because he had already gathered all the materials he needed. As long as he could concoct a grade 4 Dan, he would be able to regenerate his internal organs. Then, he would be able to reach the 3rd transformation realm. At that time, he would truly be invulnerable to poison. After reaching the intermediate stage of organs refinement, Ling Zhao knew that the fire poison here no longer had any effect on him. Even if he didn't have the innate Yin Wind evil qi to protect his body, these fire poisons wouldn't cause him any harm. The key was that the temperature here was shockingly high, so he couldn't remove the innate Yin Wind evil qi to protect himself. Ling Zhao temporarily suspended his cultivation, took out a spirit grass from his space ring, and put it into his mouth to chew. These days, he had been relying on the spirit grass in his space ring to maintain his stamina and water consumption, otherwise he would have died a long time ago. After resting for a while, Ling Zhao once again entered a meditative state. However, this time he no longer cultivated the 5 transformations Vajra secret art, but rather the 3-part origin returning qi. In the blink of an eye, another few days passed, and Ling Zhao could no longer continue cultivating. This was because his profound energy was already very complete, and he had the opportunity to absorb spirit energy to replace the profound energy in his body at any time, breaking through to the spirit master level. However, Ling Zhao knew that this was definitely not the best time to break through. He still couldn't ignore the environment here, and he didn't know how much longer he could last. If he couldn't leave this place, he would suffocate to death. Damned prodigal brat, where are you? Hurry up and bring me out. Ling Zhao roared in an extremely depressed mood. Heavens, I'm not willing to die trapped here like this. There are a lot of girls waiting for me to return and pamper them. I've already died once, you definitely can't treat me so cruelly this time. Ling Xiao roared unwillingly. He still had too much unwillingness in his heart, but there was nothing he could do. The people he loved the most kept flashing through his mind. The first person he thought of was his parents, Ling Zhan and Meng Xiun, then Yun Mingqi, Bai Yushi, and the old master, Roar. A beast's roar interrupted Ling Xiao's thoughts. Prodigal brat. Ling Xiao turned around and cried out in shock. He had just heard the fire Qilin's roar, and he couldn't help but be overjoyed. Prodigal brat, where are you? Come and save me, your boss. Ling Xiao shouted with all his might. As expected, a shadow flew to his side at an extremely fast speed. When Ling Xiao saw the shadow clearly, he couldn't help but stare blankly, and his pupils instantly widened. In front of him was indeed the fire Qilin, but this fire Qilin was much bigger than before, and it was even more handsome and extraordinary. Its fur was surrounded by thick flames, and it looked extremely dazzling and mighty. Its pair of copper bell-like eyes were even more spirited, and there was an indescribable arrogance and dominance in its expression. The single horn on its forehead had more than doubled in size, and it had the aura of an emperor among beasts. You are the prodigal brat? Ling Xiao asked tentatively. The fire Qilin in front of him looked very similar to the original one, but it was obviously stronger and mightier than the previous one. Ling Xiao wasn't sure if this was the original one. The fire Qilin roared and walked in front of Ling Xiao in 2 steps. It stuck out its tongue and licked Ling Xiao's face. The wet feeling told Ling Xiao that this was definitely the original fire Qilin. I knew the prodigal brat wouldn't give up on me, your boss. That's great. Ling Xiao went forward and touched the fire Qilin's forehead as he laughed heartily. He could finally escape from death. How could he not be happy? The fire Qilin rubbed against Ling Xiao a few times, then opened its bloody mouth, and a scarlet fire-like beast core appeared in front of Ling Xiao. Prodigal brat, what are you doing? Ling Xiao seemed to have thought of something, but he still couldn't be sure. The fire Qilin couldn't speak, so it could only continuously roar at Ling Xiao. Do you really want to be my protective spirit beast? Ling Xiao asked. The fire Qilin nodded, then shook its head. Ling Xiao was confused by this answer. I've dripped my blood over? Ling Xiao said again. He knew that once a spirit beast handed over its beast core, as long as it was stained with his blood, that spirit beast would follow him loyally for a lifetime, just like the Golden Wolf King in his spirit beast bracer. Although the fire Qilin had always been by his side, Ling Xiao had never thought of subduing it. After all, as a divine beast, the fire Qilin was definitely not something that could be easily subdued. Moreover, he felt that the fire Qilin had always followed him and listened to him. He was already quite satisfied, so there was no need for it to become his servant beast. However, now that the fire Qilin had voluntarily handed over its beast core, Ling Xiao was pleasantly surprised. However, the fire Qilin didn't seem to want him to drip his blood on its beast core. It shook its head and used its front paw to lightly scratch Ling Xiao's head. Why are you touching my head? Ling Xiao said gloomily. Suddenly, an idea flashed in his mind and he asked loudly, You want me to use my spiritual force to communicate with you? This time, the fire Qilin finally nodded its head in delight. Its mouth continuously let out low cries, appearing very happy. Okay, I'll try. Ling Xiao nodded his head and held his breath. He drew out a strand of spiritual force from his sea of consciousness and attached it to the fire Qilin's beast core. As soon as the spiritual force touched the fire Qilin's beast core, the fire Qilin opened its mouth and absorbed its own beast core. What is this? Ling Xiao asked, puzzled. He still didn't understand the fire Qilin's intention in doing this. Oh, boss, can you hear Zizi talking? Immediately after, a clear voice sounded in Ling Xiao's sea of consciousness. Who's here? Ling Xiao was startled by the sudden appearance of the voice. Boss, it's me, Zizi. The voice sounded again. Ling Xiao looked at the fire Qilin and said in disbelief, Prodigal, is it really you who's talking? The fire Qilin nodded and replied, Yes, boss. I can finally communicate with you. That's great. Alright, how did you do it? Ling Xiao cried out in shock. The fire Qilin being able to communicate with him was definitely a good thing that was worth celebrating. One had to know that the fire Qilin had always been by his side, and it had always been able to understand what he was saying. However, he couldn't understand its meaning. He had long wanted to communicate with it like the Golden Wolf King. Now, his wish had finally come true. Chapter 220. Through the fire Qilin's explanation, Ling Xiao was finally enlightened. It turned out that the fire Qilin had allowed Ling Xiao to attach his spiritual force to its beast core, and it had imprinted Ling Xiao's spiritual force into the beast core. There was a connection between the two, and the fire Qilin could communicate with Ling Xiao through this connection. This method of communication was equal between humans and beasts, and there was no distinction between master and servant. If one day the fire Qilin wanted to leave Ling Xiao would not be able to force it to stay, and the fire Qilin would not be able to cause any harm to Ling Xiao through its spiritual force. This method of spiritual communication was called the Covenant of Equality. It was only after Ling Xiao obtained the second volume of the spirit controlling art that he knew about it. Ling Xiao jumped onto the fire Qilin's back and shouted, "Prodigal, let's go out. I'm bored out of my mind." "Boss, don't worry. Don't you want those fire crystals? I'll take you to find them." "There should be a lot more here," the fire Qilin replied. "Really? That's great. I'll take as many as you have," Ling Xiao exclaimed in surprise. "But boss, you have to leave some for me in the future. It can help me evolve faster," the fire Qilin said. "Don't worry, boss will leave some for you," Ling Xiao said as he patted the fire Qilin's head. He then asked, "By the way, what rank are you now?" The fire Qilin was much stronger than before. Ling Xiao could feel it, but he did not know which rank it had advanced to. "I'm already at the middle rank of the 4th rank. When I finish digesting the energy of those fire crystals, I should be able to reach the high rank of the 4th rank," the fire Qilin replied. "Damn, you jumped 2 ranks in a row. That's too strong," Ling Xiao exclaimed. He had thought that the fire Qilin had only broken through to the low rank of the 4th rank. He did not expect it to break through 2 ranks and reach the middle rank of the 4th rank. This was equivalent to the strength of a human warrior at the middle rank of the king rank. With the strength of a spirit beast body, it could even fight against a high-rank king rank warrior. Moreover, the fire Qilin was a divine beast, so its combat strength was even more astonishing. "The energy of the fire crystals here is too great. I ate too much and almost exploded from the energy. Fortunately, the environment here is very suitable for me to evolve. I like it here," the flame Qilin said. The fire Qilin was a pure fire attribute spirit beast, so it was very fond of the extreme yang environment here. If there was no fire poison in this place, it would be an excellent place for any martial artist that cultivated in the fire attribute. After all, the fire attribute spiritual energy here was much denser than in other places. Ling Xiao didn't pursue the matter any further. The stronger the fire Qilin was, the more advantageous it would be for him. Even if he encountered a king-rank powerhouse in the future, he wouldn't be at the mercy of others. Now, he wanted to find more fire mysterious crystals, which would be of great use to him in the future. After wandering for a while, with the help of the fire Qilin senses, Ling Xiao harvested 15 pieces of fire mysterious crystals, which almost made him overjoyed. If he only cultivated in the fire attribute, then merely relying on these 15 fire mysterious crystals would allow him to directly break through to the king rank without a problem. It seems that there aren't many fire mysterious crystals here. "Let's go out," Ling Xiao said to the fire Qilin. "Boss, I feel like there are many fire mysterious crystals in the deepest part of this place," the fire Qilin said. "What? Then why didn't you take me down earlier?" Ling Xiao said in a bad mood. "But it seems to be very scary and dangerous down there. I don't dare to go near it," the fire Qilin said timidly. "Is there such a thing?" Ling Xiao asked doubtfully. He pondered for a moment and thought, could it be that there are some other terrifying spirit beasts down there? For a moment, Ling Xiao was caught in a dilemma. If he didn't go down, then there should be a lot of fire mysterious crystals down there. It would be a great pity if he gave them up. However, if he went down, then there was something down there that even the fire Qilin was afraid of. If he didn't get any benefits and instead lost his life, then he would be a fool. After weighing the pros and cons, Ling Xiao clenched his teeth and said to himself, "Riches are found in danger. I'll take this King gamble this once." Ling Xiao knew that if there was a high return, then there would definitely be a high risk. His intuition told him that in this kind of dangerous place, besides the fire mysterious crystals, there might be other treasures. Just like in the abyss of the mountain range, there was a connate wind bead in the place of extreme Yin. Ling Xiao made up his mind and let the fire Qilin fly down. The further down they went, the thicker the molten lava became, and the heat became more oppressive. However, as the fire Qilin said, the further down they went, the more fire mysterious crystals there were. Just a few hundred meters down, Ling Xiao found more than 30 fire mysterious crystals, which made him almost burst with joy. However, when he thought that the fire Qilin would need to absorb more fire mysterious crystals in the future to advance faster, he realized that the fire mysterious crystals he had obtained seemed to be too little. Following that, the man and the beast continued to sink for another 1,000 meters. The number of fire mysterious crystals Ling Xiao had already exceeded 100. However, Ling Xiao discovered that the flames in the depths below seemed to be slightly different from the flames above. The flames here seemed to have a strange light blue color, and the deeper they went, the more brilliant the blue the flames became. This kind of blue made Ling Xiao's eyes look more and more bewitching, and at the same time, it was filled with even more berserk factors. The fire Qilin said, "Boss, we can't go down anymore. My protective divine light can't hold on for much longer." The fire Qilin's flames belonged to the category of divine fire, and they belonged to the highest level of fire seeds. However, it now said that its protective fire light couldn't withstand the blue flames here. This made Ling Xiao even more certain that there was definitely some kind of spiritual object at the bottom of the volcano. "Prodigal brat, don't go down first. I'll think of a way." Ling Xiao gave the order, then activated the innate wind qi and turned it to the maximum, enveloping himself and the fire Qilin. Ling Xiao said again, "Try and see if you can go down." After saying that, he took out a pill and swallowed 2 pills in a row. It was also quite strenuous for him to activate so much innate wind qi all at once. "I'll try." The fire Qilin replied, and its body descended once again. With the help of the innate wind qi, the fire Qilin advanced another 10 meters. However, at this time, Ling Xiao had no choice but to stop it. This was because his innate wind qi seemed to have been weakened by the blue flames by a lot. Only a thin layer of evil qi was barely able to protect the two of them from being attacked. Just what kind of flame is this? It's actually so terrifying. Ling Xiao thought in confusion. "Boss, I see what's down there. There are so many fire crystals." The fire Qilin looked down and swallowed its saliva. "What?" Ling Xiao was shocked. He looked down, but could only see balls of demonic blue flames. He didn't find anything at all. "It's true. Those fire crystals are so big. There's even a fire pearl there." The fire Qilin replied excitedly. "Fire pearl? Is it some kind of yang treasure?" Ling Xiao's eyes lit up. He couldn't help but think about the innate wind pearl in his knowledge sea. He guessed that the pearl was also a heaven and earth treasure, the origin pearl? "No, I must go down and take a look." Ling Xiao took a deep breath and made his final decision. Then, he closed his eyes and used his heart to communicate with the innate wind pearl. Although he couldn't enter his knowledge sea, the innate wind pearl in his knowledge sea should be able to understand his intentions. Unexpectedly, the innate wind pearl slowly floated out from Ling Xiao's knowledge sea under his knowledge sea's command. Ling Xiao's original intention was to use the innate wind pearl's evil qi to restrain the blue flames and let him descend to the deepest part. However, he didn't expect that the moment the innate wind pearl appeared, it would break free from his control. With a xiu sound, it rushed down. At the same time, the blue flames also began to change. The flames instantly retracted and wrapped around the innate wind pearl. "What's going on?" Ling Xiao asked in confusion. "Boss, I can go down now." The fire Qilin cried out in surprise and carried Ling Xiao down. Who knew that a powerful force would suddenly explode? Boom! One man and one beast were shaken by the violent energy explosion. Ling Xiao focused his eyes and saw two beads fighting not far from him. One of them was his innate chilling wind bead, and the other was a bead that glowed red and blue with an eerie aura. Of these two beads, one was exuding a viscous, ink-black color with black mist rippling out from it, while the other was exuding a bewitching blue flame with waves of fire surging ceaselessly. The two powerful forces were actually intertwining and attacking each other. This was too inconceivable. Ling Xiao couldn't wrap his head around this. Just what was going on? Could it be that these two pearls, one yin and one yang, are mortal enemies? Ling Xiao wondered. Then, Lu Weng's voice rang out in Ling Xiao's mind. Correct, they are mortal enemies. Yin and yang oppose each other. The innate yin wind pearl is an extreme yin item, while the demon blue flame pearl is an extreme yang item. Both of them are origin pearls, and if they meet, it will definitely be a disaster. I think you should run. Once they use all their energy, this world will definitely be destroyed. Is there no other way? Asked Ling Xiao. He really didn't know that summoning the innate yin wind pearl would result in such a situation. He cursed himself for being too greedy. It would have been better if he had just directly left. He couldn't help but feel regret. What else can we do? They won't appear in the same place. Now that they've sensed each other's existence, we'll have to destroy them before they can calm down, sighed Lu Weng. Rumble. The two pearls emitted a powerful energy that once again sent Ling Xiao and the fire Qilin flying far away. Ling Xiao looked at the innate yin wind pearl once more and clenched his teeth. Wastrel, get out of here as fast as you can. He had suffered a double loss this time. Giving up on the innate yin wind pearl was Ling Xiao's greatest loss. Even the 100 mysterious fire crystals wouldn't be able to make up for 1/10,000th of it. Ling Xiao's heart felt like it was being cut by a knife and was bleeding. Chapter 221. Rumble. In the deepest part of Flame Blaze Valley, a volcano once again erupted with a shocking rumble. The molten flames were like brilliant fireworks, and from a distance, it was a beautiful sight. Amidst the brilliant fireworks, a fiery red spirit beast carrying a young man soared into the sky. They looked extremely battered and exhausted. The man and the spirit beast couldn't withstand the powerful impact and were sent crashing into a cliff. Bang bang. One man and one beast were smashed into the stone wall by the inertia, leaving behind only two pits. Damn it, my bones are about to fall apart. Ling Xiao's entire body was embedded into the stone wall, and his appearance was indescribably wretched. If not for the Vajra 5 Changes Art's defense, he would have lost his life. He cursed, but his body didn't move. He immediately circulated the Vajra 5 Changes Art to recover his body. The fire Qilin was the first to rush out from the stone wall next to Ling Xiao. There was still blood at the corner of its mouth, and it had clearly suffered significant injuries. Boss, are you all right? The fire Qilin transmitted a message to Ling Xiao. I'm fine. Wait for a moment, I'll be fine after resting for a while, Ling Xiao said weakly. Just now, the natural yin wind bead and the blue demon fire bead had been fighting at the belly of the mountain. Both of them were precious treasures of heaven and earth, and their energy was enormous. Just the aftermath of their battle had left them in such a sorry state. If it weren't for Lu Weng's warning, they would have suffered a direct impact and died without a grave. Just as Ling Xiao was doing his best to recover from his injuries, the fire Qilin's nervous voice rang out. Bao? Bus? What is it? Ling Xiao asked. Those two beads are coming out. As a divine beast, the fire Qilin had broken through to the mid-4th level, and its intelligence was unlocked. It knew just how powerful the natural yin wind bead and the blue demon fire bead were. Now that it saw the two beads flying towards them, it couldn't help but become nervous. What? Ling Xiao cried out in alarm and immediately used his profound energy to struggle free. This? Ling Xiao sucked in a breath of cold air as the wounds on his body were pulled open. However, just as Ling Xiao was about to rush out of the pit, the two pearls instantly appeared in front of him. Swoosh! The two beads instantly sank into Ling Xiao's head. Well, what is this? Ling Xiao was stunned and couldn't help but pat his head as he muttered to himself. Boss, they're all inside your head. The flame qilin immediately distanced itself from Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao was just about to say something when he suddenly felt a shocking pain in his head, as if his head was about to explode. Ling Xiao held his head and rolled down from the rock wall, letting out a frightening scream. His head had doubled in size, and it looked like it could explode at any time. His handsome face was distorted. The flame qilin watched from a distance and revealed a worried expression. Boss won't die, right? Ling Xiao didn't know how long he had been rolling on the ground. In the end, he couldn't take it anymore and fainted. However, his head was still terrifyingly swollen, like a transforming monster. It was a disgusting sight. Seeing that Ling Xiao had fainted, the flame qilin slowly walked to his side to protect him. At this moment, an astonishing change had occurred in Ling Xiao's sea of consciousness. As for why the two strange pearls had simultaneously entered Ling Xiao's sea of consciousness, that was completely because the innate Yin wind bead wasn't a match for the blue demon fire bead in the volcano. After all, the volcano had always been the blue demon fire bead's territory. It was surrounded by a powerful fire spiritual energy field, and it had the home ground advantage. Furthermore, the blue demon fire bead had existed for a longer time than the innate Yin wind bead, and the energy it contained was even more terrifying. The innate Yin wind bead knew that it wasn't a match for the blue demon fire bead, so it could only escape. Since it had already recognized Ling Xiao as its master, it naturally fled towards Ling Xiao and entered Ling Xiao's sea of consciousness. As for the blue demon fire bead, it was natural enemies with the innate Yin wind bead. If the enemy wanted to escape, the blue demon fire bead naturally wouldn't let it. Thus, it chased after it and entered Ling Xiao's sea of consciousness like the innate Yin wind bead. At this time, Ling Xiao's sea of consciousness had become another battlefield for the two pearls. The two pearls, one Yin and one Yang, fought against each other in Ling Xiao's sea of consciousness. Ling Xiao's sea of consciousness was the first to bear the brunt of the attack. Fortunately, the innate Yin wind bead had previously opened up a path for it, which prevented the two pearls from destroying his sea of consciousness. If it had been any other ordinary person, the sea of consciousness would have been smashed to smithereens as soon as the two pearls entered. Fortunately, Ling Xiao's Tenbin talent was extraordinary, and in addition to the fact that he had been cultivating the spirit-controlling manual for over a year, his sea of consciousness had expanded several times its original size. That was how he was able to withstand the clash of the two pearls. However, this round of torture was inevitable. If Ling Xiao couldn't withstand it, he would definitely become an idiot, or even explode to death. However, if Ling Xiao only had the two pearls in his sea of consciousness, then naturally Ling Xiao would not be able to escape death. Fortunately, Ling Xiao still had a small tree of unknown origin in his sea of consciousness. As a tree spirit, Lu Weng naturally wouldn't leave Ling Xiao in the lurch. If Ling Xiao died, he really wouldn't have anywhere else to stay. Furthermore, he felt that Ling Xiao was very much in line with his requirements. Once Ling Xiao absorbed the heaven and earth energy, it would be of great help to him. Damn it, why did these two pearls come here? This old man's nest is about to be destroyed by you too. Lu Weng moved the small tree to a corner and cursed inwardly. After that, he muttered to himself, "No, I can't go on like this. If this little fellow dies, this old man won't be any better off. I have to think of a way to deal with these two pearls." Lu Weng anxiously stroked his green beard as he fell into deep thought. After a while, he gave a bitter smile and said, "This pearl's heaven and earth energy is so terrifying, I can't possibly eat it. What should I do?" Forget it, it's fate. It looks like this old man's fate with this little fellow ends here." Lu Weng shook his head helplessly. At this time, he had already made up his mind to give up on Ling Xiao. Otherwise, when his sea of consciousness exploded, he would also be injured. That's right, if this old man can't deal with it, then why not let that little fellow do it? This is his territory. As long as he can control these two damned pearls, he'll be fine. Suddenly, Lu Weng seemed to have thought of a solution and patted his head. Yes, let's do that. Lu Weng made his decision and sat down cross-legged. His entire body released a green light and he instantly disappeared from his sea of consciousness. Not long after, the green light returned, and this time it was pulling Ling Xiao's soul along with it. Why am I back here? This wasn't the first time Ling Xiao had entered his sea of consciousness. The last time he had entered his qi deviation, he had accidentally entered his sea of consciousness. Now that he had returned, he naturally knew that he was in his sea of consciousness. But now, his sea of consciousness seemed to have been divided into 3 parts. The largest part was occupied by a bluish-red glow, and the other was occupied by a grayish-black fog. The two were constantly devouring each other, but the grayish-black fog was showing signs of defeat. The last small part was occupied by a small tree. The green light it emitted could actually block the bluish-red glow and the grayish-black fog's devouring, and it occupied a relatively small area. Little friend, I trust you've been well since we last met. Lu Weng walked over to Ling Xiao's side. Ling Xiao's expression darkened and he unhappily said, I trust you've been well since we last met? You really know how to joke. Can't you see that they've almost caused my sea of consciousness to explode? Hee, it was a slip of the tongue, a slip of the tongue. Lu Weng laughed awkwardly. Ling Xiao glanced at Lu Weng and asked, Elder Lu, do you have any way to stop them? There is a way, Lu Weng said. However, before he could finish, Ling Xiao anxiously said, Since there is a way, then hurry up and stop them. Could it be that you are willing to watch me die and not help me? Little friend, don't be anxious. Listen to this old man first, Lu Weng comforted. Please speak. Ling Xiao looked at Lu Weng expectantly. With life and death at stake, how could Ling Xiao not be anxious? I brought you here so that you can stop them. Lu Weng said. What? I can stop them? You think too highly of me. Ling Xiao cried out in shock. The 2 pearls in front of him were both unique treasures of heaven and earth, and their power was rather frightening. Ling Xiao had experienced it firsthand. If he could stop them, he would need to be at least a mystic the arch-level super expert. Right now, he was only a small high-level mystic cultivator, and there was still a huge gap between him and a mystic the arch-level super expert. Why did he feel that this old man seemed to be tricking him? Little friend, listen to me first. Do you know what this place is? Lu Weng asked, keeping him in suspense. Ling Xiao's expression darkened, and he immediately said unhappily, Of course this is my spiritual sea. He cursed in his heart, this old man must have eaten the wrong medicine. Could it be that I don't even know my own spiritual sea? That's right. This is your spiritual sea, and this is also your territory. As the owner, it shouldn't be too difficult for you to stop them, right? Lu Weng tried to lead him on. Ling Xiao carefully mulled over Lu Weng's words and seemed to understand something. His anxious expression slowly calmed down, and he clasped his hands together and exclaimed, That's right. In this old man's territory, even a dragon has to coil up and a tiger has to crouch for me. With that, Ling Xiao sat down cross-legged and began to circulate the soul-controlling art. The spiritual energy in his spiritual sea was slowly being gathered by him. The spiritual energy that he had cultivated for more than a year transformed into a vast expanse of formless light that first gathered towards Ling Xiao. For a moment, the blue fire light and the grayish-black mist were pushed out by the spiritual energy into a small area, and this area was still gradually expanding. Right now, Ling Xiao wanted to gather the spiritual energy in his spiritual sea and then think of a way to deal with the blue demon fire pearl together with the Khanate Yin wind pearl. After all, the Khanate Yin wind pearl had already recognized him as its master. As long as he could restrain the blue demon fire pearl, his crisis would naturally be easily resolved. Lu Weng slightly shifted his position and smiled as he stroked his green beard. If this child can subdue these 2 strange pearls at the same time, his future will be limitless. Chapter 222. Within Ling Xiao's sea of consciousness, it was strangely divided into 4 areas, 1 blue, 1 gray, 1 green, and 1 white. It was a magnificent sight to behold. When Ling Xiao gathered all the mental energy in his sea of consciousness, his entire being became ethereal. Only now did he realize that his soul could easily use the mental energy in his sea of consciousness. It was as if all the mental energy here would listen to him with a single thought. Ling Xiao could already see that the innate sinister wind bead was in a bad situation. The blue and red flames had already occupied more than half of the sea of consciousness, and the grayish-black mist had been compressed to a corner, as if it could be extinguished at any time. "I'm coming!" Ling Xiao exclaimed, and directed his mental energy to charge towards the center of the blue and red light. Mental energy was an invisible existence, and it was in his own territory, so it was not affected by the blue and red flames at all. It reached the center of the blue demon fire bead, and instantly enveloped it. The mental energy turned into countless sharp blades, and continuously attacked and split the energy of the blue demon fire bead. Xiu xiu. The blue demon fire bead seemed to have realized something, and quickly retracted the energy it was emitting. Ling Xiao naturally would not let go of such a good opportunity, and immediately ordered the innate sinister wind bead to entangle the outer layer of the blue demon fire bead's energy. His mental energy increased, and he slashed at the blue demon fire bead again and again. Mental energy was the strangest attack in the world, and it could pass through anything to attack anything. The blue demon fire bead was full of energy, but it could not do anything to the invisible mental energy. The defense it formed was like an empty shell, and its explosive energy was slowly being consumed by the mental energy. Without any support, the outer layer of the blue demon fire bead was no match for the innate sinister wind bead. Soon, the innate sinister wind bead had extinguished the blue flames, and was gradually approaching the center of the blue demon fire bead. It even seemed to be excited. Under the combination of Ling Xiao's psyche and the innate Yin wind bead's Yin wind evil qi, the blue demon fire bead's aura gradually weakened, and it kept retreating as if it was trying to escape. "Just a bit more. I'll be safe once I drive this little thing out." Ling Xiao's mental strength was almost completely exhausted. Gritting his teeth, he increased his strength, hoping that he could drive the blue demon flame bead out of his sea of consciousness as soon as possible. That way, he would be safe. "Little friend, don't let it escape. Take advantage of this opportunity to subdue it. It'll be extremely beneficial to you," warned Lu Wen. "What? Subdue? Subdue it?" Ling Xiao cried out in surprise. He really hadn't thought about it. He just wanted to chase this little thing out. Saving his life was more important. Yes, they're all supreme treasures of heaven and earth. They've long since gained sentience. However, subduing them isn't easy. It all depends on whether or not you have the ability to make it afraid. Make it feel like you can destroy it. Then you can convey your intentions to recruit it. If it doesn't submit, then destroy it. If it's willing to compromise, then place a spiritual imprint on it. In the future, it will belong to you, explained Lu Wen. "Alright, I'll try." Ling Xiao thought for a moment and then nodded, obeying Lu Wen's words. If such a supreme treasure were to belong to him, then that would be exactly what he wanted. For example, the innate Yin wind bead could allow him to use innate Yin wind evil qi, resist fire poison, and also give him 100% wind attribute purity. If he subdued this blue demon fire bead, then his fire attribute purity would also reach 100%. As for what benefits it would bring him, that would have to wait until he subdued it to find out. Ling Xiao made up his mind. On one hand, he sent a message to the innate Yin wind bead, telling it to use all its strength to devour the blue demon fire bead and lock onto it so that it couldn't escape. On the other hand, he continued to use his mental energy to continuously attack the blue demon fire bead. The blue demon fire bead's aura was greatly weakened by the attacks from both sides. It was also restricted by the innate Yin wind bead, making it unable to struggle. If they were outside, the blue demon fire bead would be able to escape however it wanted. Even the innate Yin wind bead wouldn't be able to stop it, let alone Ling Xiao. But this was Ling Xiao's spiritual sea, which was equivalent to a completely different world. This place was completely under Ling Xiao's control. Furthermore, Ling Xiao's mental energy attacks were impossible to defend against. They greatly weakened the blue demon fire bead's energy, and at the same time, It also destroyed the energy it could release to resist the innate Yin wind bead. If this continued, the blue demon fire bead would sooner or later be destroyed by Ling Zhao's mental energy attacks. However, although it had consciousness, it didn't have any thoughts. It couldn't sense that Ling Zhao was already extremely weak. As long as it could hold on for a while longer, Ling Zhao's mental energy would be completely exhausted. At that time, the blue demon fire bead would lose its greatest threat and would be able to calmly leave. Lu Weng, who was watching from the side, couldn't help but sigh. It looks like this little fellow isn't going to last much longer. What a pity! That's right, Ling Zhao's mental energy was almost completely exhausted. Damn, this little thing's energy is too strong. My mental energy has already been exhausted, but I still haven't been able to weaken it by even 1/10 of its energy. It looks like I can only give up. Ling Zhao cursed in his heart. Just as Ling Zhao was about to relax, a pleading message was transmitted over. He seemed to sense that the blue demon fire bead was begging for mercy. It's here. That's great. Ling Zhao exclaimed in pleasant surprise. He immediately tried to transmit his request through his thoughts. On the other side, the innate Yin wind bead had already completely devoured the blue demon fire bead's energy and was about to wrap around the blue demon fire bead. Just now, it had been forced into a sorry state by the blue demon fire bead. Now, it had to return the favor. With the threat of the innate Yin wind bead, the blue demon fire bead didn't hesitate to send a message to Ling Zhao, choosing to submit. Ling Zhao was overjoyed. He immediately ordered the innate Yin wind bead to stop its attacks. Then he used his remaining bit of mental energy to enter the center of the blue demon fire bead, leaving behind a strand of mental energy. This strand of mental energy was imprinted at the center of the blue demon fire bead. From now on, the blue demon fire bead would belong to Ling Zhao. Just as his mental energy formed a connection with the blue demon fire bead, a powerful energy was emitted. It seemed to want to become one with Ling Zhao. Little friend, hurry up and leave. It wants to give you back its original energy. If you absorb its original energy, it will be very beneficial to your cultivation. Lu Wen called out. Only then did Ling Zhao react. He responded and left his consciousness. Ling Zhao's soul returned to his corporeal body, and he only felt that the pain in his mind had already disappeared. Furthermore, from within his sea of consciousness, an unending stream of wild and explosive spiritual energy flowed out, forcefully replacing his original profound energy. Boss, are you all right? The fire Qilin immediately asked when it saw that Ling Zhao had woken up. I'm fine. Zizai, help guard me. I'm about to break through. Ling Zhao instructed. He turned around and opened a large hole in the rock wall. He dove in. Originally, Ling Zhao was already at the peak of the high-level Xian realm. Now that the blue demon fire bead had intentionally sent over its original energy, breaking through was imminent. Ling Zhao sat down cross-legged and the 3 parts returning to origin qi immediately began to quickly circulate. The 3 parts returning to origin qi cultivated 3 attributes at the same time. The spirit energy sent over by the blue demon fire bead was instantly absorbed and directed to the dantian. The ball of air in the dantian was already about to solidify. Now that there was a large amount of spirit energy being sent over, the ball of air was immediately replaced and compressed. It faintly became a thumb-sized multicolored bead. The color of this bead was slightly blue. The other colors were a bit lighter. This was the shape of Ling Zhao's new dantian. The solidification of the dantian was an important sign of stepping into the spirit master level. Reaching this step meant that the spirit master position had been established. At the same time, as the dantian grew, the martial artist's own strength would also continuously increase. After the dantian had solidified, the spirit energy continued to be sent over until the dantian couldn't hold it anymore. Only then did it spread to the surrounding meridians and acupoints. The 3 parts returning to origin qi had already been cultivated to the 3rd rank. Before, Ling Zhao had already filled dozens of acupoints. Now that there was a large amount of spirit energy being sent over, those acupoints were filled up one by one. In just a short while, close to 100 acupoints had doubled in size. The acupoints were also filled with spirit energy. For a moment, those acupoints were like dazzling stars. The energy was very pure and vast. At the same time, Ling Zhao's aura was also continuously rising. Breaking through to the high-level Xian realm, with the addition of spirit energy, his aura suddenly reached an unprecedented level. In the blink of an eye, he became a low-level spirit master. His aura continued to rise. Not long after, he reached the intermediate level of a low-level spirit master, then the peak of a low-level spirit master. However, his aura still didn't show any signs of stopping. It was still singing loudly. It only stopped when he reached the intermediate level of a high-level spirit master. The acupoints in his body were also filled up to 200. As long as he filled up the remaining acupoints, he would be able to advance to the 4th rank of the 3 parts returning to origin Qi. Ling Zhao opened his tiger eyes that were flashing with fire. He couldn't help but let out a scream. His body shook and a powerful aura spread out. Rumble! The cave he was in was shaken by him. A cloud of dust filled the cave entrance. A handsome figure slowly walked out from within. At this moment, Ling Zhao seemed to have grown a bit taller. That handsome face had a devilish smile that could instantly kill any young girl in love. Those exposed muscles were firm yet well-proportioned. They looked very strong. Moreover, there were a few strands of scorching spirit energy attached to them. It gave people a feeling of extreme sharpness. Haha, I've actually reached the spirit master level. Ling Zhao faced the sky and laughed wildly. He had waited for this day for a long time. He didn't think that this time he would profit from a disaster. He broke through to intermediate level spirit master in one go. Moreover, his power was very solid. As long as he could balance out the other attributes of his spirit energy, breaking through to high-level spirit master wouldn't be a problem at all. He was very confident that as long as he focused on cultivation, he would definitely reach high-level spirit master within a year. The stronger a fighter was, the more energy they needed. Every time they broke through a level, they would need more energy than before. Naturally, the accumulation time would also be longer. However, a fighter like Ling Zhao who had just entered intermediate level spirit master and had the confidence to reach high level spirit master in a year was very rare. However, a lucky opportunity like Ling Zhao's wasn't something everyone could obtain. Even if some people obtained an opportunity like Ling Zhao, they wouldn't be able to turn danger into safety like Ling Zhao. They would die before they could obtain any benefits. That wouldn't be called an opportunity, but a disaster. Chapter 223. Flame Valley. Most of the area was covered in molten lava, with not a single blade of grass growing within 1,000 kilometers. It had now been more than 3 months since the volcanic eruption. In the belly of the volcano that had once erupted, Ling Zhao and the fire Qilin once again visited this place. Without the blue demon fire bead as a source of energy, the high temperature of the flames did not pose any threat to the man and the beast. The fire Qilin carried Ling Zhao straight to the bottom of the mountain where the demon blue fire bead originally lived. There were pieces of top-grade fire profound crystals here. The fire profound crystals here were larger and the energy they contained was much purer than the fire profound crystals they had seen before. Rich. Ling Zhao's eyes glowed as he called out. There were hundreds of top-grade fire profound crystals here, causing Ling Zhao's eyes to shine brightly. Boss, you have to save it for me. The fire Qilin stuck out its tongue and said with a look of extreme desire. It had just absorbed more than 20 fire profound crystals, and the huge amount of energy they contained had allowed it to break through to the mid-4th order. There was still a portion of that energy that had not been digested, so it did not dare to be greedy in the face of so many top-grade fire profound crystals and could only ask Ling Zhao to help it store them. Haha, of course. Ling Zhao smiled proudly before waving his space ring and collecting all the fire profound crystals. Currently, Ling Zhao had 2 space rings, one from the Abyss Secret Realm and the other from Nangong Changle who had asked him to bring the ice-cold pill here. Yang Kai used the space ring given by Nangong Changle to store the fire profound crystals. However, when Ling Zhao put away all the fire profound crystals, he found that a protruding rock wall seemed very special. Ling Xiao took out the blazing flame sword and slashed at the rock wall with all his strength. Asterisk ding dang. Asterisk after a single strike, the rock wall did not show the slightest crack. Could this be 10,000-year profound iron? Ling Xiao could not help but ask. This 10,000-year profound iron was accumulated over 10,000 years and was even more precious than 1,000-year black profound iron. It was one of the necessary materials for refining spirit artifacts. Generally, spirit artifacts needed to contain 1,000-year black profound iron, but the blazing flame sword that Ling Xiao was currently using could not cut this rock wall at all, so it could be inferred that this was 10,000-year profound iron. This piece of 10,000-year profound iron looked as tall as half a person and weighed several hundred kilograms. Of course, Ling Xiao wouldn't let go of this material. Even if he didn't use it, he could still auction it for a sky-high price. Moreover, he also hoped that one day he could get his hands on 1 or 2 spirit tools to play with. Ling Xiao used the blazing sword to of the dragon to dig around the spirit sword, and finally, dug out of it, and he year dragon spirit, he of 1,000-year profound spirit 1,000-year, of spirit 1,000. Ling's spirit of Ling of year was Ling profound of the flame of 1,000 of dragon. He king dragon yun king in. Dragon of Xiao of spirit. This trip really wasn't made in vain. After Ling Xiao put away the 10,000-year profound iron, he couldn't help but sigh. Alright, Zai, let's go out. Ling Xiao patrolled around the belly of the mountain, and after finding nothing else, he jumped onto the fire Qilin's back and called out. The fire Qilin soared into the sky and quickly arrived outside the mouth of the fire. That's right, with my current strength, I should be able to refine a 4th-level pill, muttered Ling Xiao to himself. He then ordered the fire Qilin to find a secluded mountain forest to land in. He was now a middle-stage spirit master and possessed powerful spiritual energy. He wanted to see whether or not he could refine a 4th-level pill. After all, this was an important matter that concerned the advancement of his Vajra 5 transformation art. 1 man and 1 beast landed on a mountain peak covered in dense forest. This was also a small part of the desolate mountain range. As soon as the fire Qilin landed, the surrounding spirit beasts were alarmed by its powerful aura and fled in all directions. The fire Qilin pounced at a middle-stage 3rd-rank golden silk spider, biting it to death in 2 or 3 bites. Boss, give this fellow to Xiao Jin, said the fire Qilin. Ling Xiao blanked for a moment, then laughed. I didn't know that you knew how to take care of Xiao Jin. That fellow is too weak. If it doesn't get stronger, how can it follow boss? Said the fire Qilin disdainfully. How well said. Ling Xiao didn't think that the fire Qilin would be so humane. He laughed heartily and released the Golden Wolf King. When the Golden Wolf King saw the fire Qilin, it immediately prostrated itself on the ground, just like how a prince in the imperial palace would greet the emperor. The fire Qilin was a divine beast, and its current strength far surpassed the Golden Wolf King's. This was why the Golden Wolf King didn't dare show any signs of disrespect. The fire Qilin let out a low cry, and the Golden Wolf King crawled back to Ling Xiao's side. Xiao Jin, that big guy was given to you by Zai. Swallow its beast core, said Ling Xiao to the Golden Wolf King. Yes, master. The Golden Wolf King replied, then pounced towards the dead golden silk spider. At night, Ling Xiao personally went to kill a green-striped lion of the 3rd level. This was the first time he had tested his skills since stepping into the Spirit Master level. Ling Xiao was very satisfied with his current strength. After eating some barbecued meat, Ling Xiao found a place with sufficient spiritual energy to meditate and rest. He wanted to adjust his condition to his peak before he planned to concoct pills. He sat like this for 3 days. Ling Xiao's energy had reached its peak, and his entire person was becoming more and more refined. It's time to start, said Ling Xiao to himself. He then dug out a few meters wide hole in the mountain wall and prepared to concoct a 4th-level pill. The 4th-level pill he was going to concoct this time was called the Invigorating Viscera Restoring Pill. This pill was one of the 4th-level pills mentioned in the Vajra's 5 Changes secret. The main ingredients needed were the golden orchid, live spotted bamboo, and some other 2nd and 3rd-level spirit herbs. The golden orchid was obtained from Li Kuanghu when Ling Xiao first entered Purple Sky City, and the live spotted bamboo was given by Ji Yen Zhao. These two main ingredients had already been found, and the other spirit herbs Ling Xiao needed had already been purchased from the spirit herb hall. Now, it was up to him to see if he could successfully concoct the invigorating viscera restoring pill. The invigorating viscera restoring pill was a type of healing pill. It was not recorded in the alchemy method. This pill, like its name, had the effect of reviving one's internal organs. This was a special pill prepared for practicing the third transformation of the Vajra's 5 changes secret. This was because in order to practice the third transformation to the great completion realm, a martial artist's internal organs must be completely destroyed before they could be reborn again. Only then would it be considered complete. If it were anyone else, they would not dare to practice such a masochistic mysterious art. If they made the slightest mistake, they might lose their life. However, whether it was in his past life or in the future, Ling Xiao was very persistent on the path of martial cultivation. Moreover, he had already tasted the benefits of the Vajra's 5 changes secret art, so he naturally would not give up. Ling Xiao took out the obsidian cauldron from his space ring. He had not used this medicine cauldron since leaving Meteor City, so he did not dare to expose it in Purple Sky Sect. Although he was not too sure whether this was a real heaven cauldron, this medicine cauldron was indeed extraordinary. Any alchemist who saw it would be tempted. When the obsidian cauldron was taken out, the spiritual energy in Ling Xiao's body seemed to be affected, and he could not suppress the urge to immediately perform alchemy, just like when Ling Xiao first obtained the obsidian cauldron. There's something strange about this cauldron. Ling Xiao looked at the mysterious patterns on the obsidian cauldron and muttered. Then, he discarded all distracting thoughts and began to enter the alchemy state. A stalk of spirit grass was taken out and thrown into the medicine cauldron. A strange blue flame appeared on Ling Xiao's palm. Ling Xiao was slightly startled. Is this the demon blue fire? I don't know if it will burn down the medicine cauldron, Ling Xiao said with some worry. The demon blue fire bead was a rare treasure, and its flames were the strongest yang fire in the world. Ordinary things would be set ablaze as soon as they touched it, so extinguishing it would be as difficult as ascending to the heavens, which was why Ling Xiao was so worried. Ling Xiao did not dare to spread the flames too much and just slowly moved towards the medicine cauldron. *Z. A harsh sound came from the medicine cauldron, scaring Ling Xiao into quickly withdrawing the flames. A powerful spiritual energy burst from the black cauldron walls, and a dark red light instantly filled the entire cave mansion. A powerful aura bloomed at the same time, and a phantom appeared above Ling Xiao. I'm seeing a ghost. Ling Xiao looked at the floating phantom and rubbed his eyes in disbelief. The phantom had the appearance of a middle-aged man, dressed in a black and red robe. His hair was curled like a snake, and he looked extremely intelligent and demonic. The phantom bowed slightly to Ling Xiao and called out, "Obsidian greets master." What did you call me? Ling Xiao asked with his mouth wide open. Master. The phantom repeated again. Uncle, I don't know if you're a human or a ghost. Why are you calling me master? Ling Xiao looked at the phantom speechlessly. He really did not know what was going on. Master, obsidian is the cauldron's cauldron soul. Master released me, so you are Obsidian's master, Obsidian explained. Cauldron soul? What's that? Ling Xiao was still puzzled. Any spiritual artifact has a spirit, and when it becomes a divine artifact, it can turn into a soul, and obsidian is the cauldron's soul, Obsidian replied. Wait, you mean this cauldron is a divine artifact? Ling Xiao asked again. Yes, master, Obsidian replied. Then you've been in the cauldron all this time? Yes, master. You said I let you out, but I don't even know how I let you out. Master has heavenly fire, and it was the heavenly fire that burned the cauldron's restriction, allowing obsidian to be released. After asking a series of questions, Ling Xiao finally understood what was going on. It turned out that this cauldron was one of the extremely rare and precious 9 great heavenly cauldrons, the obsidian cauldron, and this phantom was where the cauldron's soul resided, possessing all the consciousness of a human soul. Ling Xiao possessed the demon blue fireball, and the blue flame he used was called heavenly fire, which was the only way to break the cauldron's restriction. No matter who used heavenly fire to break the cauldron's restriction, the cauldron's soul would recognize that person as its master and be used by that person. Now, the obsidian cauldron truly belonged to Ling Xiao. Previously, he only had the obsidian cauldron, but he was unable to truly use the obsidian cauldron's mystical abilities. From now on, Ling Xiao would be able to completely control it, making his alchemy technique even more perfect and advancing even faster. Chapter 224. Ling Xiao was lucky enough to subdue the blue demon fire bead and use it to activate the obsidian cauldron's cauldron soul, which made him ecstatic. After communicating with the cauldron soul, Ling Xiao finally had a better understanding of this medicine cauldron, which made him even happier. A heaven-grade medicine cauldron could be called a divine artifact, and its function was truly immeasurable. The cauldron soul explained that in addition to improving the purity and quality of pills, it could also store things, be it living or dead things. This function was similar to an interspatial ring, but it was even more freakish than an interspatial ring. It was actually compatible with the functions of a spirit beast wrist guard, which meant that it had both the functions of an interspatial ring and a spirit beast wrist guard. Ling Xiao dripped a drop of blood essence on it according to the cauldron soul's instructions, and the medicine cauldron completely belonged to Ling Xiao. He could now use its storage function. Ling Xiao examined the inside of the medicine cauldron to see if there was a universe inside. He thought that this heaven-grade medicine cauldron would be like an Earth sovereign-grade interspatial ring, storing a large number of treasures, but he found that he was wrong. There was nothing inside. However, the storage space was very large, about 10,000 square meters. Such a large storage space shocked Ling Xiao. It was equivalent to the capacity of nearly 1,000 interspatial rings, and this space was also filled with non-elemental spiritual energy. Ling Xiao finally understood why this medicine cauldron could store anything. Since there was spiritual energy, it was not difficult for living things to survive here. Originally, Ling Xiao thought that this medicine cauldron was quite freakish, but the real freakish function was yet to come. The cauldron soul told Ling Xiao that what he saw was just the tip of the iceberg, and that the real universe could only be revealed after Ling Xiao reached the king grade. The cauldron soul also said that there were a large number of materials necessary for alchemy stored inside. What were the necessary materials for alchemy? It was nothing more than spirit herbs and beast cores. Since it could be stored inside the medicine cauldron and could only be opened by reaching the king grade, it was obvious that those spirit herbs and beast cores were quite precious. At the thought of this, Ling Xiao could not help but swallow his saliva. If that was the case, then he wouldn't have to worry about finding spiritual herbs in the future. As for beast cores, it didn't matter. As long as he had enough strength, it would be easier to kill spiritual beasts. However, the medicinal cauldron's function was not only this. It also had a miraculous function that made Ling Xiao grin from ear to ear. This medicine cauldron could actually be used as an offensive weapon. The cauldron soul said that the cauldron could be as big as 10 mountains or as small as a thumb. Anyone could imagine that if the cauldron turned into a mountain and pressed down on someone, that person would probably be smashed into nothing, let alone 10 mountain peaks. Wouldn't that mean that a city would be destroyed in front of him with a casual strike? Upon hearing the cauldron soul's words, Ling Xiao was eager to try. However, the cauldron soul's next words made Ling Xiao wilt, because the activation of the medicine cauldron was determined by his strength. To make the medicine cauldron as big as 10 mountains, he would need to be at least at the Mystic Emperor rank. He was only at the Spirit Master rank, so the size of the medicine cauldron was indeed very limited. Forget it, let's see how big I can make it first. Ling Xiao temporarily put aside the idea of alchemy and brought the obsidian cauldron out of the cave. According to the cauldron soul's words, he only needed to move his spiritual energy and thoughts over. Following the cauldron soul's words, Ling Xiao gathered all the spiritual energy in his body on his palms and released it towards the medicine cauldron. At the same time, he used his mental energy to convey his thoughts. Hurry up and get bigger. Get bigger. Ling Xiao's mouth was full of conviction. Swoosh, Sure enough, the medicine cauldron began to slowly expand, finally becoming the size of a house. It looked very magnificent. TSK, not bad, not bad. Let me test your power. Ling Xiao looked at the big cauldron with satisfaction and clicked his tongue. He then used his spiritual energy to lift the medicine cauldron. Unexpectedly, he found that the medicine cauldron was as heavy as 10,000 caddies. He used all the spiritual energy in his body to barely lift it to the highest point. F***, it's bigger, and it's so much heavier. Ling Xiao cursed unhappily and swung his arms with all his might. Rumble! The medicine cauldron was smashed into a tree a few meters away and flew into the distance with a shocking sound. Immediately after, dozens of towering trees were directly knocked over by the medicine cauldron and crushed into powder. A 10-meter-long scar appeared in front of Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao's eyes widened as he looked at the destruction caused by the medicine cauldron. He couldn't help but be dumbfounded. Great. If anyone dares to be arrogant in front of me again, I'll use the medicine cauldron to smash their balls out. Ling Xiao laughed wildly. But what made him slightly dissatisfied was that activating such a big medicine cauldron required too much spiritual energy. As a result, he made the medicine cauldron slightly smaller until it was only the size of half a house. Although the power of smashing it was halved, the spiritual energy consumption was also reduced. After repeating it a few times, Ling Xiao finally made the medicine cauldron return to its original size. Ling Xiao was in a good mood after learning the secret of the medicine cauldron. Just as he was about to return to the cave to refine pills, he sensed a few people walking towards him. The Fire Qilin and the Golden Wolf King became vigilant and retreated to Ling Xiao's side. "Boss, there are humans coming over here," the Fire Qilin said to Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao nodded. "I know. You guys come back first." After saying that, Ling Xiao put the Fire Qilin and the Golden Wolf King back into his Spirit Beast bracer. These two Spirit Beasts were one of his trump cards. Unless it was absolutely necessary, he didn't want to expose them in front of others. At that moment, a voice called out, "Captain, I heard that sound coming from over here." Immediately after, a dozen or so figures walked out from the dense forest with rustling sounds. These people were all wearing the same clothes, and each of them had a beautiful, blood-red pattern on their chests. It was clearly the symbol of a certain group. The one in the lead was an extremely enchanting woman. This woman was around 30 years old, and other than her sexy satin that covered her important parts, everything else was exposed to the air. Her rosy white skin was extremely smooth and delicate, causing people to have the urge to caress it. Her proud and erect breasts were not any smaller than Yu Lian's, and were even larger. Her pair of charming eyes rippled with indescribable lust. At first glance, this woman was definitely not an ordinary woman from a good family. Beside her were a dozen or so strong men, all of them above the age of 30 or 40. All of them had the aura of a wild man. Every one of them was no weaker than a high-level mystic cultivator. There were even 3 low-level spirit masters and 1 middle-level spirit master. Ling Xiao looked at this group of people and thought to himself, this lineup is really not weak. Back in Meteor City, the strongest mercenary group's Green Mercenary Group was only a high-level mystic cultivator, but there was a spirit master here. No wonder they could directly enter the inner area of the mountain range. With their strength, as long as they didn't go too deep, they wouldn't be a threat. When the enchanting woman saw Ling Xiao, she was attracted by his handsome appearance. Moreover, Ling Xiao's upper body was bare. Her peach blossom eyes kept sizing up Ling Xiao's body. Ling Xiao felt the woman's scorching gaze, and for no reason, he hugged his chest and weakly said, "You are?" Looking at him like this, it seemed that he was really afraid of being eaten alive by the woman. "Hee, little brother, why are you hugging your chest? It's not like I'm going to eat you, what are you afraid of?" The enchanting woman let out a bell-like laugh. Ling Xiao rubbed his nose and laughed. Big sister must be joking. This little brother's body only has a few tails of meat, there really isn't much to eat. Although Ling Xiao liked beautiful women, and the woman in front of him was not bad-looking and had a great figure, When he saw that she was surrounded by a large group of men and was dressed so coquettishly, he didn't need to guess to know that she was a flirtatious woman. He really didn't have much interest in this kind of woman. "Brat, was it just you here?" A low-level spirit-level burly man stood up and asked Ling Xiao sternly. Ling Xiao nodded and replied, "If you didn't see anyone else, I think I'm the only one here." "Impossible, when I heard the fighting just now, you saw that the trees here were all crushed into pieces. There must be people or high-level spirit beasts nearby," the burly man said in disbelief. He then stared at Ling Xiao and said coldly, "Brat, you dare to trick me?" Ling Xiao spread his hands and said, "If you don't believe me, then forget it. I still have things to do, so I'll be leaving first." Ling Xiao didn't want to get entangled any further and turned around to leave. "Don't even think about leaving. Hurry up and tell me where the people here went, or you're dead." The burly man seemed to want to eat Ling Xiao up and blocked his way. "Great white shark, shut up," the enchanting woman shouted in annoyance. As a middle spirit master, she could tell that Ling Xiao's strength was similar to hers. Although her subordinates were strong, they couldn't compare to this youth in front of her. The burly man snorted coldly and retreated to the side. The enchanting woman smiled tenderly and said, "May I ask if little brother is interested in joining our Bloody Clam mercenary group? Big sister will give you the position of vice leader." "Leader, this brat hasn't even grown his hair yet. What qualifications does he have to be our vice leader?" the burly man from before said in annoyance. Ling Xiao narrowed his eyes and looked at the burly man, wanting to teach him a lesson. However, he suppressed his impulse and said, "Big sister, I appreciate your good intentions. I still have things to do, so I'll be leaving first. See you later." "Little brother, why are you in such a hurry to leave? I'll have someone roast some food here so you can chat with big sister for a bit." The enchanting woman seemed to be very interested in Ling Xiao and wrapped her body around Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao enjoyed the gentle fragrance and almost wanted to stay. But when he thought about how this woman might have had an affair with the dozen or so burly men behind him, he couldn't help but feel nauseous. He immediately struggled away from the enchanting woman and said, "Little brother really does have something important to do. I appreciate big sister's hospitality." With that, Ling Xiao wanted to leave. Who knew that the burly man from before would stop him again and say, "Insensible brat, it's your good fortune that our leader has taken a liking to you. If you don't know what's good for you, I'll skin you right now." Chapter 225. Ling Xiao's anger was gradually rising as the other party continued to be overbearing. He coldly stared at the man nicknamed Great White Shark and said, "Immediately slap your stinky mouth 50 times. Otherwise, I will tear it apart." Hearing this, Great White Shark burst into laughter along with the other members of the blood-curdling mercenary band. Ling Xiao looked to be around 20 years of age. Although they couldn't see his true strength, they all felt that Ling Xiao was just a brat who was still wet behind the ears. They were all very strong, but he actually dared to say that he would tear apart their vice-captain's mouth. This was the funniest joke they had ever heard. Out of everyone present, only the enchanting woman didn't laugh. This was because she could see that Ling Xiao's true strength was on par with hers, perhaps even slightly stronger than hers. She was currently thinking about how to seduce this handsome and powerful young man into her skirt. Great White Shark pointed at Ling Xiao's nose and said with disdain, "Stinky brat, your words are quite arrogant. I admit that you have angered your grandfather. Kneel down and kowtow to me. Otherwise, I will feed you to the spirit beasts." Ling Xiao looked at Great White Shark with disdain before looking at the enchanting woman and said, "Sister, your subordinates seem to be lacking in discipline. Let this little brother discipline them for you. I'm sure you won't mind." Although Ling Xiao was asking for the enchanting woman's opinion, he didn't wait for her to reply before he made his move. Ling Xiao's eyes narrowed as he reached for Great White Shark's neck with one hand. Great White Shark had just reacted when he discovered that his throat was being tightly gripped by a strong hand. It was as if his neck could be broken at any moment if his opponent used even the slightest bit of force. Slap. Ling Xiao's empty hand fiercely slapped Great White Shark's face. In an instant, a dazzling 5-finger mark appeared on Great White Shark's face. It was obvious that Ling Xiao had used a lot of strength in that slap. The surrounding blood-curdling mercenaries were all blinded. One had to know that their captain's strength was second only to their leader, Shuegui. He had already reached the strength of a low-level soul master. They didn't expect that their captain would be grabbed by the neck and slapped in the face in the blink of an eye. They felt like they were dreaming. Could it be that this young man had the strength of a spirit master? That's what you get for your mouth. Ling Xiao cursed unhappily. His hand did not stop, and he continued to slap the great white shark's face. Papa. The great white shark was beaten into a pig's head in an instant. Its face was terrifyingly red and swollen, and a lot of scarlet blood flowed out of its mouth. That's enough, little brother. I think he already knows his wrongs. Please let him go, said Shuegui. All right, for the sake of my sister, I'll spare him this time, Ling Xiao replied faintly and casually threw the great white shark away. But the great white shark's body flew more than 10 meters away and crashed into a tree before stopping. I'm going to kill you. The great white shark that had just fallen crawled back up with red eyes. He pulled out his heavy blade and quickly charged at Ling Xiao. Great white shark, stop. Shuegui blocked great white shark's way and shouted, Captain, get out of the way. This brat has humiliated me. If I don't kill him today, how can I swallow this anger? The great white shark had already gone mad with anger. He was a powerful spirit master, but he had actually been slapped in the face by a brat in front of his brothers. This was even worse than killing him. Enough, you're not his opponent. Don't go to your death, said Shuegui. Impossible. Watch me kill this damned bastard. The great white shark had already lost his mind from anger. How could he listen to Shuegui's advice? He bypassed Shuegui and swung the heavy saber in his hand, releasing a terrifying pale yellow spiritual power. He slashed at Ling Xiao. The full power of a low-level spirit master's attack was quite shocking. Reckless fool, I'll use you as an example, said Ling Xiao disdainfully. He left an afterimage where he had been standing and dodged great white shark's attack. Rumble. The blade light was like a rainbow as it cut a crack in the ground. Great white shark, watch your back. Shuegui warned. Too late. Ling Xiao said as he kicked the great white shark's back with both of his feet. Papa. Ah. Great white shark was kicked a few times by Ling Xiao and was sent flying again like a cannonball. Ling Xiao had the upper hand and chased after great white shark again. Shuegui naturally didn't want her subordinates to die at Ling Xiao's hands. She immediately stood in front of Ling Xiao and said, Little brother, for the sake of big sister, let him go this time. Ling Xiao sneered and instantly disappeared in front of Shuegui. He once again appeared in front of great white shark, who had just crawled up, and kicked him again. Each of Ling Xiao's kicks contained a powerful spirit energy attack. Great white shark didn't have any chance to fight back and was stepped on like a dead dog by Ling Xiao. A dog-like thing dares to want to kill me? Do you believe that I won't step on your dog head right now? Scolded Ling Xiao disdainfully. Great white shark wanted to die after being stepped on by Ling Xiao. He never would have thought that such a young kid would have such terrifying strength. Just a face mask was enough to beat him into a pulp. His anger instantly disappeared, and he regretted it to the extreme. Hurry up and let go of the vice captain, or we won't let you go, shouted a low-level spirit master. All the mercenaries behind him looked indignant as well. It seemed that if Ling Xiao dared to kill Great White Shark, they would all swarm him. Little brother, let him go. I'll let you do whatever you want to me. How about that? Shuegui gently untied the light gauze on her shoulder and said with a seductive look. She had seen Ling Xiao's actions just now. She secretly compared herself to Ling Xiao. There was a certain gap between her and Ling Xiao, so it was best to avoid conflict with Ling Xiao as much as possible. Of course, the most ideal thing was to seduce this young man. Wouldn't it be great if the two of them could dual cultivate? Ling Xiao glanced at Shuegui and said indifferently, "Of course I have to give face to big sister." With that, Ling Xiao loosened his foot and kicked Great White Shark's back. Immediately, Great White Shark rolled to Shuegui's feet like a ball. Its eyes rolled back, and Ling Xiao's kick killed it. "Bastard! Captain, let's chop this kid up." cursed a low-level spirit master. He immediately called out to his men and charged at Ling Xiao. As mercenaries, they were used to seeing life and death, and they all had fiery tempers. Furthermore, this low-level spirit master had just hooked up with Shuigui for a period of time. Shuigui's skills in bed had allowed him to eat without hesitation. He really didn't want to fall out of favor with Shuigui, so he could only incite public anger and kill the kid in front of him to preserve his position. To the side, Shuigui was in a dilemma. On one hand, she wanted to hook up with this young kid, but on the other hand, she didn't want to break her promise to her subordinates. Now that her vice captain had been killed, if she didn't get justice for her subordinates, she was afraid that her subordinates' hearts would be cold. "Stop!" Shuigui hesitated for a moment and then shouted, ordering her subordinates to stop first. The low-level spirit master naturally didn't dare go up alone. He also stopped and looked at Ling Xiao with dissatisfaction. Shuigui walked over to Ling Xiao's side and said, "Little brother, you really want to make things difficult for big sister. All right, stop acting. He wanted to kill me, so it's only right that I kill him. If any of you don't agree, then come at me," said Ling Xiao with a wave of his hand. There was no need for him to continue flirting with this woman, so he made it clear. Killing that guy just now wasn't a big deal, and he didn't think there was anything wrong with it. People like him didn't deserve to die. "Fine, I'll give you two choices. One is to submit to me and be my boy toy, as well as the vice captain of the Blood Rose mercenary band. Two is to go up together and get revenge for my vice captain," said Shuigui, flustered and exasperated. She had originally thought that such a young fellow should be in the prime of his youth. As long as she seduced him slightly, he would fall under her skirt. She hadn't expected him to not appreciate her kindness and even spout such arrogant words. If she didn't act a bit more forcefully, then she wouldn't be able to continue being a captain. "Captain, you can't. This kid killed our vice captain, so we won't recognize his status," objected the low-level spirit master. "Viper, this has nothing to do with you. Get out of my way," said Shuigui unhappily. She then looked at Ling Xiao and licked her sexy red lips. "Have you thought it through? As long as you submit to me, Big Sister will let you know what it feels like to be a god." "Sorry, I'm not interested in second-hand goods." Ling Xiao rubbed his nose and smiled. Shuigui's expression froze and she immediately shouted, "You don't know what's good for you. Everyone, let's get revenge for our vice captain." Shuigui was the first to pull out the red whip that was tied to her waist and swing it at Ling Xiao. A dazzling whip light emitted a scorching and powerful energy. Immediately after, a dozen mercenaries behind her swarmed forward, wanting to kill Ling Xiao. "Forcing me to kill, it's really a sin, a sin." Ling Xiao shook his head and said. He poured wind attribute energy into his feet and shot out countless palm shadows at the same time. Every single palm strike contained a piercingly cold and scorching demonic blue flame, causing the surrounding air to crackle from the burning of the blue flame. Shuigui's red whip was instantly set ablaze after being hit by the palm. Shuigui was shocked. Her red whip was a low-level profound artifact made from the silk of a 1,000-year-old red spider. Normal profound artifacts wouldn't be able to damage it in the slightest. But it was destroyed after being touched by the opponent's blue flame. This was too inconceivable. Actually, even Ling Xiao himself was shocked. He really didn't think that the blue demon flame could actually burn profound artifacts. But after a moment of shock, he charged towards those mercenaries. Using the wind attribute, his speed was peerless. His palms continuously shot out cloud-expelling palms and the blue demon flame displayed its terrifying power. The mercenaries were set ablaze with just a single palm strike. The mercenaries kept rolling on the ground, screaming in pain. After a while, the mercenaries that had been hit by Ling Xiao's attack were burned to ashes. Instantly, the remaining people didn't dare to act rashly. That low-level spirit master's back was dripping with cold sweat and he was regretting his actions. Chapter 226. As soon as he made his move, a few high-level mystic cultivators were killed with a single palm strike. No, it should be said that they were burned alive. A strong burning smell made everyone feel disgusted, but in the end, not a single residue was left, which made everyone feel even more terrified. Shui Gui looked at everything in front of her with a pale face, and a cold feeling swept through her entire body. She originally thought that the guy in front of her was only slightly stronger than her. She didn't think that his broken hand would be so terrifying. In the blink of an eye, she lost a few people on her side, and he could even burn a profound artifact. This completely overturned her understanding of profound techniques. She really didn't think that there would be such a terrifying profound technique in this world. Could it be the legendary? Ling Xiao interrupted her thoughts and said, "Come on, didn't you guys bully me with numbers?" Ling Xiao then walked step by step towards the low-level spirit master who yelled the most fiercely. The low-level spirit master heard Ling Xiao's slow footsteps, and it was like a heavy blow to his heart, making him very uncomfortable. "I deserve to die. Please have mercy, sir." The low-level spirit master couldn't breathe under the invisible pressure of Ling Xiao, and the defense in his heart completely collapsed. He bent his knees and heavily knelt in front of Ling Xiao, begging for mercy. Ling Xiao walked over and heavily kicked the low-level spirit master's chest, saying disdainfully, "You bunch of trash dare to have ideas about this young master, you really are looking to die." After saying that, Ling Xiao coldly swept his gaze over the remaining mercenaries, and they all knelt down and begged. They really didn't think that this young man was actually a terrifying god of death. He really killed people without spilling blood, and not even a single residue was left. This was too scary. Even if they were used to seeing death, they still felt fear from the bottom of their hearts. Finally, Ling Xiao's gaze fell on Shui Gui's face. Shui Gui shivered and immediately knelt on the ground like the others, begging, This young master, this little girl has eyes but didn't recognize Mount Tai. Please forgive me, young master. If young master doesn't mind, Shui Gui is willing to serve you forever." After saying that, Shui Gui directly tore off her clothes, and her towering and straight breasts were exposed in front of Ling Xiao. It couldn't be denied that although Shui Gui was slutty, her face and figure were very good. Those two soft lumps of flesh were so soft that Ling Xiao probably couldn't even grasp them with one hand. Those two bright red spots stimulated Ling Xiao's nervous system, causing his desire to soar. He almost wanted to take this woman to a place with no one else to have a wild. Ling Xiao took a deep breath, calmed the chaotic desires in his body, and said lightly, "Put away your tricks. This young master has no interest in second-hand goods. Offer up your valuable things. If there's nothing this young master has a liking for, then all of you can go see the king of hell for this young master." Hearing Ling Xiao say this, everyone opened their bags and took out the spirit grasses and beast cores they had obtained. One after another, they placed them in front of Ling Xiao, waiting for him to choose. Ling Xiao only glanced at them briefly before his space ring flashed and all the things placed in front of him were put away. Everyone was dumbfounded. They thought that Ling Xiao would only take things of value, but they didn't expect him to take them all, and even use the legendary space ring. This time, everyone's heart ached. This was what they had obtained after risking their lives for a period of time. Shui Gui cursed the dead great white shark in his heart. Why did it have to come and provoke this evil star? Now it was all good, everything was gone. Seeing your sincerity, this young master will let you go. Quickly scram, Ling Xiao said with a slight frown. In his heart he was thinking, it's all your fault for forcing this young master to do bad things, you're all too evil. If these words were heard by the blood crystal mercenaries, it was likely that they would all faint from anger. Saying such sarcastic words after their things had been stolen, did they even have any sense of morality? The blood crystal mercenaries all ran away dejectedly. Ling Xiao casually glanced over the things he had just obtained and was surprised to find that there were quite a few Tier 3 spirit grasses and the rest were basically Tier 2 spirit grasses. This was actually quite a good harvest. After Ling Xiao sorted out these spirit grasses, he was immediately attracted to one of the Tier 3 spirit grasses. Unexpectedly, it was a high Tier 3 metal attribute spirit grass, Gold Sunday. This was an essential spirit grass to refine a Tier 3 metal attribute spirit breaking pill. Ling Xiao had always wanted to raise Li Kuanghu's strength to spirit master level as soon as possible, but he had always been lacking Gold Sun spirit grasses. This was just the right time. After returning to Purple Sky City, he would refine the spirit-breaking pill for Li Kuanghu and let him reach spirit master level as soon as possible. At the same time, an idea also emerged in Ling Xiao's mind. In the future, he would definitely not settle down in any place. He would continue to advance towards a higher level of martial arts, and the people around him might not be able to keep up with his footsteps, or it could be said that they would only grow further and further apart. At that time, it would inevitably affect their relationship, which was something that Ling Xiao did not want to see. Since this was the case, he had to think of a way to make the people around him stronger. For example, his parents, Yu Shi, Dai Wei, Lone Eagle, their tenbin wasn't outstanding, so it could only be done through constant hard work. Furthermore, they had to be provided with spirit grasses and pills. This way, he believed that they wouldn't be too far away from him. As an alchemist, as long as Ling Xiao worked hard, his achievements would definitely not be low. At that time, as long as he could refine a large amount of spirit pills that could raise martial levels, he would be able to create a group of powerful martial artists. Thinking of this, Ling Xiao had a preliminary plan in his heart. After sending Shui Gui and the others away, Ling Xiao was no longer interested in refining the vital organ-restoring pill, so he wanted to return to Purple Sky Sect. However, after hesitating for a moment, he still decided to train in the mountain range for a period of time. Since he would be training when he returned, it would be more comfortable to train in the mountain range. Now that he had broken through to Intermediate Spirit Master, the gap between him and Yun Mingqi had shortened quite a bit. However, Ling Xiao couldn't be careless. After all, Yun Mingqi had obtained an Earth Sovereign rank inheritance. He believed that she wouldn't have too many bottlenecks on her way to the Earth Sovereign rank, so it wouldn't be easy for Ling Xiao to catch up to her. The goal he set for himself was to keep up with Yun Mingqi's pace in 5 years. To break through from Intermediate Spirit Master to King rank in 5 years was quite difficult. One had to know that many people couldn't reach that step in their entire lives, but he only set a time limit of 5 years. It had to be said that Ling Xiao had a lot of confidence in himself. In the following month, Ling Xiao continued to kill in the forest. Many third-rank spirit beasts died under his palm. At the same time, he released the Fire Qilin and the Golden Wolf King to let them recover their wild nature, which would be beneficial for their growth. During this month, Ling Xiao didn't use any weapons. He only used the Blue Demon Flame and the innate Yin Wind Evil Qi. He used these two terrifying spirit powers on the Cloud Expelling Palm and the Wind God's Kick. With their terrifying killing power, he didn't need to borrow the power of Xian weapons. The Blue Demon Flame was one of the most yang flames in the world. Anything that touched it would ignite, and it was difficult to extinguish. The innate Yin Wind Evil Qi was extremely corrosive, and its destructive power wasn't any weaker than the Blue Demon Flame. At the same time, Ling Xiao also learned the wood concealment art. This concealment art was indeed strange, but it was also very useful. Ling Xiao hid himself many times, turning into a plant so that those powerful spirit beasts couldn't find any trace of him. On the other hand, Ling Xiao didn't specially cultivate the Illusion 7 Kills art. He felt that the 7 Kills art was only suitable for sneak attacks and assassinations. To a person like him who prided himself on being open and aboveboard, he really didn't want to learn it. Moreover, he felt that the power of the 7 Kills art was not as practical as the other Xian skills that he had. In just a short month, Ling Xiao's spirit power increased again. The reason was none other than the fact that he had eaten a lot of high-level spirit beasts' meat. His spirit power had also received a lot of supplement. The biggest harvest was the beast cores of the spirit beasts he killed, and the high-level spirit herbs he found. Although these could not be compared to the highest grade fire mysterious crystal, their value was not low at all. This was because other than him, the Fire Qilin and the Golden Wolf King were also hunting. Especially the Fire Qilin, it had killed a few 4th-rank spirit beasts. It was a great display of its might as a 4th-rank spirit beast. Of course, all the beast cores of the spirit beasts were collected by Ling Xiao. As night fell, the valley became quiet. The moonlight sprinkled down from between the trees, illuminating a cave that was covered by weeds. In front of the cave, there was a wolf king with golden fur. It seemed to be asleep, but once there was the slightest movement, it would open its big eyes and become vigilant. In the cave, Ling Xiao was calmly meditating. A formless spirit energy poured in from his Tianling acupoint. The spirit energy was divided into two, one flowed into his sea of consciousness, and the other flowed into his dantian. In his sea of consciousness, the two pearls of different colors each emitted a strange light, and the small tree in the middle also bloomed with light. They were all frantically fighting to absorb the spirit energy from the outside world, especially the small tree. It was extremely greedy, and the speed at which it snatched was also extremely fast. Most of the spirit energy that flowed into his sea of consciousness was absorbed by it. The old man in the small tree laughed and said, "It's good that this kid can absorb spirit energy. If this goes on, I will only need less than 50 years to recover." Ling Xiao was completely unaware of the situation in his sea of consciousness. He continued to circulate the three parts returning to origin qi to absorb the spirit energy from the outside world. Who would have thought that the Vajra 5 transformation technique, which was usually used for healing, would also circulate and absorb the metal attribute spirit energy from the outside world? For a moment, a large amount of spirit energy from the outside world crazily rushed into Ling Xiao's cave. Ling Xiao was like a sponge, absorbing as much spiritual energy as there was. There was no limit to it. After an unknown amount of time, he slowly opened his eyes and said with a puzzled expression, "Could it be that the Vajra 5 transformation technique is not as simple as a defensive cultivation technique?" Ling Xiao had always thought that the Vajra 5 transformation technique was just an abnormal defensive cultivation technique, but now it could absorb spirit energy on its own. This made Ling Xiao feel strange. Ling Xiao shook his head and closed his eyes again. This time, he did not meditate, but entered his own sea of consciousness. Once a human warrior reached the spirit master level, they could look at any part of their body, and the sea of consciousness was no exception. When he was meditating, Ling Xiao clearly felt that he had absorbed a large amount of spirit energy, but a large portion of it had been divided. He had no choice but to enter his sea of consciousness to understand. Chapter 227. Little friend, how did you manage to enter this place? Could it be that you have already reached the 8th level of strength? Lu Weng looked at Ling Xiao, who had suddenly entered his sea of consciousness. Previously, Ling Xiao had not entered the sea of consciousness on his own accord, but this time, he had entered on his own accord. Human martial artists were different from spirit beasts. Any expert that had reached the spirit master level could begin to look inside their body and enter their own sea of consciousness to meditate and cultivate. Any spirit beast, spirit tree, or spirit grass could only condense a divine soul after reaching the 8th level. They were no different from humans and could achieve the realm of the divine soul leaving the body. In reality, Ling Xiao's ability to look inside his sea of consciousness did not mean that his divine soul could leave the body. At most, it could only be called entering the body to facilitate one's cultivation. In order to truly achieve the divine soul leaving the body, one had to reach the mystic emperor level and above. Hearing Lu Weng's question, Ling Xiao's expression darkened and he immediately replied in a displeased manner, "Elder Lu, do I look like I've reached the 8th level?" Lu Weng awkwardly smiled and said, "Could it be that little friend mistakenly landed here again?" Ling Xiao was almost speechless. This old fellow was cursing him to enter a cultivation deviation again. When we humans reach the spirit master level, we can look inside our sea of consciousness and enter and exit the sea of consciousness as we wish. Therefore, in the future, as long as I want to enter this place, I can do so at any time, Ling Xiao explained. So that's how it is. You humans are truly mystical. Lu Weng could not help but sigh. Don't talk nonsense. Elder Lu, your expression seems to be quite good. It seems that you have recovered quite a bit of your essence energy? Ling Xiao went straight to the point. It's all thanks to you, Lu Weng happily said. He then looked at Ling Xiao's scrutinizing gaze and immediately became vigilant. Little friend, Don't tell me you have some ideas about this old man again? This old man did not just recover a bit of essence energy. Ling Xiao looked at the vigilant Lu Wang and secretly laughed in his heart. This old fellow has also learned his lesson. However, he said, Elder Lu, what kind of person do you think I am? Really, I just want to ask if the majority of the spiritual energy I absorbed was absorbed by you? After Lu Wang heard this, he loudly laughed and said, Little friend's words are incorrect. The spirit energy that I absorbed was absorbed by little friend. For a moment, Ling Xiao didn't understand what Lu Wang meant by this. This old man once said that temporarily staying in little friend's knowledge will definitely be beneficial to little friend's cultivation. Now that little friend has begun to absorb spiritual energy, this old man can naturally also absorb spiritual energy through little friend to recover. However, this old man's absorption speed is a bit faster than little friend's, so little friend has naturally benefited from this old man's light. Thus, you should be happy that you took me in back then. Lu Wang smiled as he stroked his green beard. Before Ling Xiao had become a spirit master, Lu Wang could also absorb spiritual energy to recover, but his absorption speed was extremely slow. Now that Ling Xiao had become a spirit master, he could pour spiritual energy into the sky spirit point, allowing Lu Wang to absorb spiritual energy through Ling Xiao's sky spirit point. Although Ling Xiao's absorption speed was relatively fast for human cultivators, it still couldn't compare to Lu Wang, who was a tree spirit. Lu Wang was a mystical spirit of heaven and earth, so his absorption speed of wood attribute spiritual energy was 10 times or even 100 times that of Ling Xiao. This meant that Ling Xiao didn't even need to circulate his wood attribute spiritual energy. Lu Wang would constantly absorb spiritual energy, and a small portion of it would remain in Ling Xiao's dantian. The innate cold wind bead and demon blue fire bead were the same. In other words, Ling Xiao had spiritual energy in his body at all times, and his strength was constantly increasing. However, when he was meditating, the absorption speed was even more obvious. If this continued, Ling Xiao would be able to become a high spirit master many times faster than normal people. After understanding this, Ling Xiao was overjoyed. According to Lu Wang, the 3 attributes of wind, fire, and wood were constantly strengthening. Thus, as long as he increased the absorption speed of the gold and ice attributes, he would be able to achieve a balance between the 5 attributes. Then, his strength would be beyond imagination. Since absorbing spiritual energy wasn't a big problem, he would do his best to increase his spiritual energy. Not only had his spiritual sea expanded by more than 10 times due to the 2 strange beads, but a part of it had already turned into a floating white spiritual essence. His spiritual power had become liquid, which was equivalent to a qualitative leap. Now, Ling Xiao could be considered to have truly stepped into the first step of the soul-controlling arts, skill manipulation. With his current spiritual energy, his perception had already reached a range of 2,000 meters. As long as Ling Xiao wanted to, there was nothing within 2,000 meters that could escape his perception. But this wasn't the most surprising thing. What made Ling Xiao go crazy with joy was that he could now use his spiritual energy to form moves. In this month he had used his spiritual energy to use the first 2 moves of the Cloud Expelling Palm, Sky Frost Fist, and Wind God's Kick to kill many spirit beasts. However, although the spirit beasts were killed, the beast cores of the spirit beasts were also destroyed. After all, spiritual energy was an invisible attack that could only target the spiritual sea of human martial artists. For spirit beasts, it was aimed at the beast cores of spirit beasts. Thus, when Ling Xiao used his spiritual energy to kill the spirit beasts, he naturally destroyed the beast cores of the spirit beasts. Ling Xiao withdrew from his sea of consciousness. After returning to the Purple Sky City, he had to think of a way to purchase a batch of spirit herbs that were beneficial to spiritual energy. Otherwise, if he only relied on meditation cultivation, he wouldn't be very satisfied with the speed. In addition, Ling Xiao planned to increase his cultivation time in the future and put aside alchemy for the time being. This way, the cultivation of his spiritual force would be even slower, so he could only think of using spirit herbs to improve his spiritual force as soon as possible. As soon as the sky brightened, Ling Xiao planned to leave the mountain range. Who would have thought that the fire Qilin would say goodbye to him? "Boss, I'm going home," the fire Qilin reluctantly said to Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao looked at the fire Qilin in surprise and asked, "Go home? Where is your home?" Ever since Ling Xiao saved the fire Qilin in the abyss of the mountain range, it had always been by his side. Ling Xiao really didn't know where the fire Qilin's home was. "My home is in the deepest part of the mountain range. That is where my god race resides." The fire Qilin looked at the deepest part of the mountain range with a complicated gaze. There seemed to be a worry that it couldn't solve. This was the first time that Ling Xiao sensed the emotional changes of the fire Qilin. "Do you need help from boss?" Ling Xiao asked worriedly. Even though his strength was far inferior to the fire Qilin, he still wanted to help it. In Ling Xiao's heart, the fire Qilin wasn't a servant beast. It was more like a close friend, the kind of brother that he could freely communicate with. "Thank you, boss. This is a big matter for my god race, and we can't let outsiders interfere. Besides, I've swallowed so many fire crystals, and my strength has greatly increased. I believe that I can take back everything that belongs to me." The fire Qilin displayed great confidence. "That's good. No matter what, I'm still your boss. No matter what happens, boss will always stand by your side." Ling Xiao patted the fire Qilin's forehead as he spoke sincerely. "I understand, boss. I'm leaving now. I'll come back after a while to find boss," the fire Qilin said as it slowly rose into the air. Ling Xiao was very reluctant, but he also knew that there were some things that he couldn't stop. Just as the fire Qilin was about to leave, Ling Xiao shouted at it, "You wastrel, you have to come back and find boss soon. Otherwise, boss will be able to enjoy your fire crystals alone." "Boss, you can't be like this," the fire Qilin said. Then, it howled at the Golden Wolf King a few times before finally flying towards the depths of the mountain range. Looking at the fire Qilin disappear, Ling Xiao felt a wave of pain in his heart, as if something was stuck in his heart. "Xiao Jin, what did that wastrel say to you just now?" Ling Xiao asked as he stroked the Golden Wolf King's fur. "His Highness said that he would bring me delicious food," the Golden Wolf King replied. "Huh, then you're in luck." Ling Xiao forced a smile. Following the fire Qilin's departure, Ling Xiao's mood wasn't very good for a few days. He had originally wanted to refine the invigorating viscera-restoring pill, but it seemed that he could only put that aside for now. Ling Xiao no longer had any interest in hunting spirit beasts, so he mounted the Golden Wolf King and set off on his return journey. It had been a few months since he left the Purple Sky sect. He believed that the two masters in the sect must have been worried. Once he thought of returning to the sect, the faces of master and disciple Zhu Ruchang appeared in Ling Xiao's mind. After returning this time, he decided to move away from Herb Peak. Returning to Wood Flag Peak to cultivate was the right path. He only moved away from Herb Peak to cultivate, but it didn't mean that he was afraid of master and disciple Zhu Ruchang. Ling Xiao just didn't want to lower himself to the same level as those two, so he could only force himself to quarrel by his ears all day long and disturb his state of mind. In the blink of an eye, another few days passed. Ling Xiao finally arrived in front of a city. On the city gate of this city, there were 3 simple and bold words: Goose Sacrifice City. Ling Xiao didn't know why, but when he saw these words, he felt a chill down his spine. Why did the name of this city give people a dark feeling? Did I go the wrong way? Ling Xiao looked at the city in front of him doubtfully and thought. When he came to Flame Valley, he rode a Gale Eagle. He didn't know the way, so he didn't know if he had passed by this Goose Sacrifice City. He just walked back based on his feelings. Forget it, it's better to restrain myself. I'll ask people when I get to the city. Ling Xiao shook his head and jumped off the Golden Wolf King. He kept it in the Spirit Beast wristband and then strode towards Goose Sacrifice City. Ling Xiao walked to the front of the city gate and was stopped by 2 guards who were guarding the gate. One of the guards stretched out his hand and said, "Pay the entrance fee first." Ling Xiao sized up the 2 guards. These 2 actually had the cultivation of a high-level mystic realm cultivator. He thought that this Goose Sacrifice City was also a place of hidden dragons and crouching tigers. Ling Xiao took out 100 gold coins and stuffed it into the guard's hand. Then, he took out another 500 gold coins and said, "This little brother is filial piety to the two big brothers." The two guards were delighted and immediately said to Ling Xiao, "You're not bad, kid. Hurry up and go in, otherwise it'll be too late." Ling Xiao was stunned for a moment and asked in confusion, "What does this big brother mean?" "Little brother, stop pretending. Although your outfit is a little bad, it's still much better than those arrogant young masters. Go in, we brothers think highly of you," a guard said with a smile. The more Ling Xiao listened, the more puzzled he became. He originally wanted to ask the two of them if this was the way back to the Purple Sky sect, but he could only give up on this idea and enter the city to see what was going on. Chapter 228. Ling Xiao walked into the city and saw that both sides of the street were deserted. This caused him to be extremely puzzled. Could it be that this is a dead city? Ling Xiao was about to spread out his senses when he found a young man about his age running out of a house and running in one direction. Ling Xiao took 2 steps forward and pulled the young man and asked, "Brother, where are you going?" The young man looked at Ling Xiao impatiently and said, "I can tell that you are an outsider at a glance. If you want to know, follow me and we will talk on the way." "Thank you," Ling Xiao replied without hesitation, and walked side by side with the young man in a certain direction. "Brother, do you really not know what happened in Guzhai City?" the young man asked. Ling Xiao shook his head and said, "I am just passing by your place. I really don't know what happened." "Then you are lucky. Today is the day when the high priest of Guzhai City sacrifices the city. At the same time, it is also the day when the high priest's granddaughter chooses her grandson-in-law. All the young masters in the city have gone to participate, and there are also many young talents from big families outside the city. They all came for the high priest's granddaughter. Everyone in the city has gathered at the priest's hall to join in the fun," the young man said proudly. Ling Xiao looked at his excited expression and said with a smile, "Brother, it seems that you have the chance to become the high priest's son-in-law." The young man looked embarrassed and said, "I am just going to take a look and try my luck." It seems that the granddaughter of the high priest must be as beautiful as a fairy. Even someone as handsome as brother has been charmed by her. It is really amazing. Ling Xiao knew how to talk along the lines. Whether it was a man or a woman, being praised by others would feel like they were floating, and this young man was no exception. For a moment, he took Ling Xiao as a friend and said, "Brother, your words are pleasant to hear. No matter what, I am still the most handsome man in Guzhai City, Jia Junan. Maybe I can really get the high priest's favor." Ling Xiao continued to praise Jia Junan. "That's for sure. Brother Jia is a talented man with extraordinary strength. It's inevitable that countless beauties will throw themselves at you. Brother, you're not bad either. How should I address you?" Hearing this, Jia Junan was extremely happy. He immediately hugged Ling Xiao's shoulder and laughed loudly. People who didn't know better would think that Ling Xiao and Jia Junan were good friends and brothers for many years. "This little brother is called Ling Xiao. Compared to brother Jia, I'm far inferior," Ling Xiao said modestly. Then, the two of them put their arms around each other's shoulders and walked toward the priest hall in the square. Along the way, Ling Xiao finally understood the situation of Guzhai City. According to Jia Junan, Chuji City had been built for tens of thousands of years, and it was one of the oldest cities in the northwest. It was a city located between the Purple Sky sect and the moon-worshipping sect, and it was an independent city. For tens of thousands of years, no one dared to invade Chuji City. Those sects that once wanted to annex Chuji City were all obliterated in the long river of history. And in Chuji City, the one with the greatest power was the high priest. No one knew the surname and origin of the high priest. They only knew that he was a mysterious figure that had been passed down since the city was built. Every generation's high priest was a terrifyingly powerful almighty with remarkable abilities. He would always be the highest ruler of Chuji City. He was deeply respected by all the citizens of Chuji City. In Chuji City, there would be a day every year when the high priest would sacrifice the city. It was all because of the ancient legend that Chuji City had been cursed with the myriad generations' ancestral curse. Every year, The high priest had to offer sacrifices to the gods in order to ensure that Chuji City would always prosper and never decline. Otherwise, there would be a disaster of city destruction. Today was the annual day of Chuji City. Every year, this day was the most lively day in Chuji City. All the citizens would gather at the priest hall to worship the ceremony of Chuji City. And today was even more lively than in previous years. Because in addition to the priest ceremony, the high priest's granddaughter would also choose her husband after the priest ceremony. Therefore, today, not only were hundreds of thousands of citizens of Chuji City gathered in front of the priest hall, there were also young talents from great clans who rushed over from nearby cities. They all hoped to obtain the favor of the high priest's granddaughter and become the high priest's grandson-in-law. After listening to Jia Junan's description, Ling Xiao couldn't help being secretly astonished. It seemed that Chuji City was really a mysterious place. It actually became an independent city and was not annexed by other sections. Also, that high priest sounded a bit intimidating, but he didn't know what the high priest's granddaughter looked like. Ling Xiao asked Jia Junan. He had never seen her before, but from what he said, even if the high priest's granddaughter had a pig head, he would still be willing to marry the high priest's granddaughter. Because getting the high priest's granddaughter as a wife was also getting the high priest's recognition. That was supreme glory in Chuji City. At the same time, he would also receive the high priest's grace and would have a meteoric rise. About an hour later, Ling Xiao and Jia Junan arrived in front of the priest hall. Ling Xiao looked over and saw that the large square was already filled with kneeling people of all ages and genders. Their expressions were extremely solemn. It was a black mass that shocked Ling Xiao. Not far from the square, there was a strange sound coming from the ancient and sacred hall that seemed to be able to draw everyone's thoughts. I didn't expect the high priest to be so popular. Ling Xiao couldn't help thinking to himself. Brother Ling, quickly kneel. The priest hall ceremony is about to begin. Jia Junan pulled on Ling Xiao's clothes. Ling Xiao hesitated for a moment, but he still chose to kneel with Jia Junan in a corner. Jia Junan also entered a state of worship like everyone else. Ling Xiao narrowed his eyes, trying to figure out who this high priestess was. How could she be so revered by so many citizens? Following a strange sound, two groups of people wearing black robes slowly walked out of the hall. They all covered their faces, so it was impossible to tell whether they were men or women. The two groups were about the same height, and each of them held a scepter that gave off a dazzling light. Ling Xiao looked at these people and was even more shocked. These two groups of people each had around 20 people. There was a total of 40 people, and each of them had strength no lower than a spirit master. There is indeed something extraordinary about this Guzhai city. Ling Xiao became careful. Just the escort team alone was made up of spirit master experts. It could be seen that Chuji City's strength was definitely not weaker than any sect. After the two groups of people lined up on the left and right, they all raised the scepters in their hands. Their left hands were pressed against their chest, and their heads were slightly bent down. Soon after, another 8 people walked out. These 8 people and the escort team all wore black robes, but there were 2 embroidered patterns on the left and right sides of their robes that looked like dragons and snakes. Just by looking at their clothes, anyone could tell that these 8 people's statuses were much higher than those of the escort team. At the same time, these 8 people split into 4 corners, carrying a huge iron cage. Within the cage was an extremely ferocious and terrifying spirit beast. This spirit beast's head was like a snake, and its body was like a lion. It had 4 fleshy wings and a snake tail full of sharp spikes. Its 4 wings and 2 huge legs were heavily bound by metal chains. Only its bloodthirsty mouth kept letting out strange cries of unwillingness. 8 king-rank spirit beasts, this is too terrifying. And that rank 4 Xie snake spirit beast, this is too terrifying. Ling Xiao was once again shocked by everything in front of him. Ling Xiao couldn't see through the strength of the 8 people carrying the spirit beast, so he knew that they were at least at the king rank. Moreover, the spirit beast they were carrying was clearly an extremely rare Xie snake spirit beast, a terrifying spirit beast that had reached the 4th rank. The 8 people carried the Xiefe snake spirit beast and placed it in the center of the square. 6 more people walked out, and the 2 people walking at the front were the most attractive. One of them was an old man with a long beard that reached his chest, long eyebrows that covered his face, and a beige crown on his head. His body was slender, and he held a scepter in his hand. His steps were light and slow. The one supporting him was a young girl with a delicate figure. Her face was covered with a silk scarf, and she wore a beautiful crown with a red feather on it. She exuded a graceful and noble temperament. She was dressed in transparent yellow satin, and her private parts that were covered by black cloth could be faintly seen. Her healthy, wheat-colored skin was a bit less smooth and delicate, but more wild and tempting. Behind the old man and the young girl were 4 old men dressed in gold, silver, yellow, and gray. These old men respectfully followed behind them, holding trays in their hands. On the trays, there were some things that could not be seen clearly. As soon as these people walked out of the square, the 40 guards and the 8 protectors knelt together and said respectfully, "Welcome, High Priest, welcome, Priestess." After this voice sounded, everyone in the square knelt on the ground and said respectfully, "Welcome, High Priest, welcome, Priestess." The voices of hundreds of thousands of people were as loud and shocking as the morning bell of an ancient tomb. After calling out a few times, all the voices quietened down. Behind the old man and the young girl, an old man in a golden robe walked out and said loudly, "The sacrificial ceremony begins." Then, there was a strange sound of playing music. The 8 protectors carrying the Xiefe serpent opened the black iron cage, and the 8 of them threw the Xiefe serpent, which was more than 10 meters long, into the air. Immediately afterward, the 8 of them attacked at the same time, and 8 powerful spiritual forces attacked the Xiefe serpent like sharp blades. Ding ding! The 8 of them did not attack to kill the Xiefe serpent, but to break all the golden steel chains that locked the Xiefe serpent. Yo! The Xiefe serpent was able to escape. It let out a hissing sound and flew into the sky to escape. The old man with the yellow crown slowly rose into the air, raised the scepter in his hand, and chanted in his heart, "My people, let the gods bless my Jai city and break the curse of the ancestors as soon as possible. May my Jai city prosper and enjoy eternal peace." His voice was like the sound of Sanskrit, which could intoxicate people, make them lose their minds, and make them have fantasies of yearning. After the chanting, the Xiefe serpent flew away. Unexpectedly at this time, the old man exclaimed, "Blood sacrifice my city, break the curse of the ancestors, bless my city." Swoosh! The scepter in the old man's hand emitted a dazzling light, emitting a holy light. A bolt of lightning streaked across the sky, emitting a thunderous explosion. Boom! Yo! A scream shocked the audience, and a pool of blood rain fell from the sky, sprinkling on the head of the crowd. Chapter 229. The rain of blood sprinkled down, dyeing half the sky red. All of the citizens raised their heads and opened their mouths wide, waiting excitedly for the blood to fall. When the drops of bright red beast blood fell, everyone indulged in the blood in their mouths. Their expressions were one of extreme desire and greed, as if the little drops of blood were not enough to satisfy their desires. Everyone continuously breathed in and out, their faces completely red. They looked like hungry ghosts picking their food, looking extremely sinister and frightening. Ling Xiao looked at Jia Junan, who was like everyone else, in shock. He was even more frightened by this strange and sinister scene. Is this the sacrificial ceremony? Why does it look a bit like the blood sacrifice of the ancient legends? Ling Xiao wondered in his heart. Ling Xiao had read about some mysterious shamans in some ancient scrolls. He felt that this kind of blood sacrifice was very similar to the shamans of some ancient race, but there were some differences. Moreover, the records in the ancient scrolls were not complete, so he did not know if his guess was correct. Ling Xiao had thought that the sacrificial ceremony was over, but who knew that this was just the beginning? The old man in midair put his palms together and closed his eyes. The light from the scepter in his hand grew brighter and brighter. Suddenly, the sky was covered by dark clouds, and it was instantly enveloped by darkness. It was as if the world had been plunged into darkness in an instant. High Priest, please protect us lowly people. High Priest, please protect us lowly people. All of the citizens worshipped the High Priest in midair, their mouths repeatedly repeating the same request. After a long time, the scepter in the old man's hand shone brightly again. He raised it high and shouted, "Break for me!" Rumble! A thunderous sound rang out once again. The pitch-black sky seemed to have been split in two by the pillar of light, and it split open in an instant. The scene was spectacular. Everyone's expressions became even more frenzied as they worshipped the old man in midair. In the name of the High Priest, I beseech the heavens to have mercy on our citizens. May the heavens send down sweet dew to wash away our sins. In the name of the High Priest. The old man spread out his palms, his expression solemn as he murmured to the sky. His voice was like that of a god from the 9 heavens, each word shaking the hearts of the people. The sky that had been split open seemed to have heard some summons, and rain began to fall. This time, it was no longer blood, but real rainwater. The rainwater soaked everyone, and at the same time washed away the bloodstains on their faces. Hundreds of thousands of citizens raised their heads and revealed peaceful and content expressions. It seemed that at this moment, they had all been cleansed of their souls, allowing them to forget all their troubles and pain, leaving only happiness and a yearning for joy. My dear citizens, let's celebrate to our heart's content. We've received the blessings of the heavens, the old man said coolly as he slowly descended from the sky. Thank you for the High Priest's gift. Thank you for the High Priest's gift. All the citizens began to celebrate. For a time, the square was filled with the sound of cheers. Ling Zhao's face paled as he stared at the old man. Earth's sovereign rank, there's no way I'm wrong. Ling Xiao looked at the old man descending from the sky, his heart pounding. Based on his extraordinary perception, he was certain that the old man was at least an Earth sovereign rank expert. He hadn't expected such a powerful existence to exist in this city. No wonder it hadn't been annexed by the other sections. Ling Xiao felt that this place was filled with a strange atmosphere, and he had a feeling that something unimaginable was about to happen. Although Ling Xiao was curious, there were so many experts standing guard here, so he quickly curbed his curiosity. It was better to leave this place as soon as possible. If he caused trouble again, then no one would be able to save him. Brother Ling, what are you waiting for? Hurry up and thank the High Priest for his gift. Jia Junan, who was standing beside Ling Xiao, nudged him on the arm. Oh! Ling Xiao responded, but he quickly followed Jia Junan's example and bowed a few times. After the ceremony, hundreds of believers walked out of the main hall, holding some items in their hands and throwing them at the citizens. This caused the citizens to shout excitedly and crazily scramble for it. Jia Junan, who was standing beside Ling Xiao, couldn't care less about him. He squeezed into the crowd to grab the items. Ling Xiao had no intention of participating, but something was thrown at him. He grabbed it, and something appeared in his hand. Ling Xiao opened it and saw that it was a pill. Ling Xiao brought it close to his nose and sniffed it. After a moment of silence, he murmured, What pill is this? Ling Xiao was already a third-grade alchemist, and he had a deep understanding of the thousands of pill formulas in the alchemy technique. He had a certain understanding of all kinds of pills, but he couldn't tell what kind of pill it was. Ling Xiao looked around and saw that the citizens who received the pill immediately swallowed it. Then, they revealed an expression of extreme enjoyment, as if the pill brought them an endless sense of comfort. Ling Xiao hesitated for a moment, but still threw the pill into his mouth. It doesn't seem to have any effect? Ling Xiao said doubtfully. Unexpectedly, the next moment, the medicinal effect in his stomach finally began to change. A wave of pure energy spread out. This energy seemed to contain some kind of special effect, causing his muscles to feel relaxed. His originally vigilant nerves also became relaxed, and his body seemed to have obtained some kind of sublimation, causing him to feel happy both physically and mentally, causing him to unconsciously immerse himself in this kind of feeling. Just as Ling Xiao revealed a comfortable smile like everyone else, The pure energy in his body split off a small amount of black energy and swam into his spiritual sea. Why did something like this come in? In his spiritual sea, Lu Weng discovered the abnormality and raised his hand to wrap around the black energy. Just as Lu Weng bound the black energy, Ling Xiao instantly regained his senses. What's going on? Could it be an illusion? Ling Xiao sensed his body and found nothing strange. After taking the pill, he clearly felt that his energy had increased by a lot, but now it was still the same. At this time, the golden-robed elder in the middle of the square said in a clear voice, "Children of the High Priestess, you have all received God's gift. You can go back in peace. Of course, young men under the age of 25 can stay. Next is the priestess husband selection time." After the golden emissary's announcement, the citizens didn't disperse. Instead, they cheered even more heartily and crazily, especially the young men. All of them seemed to be on steroids, as if they all wanted to become the high priestess's grandson-in-law. Under the protection of the believers, all the citizens cleared a 2-meter-wide path. The golden-robed elder said again, "All those who are above the mystic knight rank and under the age of 25 can come forward." Soon after, many young people walked out from all directions and headed for the empty space in the middle of the square. Jia Junan appeared beside Ling Xiao at some point and shouted, "Brother Ling, I'm going up. Remember to cheer for me." "Don't worry, Brother Jia, I have faith in you," Ling Xiao encouraged. "Thank you, brother," Jia Junan responded and immediately squeezed out of the crowd and walked up. To be honest, Ling Xiao didn't have faith in Jia Junan at all. Although this guy had the strength of a low-level mystic knight, all the young people who walked up had this kind of strength. There were even more than a dozen of them who were already at the spirit master rank. Ling Xiao sighed in his heart. Fortunately, he had left Meteorite City long ago. He, who was once called the #1 genius of Meteorite City, was just an unremarkable name in front of these people. These young geniuses were not any weaker than his fellow disciples in the Purple Sky sect. After a while, there were already hundreds of young people gathered in the middle of the square. These were not only the majority of the heroes of Chuzhai City, but also the geniuses of other cities. All of them were excited and full of fighting spirit. Among them, the most eye-catching were the dozen or so young people standing at the very front. They didn't show excited expressions like the others. Instead, they all had calm expressions, and their expressions were filled with arrogance and disdain. None of the surrounding young people dared to approach them. These were the dozen or so spirit master experts that Ling Xiao noticed from the beginning. There was only one level difference between spirit master and mystic knight, but their strength couldn't be mentioned in the same breath. They could already produce the pressure of a spirit master, so how could the surrounding mystic knight youths get close to them? After all the young people stood in place, the priestess finally appeared. She was the young girl who appeared with the elder who held the ceremony earlier. She was barefooted, and with light steps, she came to a red high platform that had already been built. All the young men looked at the priestess who appeared, and all of them revealed an extreme desire to possess her. Although the priestess wore a veil and her face couldn't be seen clearly, her faintly discernible wheat-colored skin, that snake-like waist, and the charm that emanated from her every movement, were all dazzling. Ling Xiao, who was among the crowd, also praised in his heart, "This woman is really alluring." The priestess looked around at the young men below the platform, and her beautiful eyes revealed some worry. "Child, you can begin." A hoarse voice reached the priestess' ears. The priestess' body trembled slightly, and something appeared in her hand. It was an embroidered ball. Ling Xiao looked at the embroidered ball in the priestess' hands and laughed in his heart. This girl also believes in karma? The priestess held the embroidered ball in front of her chest, and her beautiful eyes were tightly closed. Her jade lips moved slightly, as if she was praying for something. At this time, all the young men became even more excited, and the dozen or so young people who didn't smile all the time also revealed some light in their eyes. The embroidered ball was thrown high up by the priestess. Chapter 230. The moment the embroidered ball was thrown up, most of the youths jumped up, trying to be the first to grab the embroidered ball. The onlookers immediately cheered in unison. The first young man to grab the embroidered ball didn't even have time to rejoice before he was kicked away by one of the youths, and the embroidered ball immediately changed hands. The man who just got the embroidered ball seemed to want to immediately rush to the high platform, but he found that one of his feet was grabbed by someone, and then he was thrown out. For a moment, countless punches and kicks greeted him. A miserable scream came out, and that person was seriously injured by a dozen youths, and the embroidered ball changed hands again. Suddenly, a chaotic battle broke out in the center of the square. In order to fight for the embroidered ball, those youths all fought with all their might. Those who weren't strong enough were seriously injured one after another, and their blood splattered all over the sky, their lives hanging by a thread. Fortunately, every time a person lost the ability to fight for the embroidered ball, someone would come to his aid and drag him out, barely managing to be trampled to death by the crowd. The surrounding citizens didn't think that this scene was cruel, and instead, they all cheered and screamed even more heartily. Ling Xiao was tongue-tied by the scene. At the same time, he felt like his horizons had been broadened. Although in his previous life, he also knew that some races also used this kind of method to choose a son-in-law, but this was the first time he saw such a real scene. After a fierce battle, there were fewer and fewer youths fighting for the embroidered ball in the middle of the square. And that Jia Junan had long been seriously injured, and no one knew where he was dragged to recuperate. When there were only a few dozen people left, among the dozen or so young experts who hadn't moved, one finally couldn't help but rush out. "You trash are not qualified to participate in the competition." That person shouted wildly, and with a wave of one hand, a ball of golden spiritual power smashed into the few youths who were fighting for the embroidered ball. Boom! In one move, the few youths who were fighting for the embroidered ball were blasted away. That young man slowly walked to the front of the embroidered ball, picked it up, and lightly tossed it a few times. He disdainfully said to those mystic disciple-rank youngsters who wanted to step forward, "Get out of my way if you don't want to die." An invisible pressure emerged from the young man's body, forcing the youths who were about to step forward to take a few steps back. They hesitated for a moment, but no one dared to take another step forward. At least you know what's good for you." The young man arrogantly snorted. Holding the embroidered ball, he was about to fly towards the priestess on the high platform. Unexpectedly, a figure covered in flames swept towards him from behind. At the same time, a gorgeous sword ray descended from the sky. "You want to plot against this young master? Dream on." The young man seemed to have sensed it long ago, and the spear on his back flew out, sweeping away the sword light. At the same time, he didn't stop and sped up. "Come down for me!" The fire figure shouted angrily, and the sword light in his hand slashed out dozens of spirit energy beams towards the young man's back. The young man knew that if he continued to force his way up, he would immediately be dismembered. He had no choice but to fly to the side to defend, and the pistol in his hand took the shape of a round shield, blocking the sword light attack. At this moment, another two young experts made their move. They seized the opportunity, and while the young man holding the embroidered ball was distracted, they simultaneously attacked with all their strength. Two water-light sword shadows attacked the young man from the left and right. The young man was attacked from the front and back, and the opponent had caught him by surprise. He had no time to defend, and his body was hit by two swords. Fortunately, he had the dark protection force to block a portion of the attack, or else he would have been dismembered. The embroidered ball changed hands again, and was obtained by the fire attribute youth. At the same time, several other youths joined the battle. They were all the geniuses and elites of the large clans. They all had high-level profound weapons in their hands, and they all used high-level profound skills. For a moment, it was hard to decide who the embroidered ball would belong to. The battle between spirit master experts was much more intense than the battle between profound scholar experts, and it was even more attractive. All sorts of different attribute attacks were like brilliant fireworks that continuously blossomed. It looked extremely beautiful and moving. Currently, there were still 5 youths who hadn't joined the battle. These 5 youths all had the cultivation of intermediate spirit masters. They were the 5 with the strongest strength out of all of the youths. The youth in the middle wore a golden robe, and his face was like a crown of stars. He was in high spirits, and his figure was slender. He held a golden sword in front of his chest, and a smile that seemed to be there was on his face. It was enough to instantly kill any young girl or young woman. He was the most handsome of the 5. Not far to his right was a youth with a pale complexion. He was the youngest of the 5, but his strength wasn't any weaker than the other 4. He wore a pure white robe, and he had a refined and handsome face. He held a white paper fan in his hand, and he waved it leisurely and contentedly. He coughed lightly from time to time, as if his body was unwell. Not far to the left of the golden robe youth was a youth wearing gray martial clothes. This person looked extremely mature, and he didn't look like he was only 25 years old at all. He looked more like a 35-year-old robust man. His body was extremely tall and strong, and his muscles were exposed. Tendons that were like green snakes could be seen, and he looked extremely sinister. On his back hung a heavy broadsword, and it was extremely eye-catching. Another youth wore a fiery red defensive armor, and his entire body was emitting intense flames. He held a red long spear in his hand, and his expression was extremely arrogant and disdainful. It was as if the battle in front of him was child's play, and not worthy of his attention. The last youth wore a black cloak, and his face was covered with a black cloth. It was impossible to see his face clearly. His spiritual energy was restrained, and it was impossible to distinguish his cultivation attribute. However, he was the most solitary. Everyone was standing, and only he was sitting on the ground. He seemed to be meditating, and he wasn't affected by the outside world at all. "Brother Feng Hao, if you're not going, then I'll go first," the youth wearing the red armor said to the golden robe youth in the middle. The golden robe youth smiled faintly and said, "Brother Feng Hao, please go ahead." The youth wearing the red armor snorted lightly, and with a turn of his red long spear, a red ring of fire flew towards the few youths fighting in front of him. "All of you scram!" The red-armored youth jumped into the air, and his red spear smashed down once again. The few people who were fighting over the embroidered ball were not mediocre. They were all spirit master experts, so they would not be scared off by the red guard's shout. Instead, they each raised their profound level weapons and charged towards the red guard's young man to kill him. A group of people who overestimate themselves. The red-armored youth said disdainfully, and the red spear in his hands swept out continuously. Powerful fire dragons roared as they charged towards the few people who were charging towards them. Rumble! The spiritual energy collided, and the sound shook the earth. The red-armored youth's combat strength was extraordinary. With the red spear in his hand, he was like a red god of war, and with every move, he pushed one person back. With the strength of one person, he was still able to deal with 7 people with ease. For a moment, the surrounding citizens all began to praise him. As expected of the Fan clan's genius. Looks like he has a chance of becoming the High Priestess's grandson-in-law. Yeah, the Fan clan is a large clan in our city, and is worthy of the priestess. That's hard to say. The Feng clan's genius, young Master Feng Hao, hasn't even made a move yet. He became a middle spirit master before young Master Fan Dongzi. That's true, but young Master Fan is of the fire attribute, while young Master Feng is of the metal attribute. Their attributes counter each other, so it's hard to say who will win. The intense battle had reached its climax, and the young experts all took out pills and consumed them, greatly increasing their strength. The young man in red armor seemed to be unable to suppress the 7 of them. Just as he was hesitating about whether or not to consume the pills, the tall and sturdy youth raised his heavy blade and entered the fray. "Hurry up and clean up this trash so we can have a good fight." The tall youth chose to stand on the red-armored youth's side, and attacked the other 7 youths. But the young man in the red guard responded and increased his firepower. 2 middle spirit masters against 7 low spirit masters, victory and defeat were quickly decided. The 7 low spirit masters were swept out by the 2 of them. The red-armored youth had expended a lot of energy, and as soon as he stopped, he took out a pill and consumed it. At this moment, a black shadow flashed like a ghost. Papa! Dozens of powerful palm strikes landed on the back of the young man in red armor. Blood splattered out as the young man in red armor was sent flying into the sea of people. Bastard! A shocking roar rang out, and an old man darted out from the sea of people to grab the red-armored youth who had yet to fall. Without another word, the old man immediately took out a pill and stuffed it into the red-armored youth's mouth. No one had expected that someone would launch a sneak attack, and that the timing of the sneak attack had been very precise. The person who had launched the sneak attack was the black-cloaked youth who had been sitting cross-legged. Black Sand Print, you evil scoundrel! How dare you harm a member of my fan family? The old man holding the red-armored youth flew up and roared at the black-cloaked youth. Suddenly, a huge golden hand flew out from the hall and slammed heavily towards the old man from the Fan clan. The old man from the Fan clan was slammed heavily into the ground by the palm. Fanji, stand down. If you dare interfere again, you'll be killed without mercy. A faint voice rang out from the palace. The Fan family elder crawled to his feet and wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. The anger on his face had completely disappeared, and instead he looked panicked. He bowed towards the palace and said, "Thank you, Gold Emissary, for sparing my life." Then, the Fan family elder carried the red-armored youth and hurriedly left the square. Ling Xiao was shocked once more. The Fan family elder had been a king-level expert, but he'd been sent flying with a single palm strike. It seemed that the gold emissary's strength was quite terrifying. The red-armored youth had been heavily injured, and there were only 4 young experts left. The final winner would depend on their own ability. Chapter 231. In the center of the plaza, aside from the priestess on the high platform, there were only 4 young middle spirit masters. The handsome young man in the golden robe was an expert of the younger generation from the Feng clan, one of the large clans in Guzhai City. His name was Feng Hao, and he was a middle spirit master who had just turned 25. He was even stronger than Fan Dongzi, who was also from Guzhai City. After all, he had broken through to middle spirit master a year earlier than Fan Dongzi. The pale young man with the white paper fan was called Xian Yao, and his identity was unknown. All that was known was that he was a guest invited by the high priestess, so his background must not be small. Furthermore, he was the youngest middle spirit master among the 4 on the platform, and he was only 22 years old. At such a young age, he was able to achieve such valiant strength, which could be seen in Tenbin. The tall and mature young man was a young expert from a large clan in a nearby city. His name was Luo Leihu, and he would be 26 years old in a few days. This time, he had hit the jackpot and was able to make it in time for the priestess to choose her concubine. If he was a few days late, he would be over 25 years old, and he would lose the right to participate. As for the cloaked young man, his background was unknown. All that was known was that his name was Wei Ying, and he had a lot of battle experience. He was an expert in sneak attacks, and Fan Dongzi was wearing a defensive armor, but he was still able to seize the opportunity to heavily injure him. This was enough to show his ability. Luo Leihu, who had fought with Fan Dongzi against the 7 low spirit masters, looked at him with dissatisfaction and said, "This kind of sneak attack scoundrel is not worthy of competing with us for the priestess. Let me kick you out now." After saying that, Luo Leihu stomped on the ground with 1 foot, and his entire body was like a ferocious tiger as he pounced towards the cloaked young man. His fist was like a falling boulder as it smashed towards Wei Ying. Wei Ying looked at the incoming Luo Leihu and said with disdain, "Hee, a barbarian bull like you is not qualified for me to come out." He sneered and unexpectedly punched Luo Leihu head-on. Boom! The 2 of them used strength against strength, and their fists collided. In just an instant, they were both pushed back. Luo Leihu had only taken 3 steps back, while Wei Ying had taken 6 steps back. The power of this punch was enough to prove whose fist was more powerful. You dare to be so arrogant with such little spiritual energy? Scoundrels will always be scoundrels. Luo Leihu's aura surged as he prepared to gather his spiritual energy and blasted at Wei Ying. Unexpectedly, just as he took a step forward, his entire body stopped. He looked at his already pitch-black fist and said with an abnormally angry expression, You used poison? A raging bull is a raging bull. Don't you understand that all is fair in war? Wei Ying sneered in disdain. Luo Leihu suppressed his anger and immediately took out a pill to swallow. However, Wei Ying did not give him the chance to do so. He blasted out several streams of black mist toward Luo Leihu. It really is a dark attribute attack. Xian Yao, who had not made a move yet, was slightly surprised. Finally, he began to move. He waved the white paper fan in his hand, and a flash of white light shot out. Sizzle! The black and white spiritual energy intertwined with each other and the two masses of Xian energy disappeared. Wei Ying looked at Xian Yao in surprise and said, Light attribute spiritual energy. Are you from the Light Star Hall? Xian Yao smiled and opened his white paper fan. A few pictures of beautiful women appeared on the paper. He coughed lightly and said, You've guessed wrong. I'm just a wild man who doesn't dare to associate with the Light Star Palace. You, on the other hand, should be from the Spectre sect, right? Wei Ying narrowed his eyes and said, You really are not from the Light Star Hall? Is that really that important? Xian Yao said lightly. Since you're not, then go to hell. Wei Ying took advantage of the moment Xian Yao waved his fan and rushed toward Xian Yao like a ghost. His palms once again blasted out with all his strength. Facing this move, Xian Yao still had a faint smile on his face. The white paper fan in his hand was still as light as before, as if he did not care about this move at all. Scoundrel, your opponent is me. Luo Leihu, who was at the side, roared and instantly unsheathed the heavy saber on his back. A thunderous saber light flashed with thin arcs of electricity as it blasted toward Wei Ying. Lightning attributes spiritual energy. Ling Xiao, who had been paying attention to the battle, revealed a surprised expression. He clearly saw that Luo Leihu had used an earth attribute attack, but in the blink of an eye, it had turned into a lightning attribute attack. It seemed that Luo Leihu was a dual cultivator of lightning and earth. Wei Ying did not expect Luo Leihu to be so fierce even after being poisoned. He immediately gave up on attacking Xian Yao and flipped a few times in the air before dodging Luo Leihu's fierce attack. However, Luo Leihu did not give up and continued to attack Wei Ying with the heavy saber in his hand. Rumble, rumble, rumble. The sound of thunder rang out in the middle of the square. The marble on the square was struck by the power of the lightning, causing rocks to fly everywhere and dust to rise. Lightning attacks are worthy of being called the strongest attribute. It's too terrifying. I didn't expect this big guy to be so fierce. It seems that it won't be easy for the young master of the Feng clan to obtain the embroidered ball. That's hard to say. Young Master Feng Hao still hasn't made a move. It looks like he's waiting until the end to reap the benefits. That's possible. I hope that young Master Feng Hao can obtain the embroidered ball. The Feng clan is still the #1 clan in Guzhai City, and it would be a match made in heaven for him to marry the priestess. The citizens began to discuss in low voices. In the middle of the square, Wei Ying still did not fight head-on with Luo Leihu. He only used strange footwork to dodge Luo Leihu's attacks, causing him to return empty-handed. Scoundrel, don't dodge if you have the guts. I, Luo Leihu, will chop you into pieces. Luo Leihu angrily shouted. Although his attacks were powerful, he was not fast enough, and he could not lock onto Wei Ying's strange movements. Wei Ying ignored Luo Leihu and sneered inwardly, Barbarian bull, increase your attacks. The blackness will spread even faster. You forced me to do this. Today, I'll definitely cut off your dog head. Luo Leihu cursed when he was at his wit's end. He leaped high into the air and gathered lightning attribute spiritual energy around his body. His heavy saber pointed to the sky as a purple light enveloped his body. Rumble! Up in the sky, a bolt of lightning seemed to have been summoned and actually broke through the air. He can actually attract lightning from the heavens to his body. Even a high-ranked spirit master would not dare to take this move head-on. This guy is really strong. Ling Xiao muttered to himself as he looked at Luo Leihu. At the same time, he was secretly comparing himself to Luo Leihu. If he used his full strength to take on Luo Leihu's move, he would most likely be the one to lose. Xian Yao looked at Luo Leihu and shook his head. Forcing yourself to use this move will only make you suffer. As soon as he finished speaking, Luo Leihu, who had yet to make his move, swayed a few times in the air and then fell to the ground. Finally acting up, Wei Ying sneered and once again moved towards the falling Luo Leihu. Xian Yao once again blocked Wei Ying and said, "He has already been defeated. Why must you be so ruthless? Hateful guy. Since you want to stop me from killing him, then I'll kill you." Wei Ying looked at Xian Yao with extreme disgust and a pair of black gloves appeared on his palms. This was his true Xian artifact, the one he had used to sneak attack Fan Dongzi. It was a high-grade third-stage Xian artifact. This time, he was planning to use his real Xian artifact. Black Sand Palm. Wei Ying shouted and in an instant, dozens of black palm shadows were sent out. Xian Yao circulated his dark protection force and waved the white paper fan in his hand casually. The dozens of fan shadows were like butterflies, all blocking Wei Ying's black palm shadows. Wei Ying's move was just a ruse. His strange footwork appeared again and he circled to Xian Yao's side. A thin black needle appeared in his hand and he shot it towards Xian Yao. Be careful of hidden weapons. Luo Leihu couldn't help but remind Wei Ying from the ground. Xian Yao quickly leaped away and at the same time, he closed the white paper fan in his hand and pointed at Wei Ying a few times. Several white lights intertwined and shot towards Wei Ying like stars. Wei Ying's sneak attack had failed and he continuously retreated to avoid Xian Yao's attack. In his heart, he was extremely angry at Luo Leihu. If Luo Leihu hadn't helped him just now, he would have immediately defeated Xian Yao. He thought to himself, I can't let this go on. Otherwise, it will only benefit that brat who hasn't made a move yet. Wei Ying was very cautious. He knew that if he continued to fight with Xian Yao, it wouldn't be beneficial to him. Thus, he changed his direction and attacked Feng Hao, who was watching the show. Feng Hao revealed a confident smile and muttered, "It seems that I can't even take advantage of her. If that's the case, then let me quickly end this game." Feng Hao didn't meet Wei Ying's attack head-on. Instead, he avoided his direction and rushed towards the embroidered ball that had fallen in the middle of the arena. In order to become the High Priestess son-in-law, one didn't just have to fight to the end. Instead, one had to obtain the embroidered ball, rush to the High Priestess on the platform, and present it to her. Then, that person would become the Priestess son-in-law. In your dreams, Wei Ying saw through Feng Hao's intentions with a glance. He increased his speed again and attacked Feng Hao's back with both palms. If Feng Hao insisted on picking up the embroidered ball, he would be seriously injured by his palms. Feng Hao naturally didn't dare to take the risk. However, he was also quite skilled. He waved his hand and a golden light blocked Wei Ying's attack. At the same time, he flipped his body and landed in front of the embroidered ball. When his feet landed, he picked up the embroidered ball and threw it into the air. Using the momentum of his toes, he leaped up and the embroidered ball was about to fall into his hands. Xian Yao watched from the side and smiled. "You're not the fated person. You'd better take the embroidered ball later." As he spoke, he waved his white paper fan. His spiritual energy brought about a strong gust of wind and blew the embroidered ball to the other side. Feng Hao glared at Xian Yao with dissatisfaction. However, he didn't have time to ask for the embroidered ball anymore. He immediately returned to defend against Wei Ying. Xian Yao took the opportunity to run towards the embroidered ball. Feng Hao was determined to win this battle, so he wasn't willing to let Xian Yao get it so easily. Extreme Metal Slash. Feng Hao shouted. His whole body shone with a golden light and spiritual energy spread out from his body. The golden sword in his hand instantly swung out countless sharp golden blades. Wei Ying, who was closest to Feng Hao, was the first to bear the brunt of the attack. There was no way for him to avoid it. He could only continuously send out black palm shadows to shatter the golden blades. However, Feng Hao's move was a top green stair sword technique. It was extremely powerful. There was still a gap between Wei Ying's strength and Feng Hao's. After defending for a long time, the golden blades cut through his dark protection force. Blood trickled out from the gaps between his flesh. If Feng Hao took the opportunity to attack again, Wei Ying might not be able to block it. However, Feng Hao didn't want to fight to the death with Wei Ying. His target was still the embroidered ball. Feng Hao's attack changed direction and swept towards Xian Yao. There were only golden sword shadows left in the middle of the square. Chapter 232. Xian Yao didn't expect Feng Hao to be so powerful, and his relaxed demeanor disappeared. He spun the white paper fan in his hand, and a dazzling white light appeared in front of him, forming a multi-shaped shield that blocked the incoming golden blade. Clang, clang, clang. The sharp weapons clashed, producing a series of ear-piercing sounds. The citizens retreated, and they couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. On the high platform, the priestess' beautiful eyes were still calm, as if it had nothing to do with her who obtained the embroidered ball. Xian Yao couldn't block Feng Hao's powerful attack in the end, and his body was sent flying more than 10 meters away, a stream of blood spurting out of his mouth. He knelt on one knee and wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth with one hand. He smiled. It's fate. It seems that I have no part in this fate and I can't force it. Xian Yao stood up, not a trace of resentment on his face, and retreated to the side with his white paper fan, no longer participating in the fight. Ling Xiao looked at Xian Yao, who didn't seem disappointed at all, and praised, "This guy is quite interesting." "At least you know what's good for you," Feng Hao said to the retreating Xian Yao. He immediately took out a pill and popped it into his mouth, then walked towards the embroidered ball. At this moment, all the citizens cheered, as if they all believed that Feng Hao would definitely win the favor of the priestess. Feng Hao picked up the embroidered ball, smiled charmingly at the priestess on the high platform, and leaped up. At this moment, a small black poisonous needle shot towards Feng Hao without a sound. No one expected the injured Wei Ying to launch another sneak attack. Feng Hao was also dizzy from his victory, and he didn't even have the slightest bit of vigilance. The poisonous needle sank into his abdomen, and the strong poison numbed his movements, causing him to fall down in an instant. Wei Ying took the opportunity to get up again, and tried to snatch the embroidered ball from Feng Hao's hand. "Haha, I finally got it." Wei Ying snatched the embroidered ball and laughed proudly, then leaped up to the high platform. Feng Hao stared wide-eyed at Wei Ying snatching away the fruit of his victory. He was enraged. Ignoring the poison in his body, he struggled again and shouted, "Despicable man, don't even think about succeeding." Feng Hao shouted. He grabbed Wei Ying's cloak with one hand and pulled him down. Wei Ying's cloak was pulled off by Feng Hao. The black cloth covering him fell off too, revealing an extremely ugly face. There were only a few strands of hair on his head, which made him look extremely disgusting. This is simply a monster, too disgusting. This is too unsightly. This guy has no shame at all in trying to fight for the priestess. He doesn't know his place at all. That's right, we can't let this guy get the embroidered ball. Young Master Feng Hao, you must stop him. When the surrounding citizens saw Wei Ying's disgusting and ferocious appearance, they all spoke indignantly. Wei Ying had always been self-conscious about her appearance. Now that it had been exposed, she was enraged. "I'll kill you." Wei Ying turned around, his murderous intent clear. He launched several palm strikes at Feng Hao's chest, each strike containing powerful spiritual energy. Feng Hao stubbornly resisted, barely circulating his spiritual energy to resist. Feng Hao was like a broken kite as he was sent flying dozens of meters by Wei Ying. Wei Ying didn't stop there. He once again chased after Feng Hao. He raised one hand, and a thick black mist gathered in the center of his palm. "Go to hell." Wei Ying slammed his palm heavily towards Feng Hao's forehead. Wei Ying's actions showed that he was determined to kill Feng Hao. Unexpectedly, Luo Leihu, who had been poisoned and had lost his ability to fight, suddenly sprang up. Bang bang. Luo Leihu's fist struck Wei Ying's back, catching him off guard. Wei Ying didn't expect Luo Leihu to launch an attack at this moment. The powerful spiritual energy sent him flying, and the embroidered ball in his hand was also thrown high. Luo Leihu had only condensed the power of one move. He forced a smile as he watched Wei Ying fly away. This is called giving him a taste of his own medicine. After saying that, he completely fainted. The citizens were all dumbfounded. Everyone could only stare blankly in the direction that the embroidered ball had flown in. Finally, the embroidered ball steadily landed in the hands of a young man. For a moment, that young man became the focus of everyone's attention. What is this? Ling Xiao asked in a daze as he looked at the embroidered ball in his hands. He then looked at the citizens staring at him and couldn't react for a moment. Silence. The scene became silent. Ling Xiao was very scared by everyone's gazes. He couldn't help but shake the embroidered ball in his hand. It flew over on its own. It's none of my business. I'll give it back to her. After saying that, Ling Xiao quickly used his strength to throw the embroidered ball back into the hands of the priestess on the high platform not far away. All right, it's none of my business. Don't look at me like that. Although this young master is very handsome, I'm not a casual person. Ling Xiao looked at the townspeople who were still staring at him, slowly retreating as he spoke. Why did he feel as if something bad was about to happen? Xian Yao looked at Ling Xiao from not far away and said with a bitter smile, "It's fated. He can't escape. What a lucky guy." The priestess has been decided. Everyone cheer as much as you want. A vast voice rang out from the hall. All the citizens cried out in surprise. Before Ling Xiao could retreat from the crowd, he was lifted up by the citizens around him. "Hey, what are you doing?" Ling Xiao's body trembled as he immediately broke free from the citizens' hands and feet. "Priestess, of course we're asking you to go to the priestess' side." A citizen replied with a cheer. "That's right, we'll all carry you up." For a moment, the citizens all rushed towards Ling Xiao one after another. "Oh my God! How could this young master be your vassal? This is a misunderstanding." Ling Xiao let out a strange cry and immediately jumped up. He grabbed the citizen's shoulders and quickly left. "Catch the vassal!" The priestess on the platform finally stood up and shouted. Just as she finished speaking, a shadow dashed out from a corner. In a flash, it was on top of Ling Xiao's head. "Vassal, come back with me." That person single-handedly grabbed Ling Xiao and dragged him back to the platform. "Sir, what's going on? I didn't participate in the fight. How could I be a vassal? Is there a mistake?" Ling Xiao struggled to speak. This was the first time Ling Xiao had faced such a situation. How did he become a vassal for no reason? That person didn't reply and only brought him back to the platform before disappearing again. "Congratulations, priestess." "Congratulations, vassal." "Congratulations, priestess." "Congratulations, vassal." All the citizens knelt to the priestess and Ling Xiao on the platform and gave their blessings. What's going on? Ling Xiao anxiously looked at the citizens and murmured. He didn't dare to run anymore. With a king-level powerhouse by his side, he had no chance of escaping. The priestess gracefully walked over to Ling Xiao and looked at Ling Xiao with a helpless and resigned expression. She faintly said, "Vassal, please help me take off my silk scarf. From now on, you will be my husband." The priestess' voice was very sweet and pleasant to listen to, but there was a hint of resentment in it. Ling Xiao looked at the priestess and said, "I say, girl, are you mistaken? I didn't fight for the embroidered ball at all. It fell into my hands by itself. I'm just returning it to you. Is that wrong?" "That's enough. Because of this, you will be my vassal. If you aren't willing to marry me, then I can only commit suicide in front of you, or..." The priestess said. "Or what?" Ling Xiao impatiently asked. "Or you can die from the blood sacrifice of 10,000 gu," the priestess said lightly. In an instant, Ling Xiao's body felt extremely cold. The blood sacrifice of 10,000 gu sounded sinister and frightening, and it was definitely an extremely cruel way to die. What should I do?" Ling Xiao asked worriedly. "Vassal, hurry up and take off my scarf," the priestess urged. "If I die, then I die. If you're like Sister Ruhua, then this young master's illustrious reputation will be buried here." Ling Xiao clenched his teeth and roughly tore off the priestess' scarf. Immediately, a pure and flawless face fell into Ling Xiao's eyes, causing him to freeze. Looking at the priestess in front of him, Ling Xiao couldn't help but lightly praise, so beautiful. She had a beautiful mole in the center of her eyebrows. Not only did this mole not affect her appearance, it gave her a wild sense of beauty. Her thin, jade-like lips exuded a translucent luster, and a pair of pearl earrings hung from them, giving her a liveliness. Although her beauty couldn't compare to Yunmingqi's, it was more gentle than Yunmingqi's. Although her beauty couldn't compare to Ji Beixin's, it was even more alluring than Ji Beixin's. All men couldn't help but have the urge to conquer her. The priestess could definitely be called a peerless beauty. In response to Ling Xiao's praise, the priestess couldn't help but lightly tremble and say, "Vassal, we're about to carry out the wedding ceremony." After saying this, the priestess's cheeks flushed a few times. Wedding ceremony? Are we going to bow to heaven and earth? Ling Xiao came back to his senses and asked in surprise. The priestess didn't use words to reply, but instead hooked her delicate hand around Ling Xiao's neck and kissed Ling Xiao's thick lips. Ling Xiao's body stiffened, and his mind went blank. This young master was forcefully kissed. Then, the hundreds of thousands of people below the high platform all shouted in unison. "Congratulations, Your Highness, and congratulations, vassal. Congratulations, Your Highness, and congratulations, vassal." Among the citizens, Jia Junan, who came with Ling Xiao, looked at Ling Xiao, who was forcefully kissed, and said to himself, "This guy is really a dog's luck. If I had known earlier, I wouldn't have brought him here." Chapter 233. A sweet taste entered Ling Xiao's mouth, and a faint virgin fragrance assailed his nostrils. All of Ling Xiao's defenses had collapsed. No matter when, Ling Xiao's greatest weakness was that when he met a beautiful woman, especially such a peerless beauty, he couldn't control himself. Unexpectedly, just as he was about to counterattack, something seemed to enter his mouth and drill into it. Ling Xiao pushed the priestess away and asked, "What did you put in there?" "Love parasite. From now on, you are my husband," the priestess said indifferently. "Love parasite? What's that?" Ling Xiao murmured in confusion. Then an old voice sounded out, "My people, cheer as much as you like. Let us send the priestess and the priestess into the bridal chamber." The citizens of the city cheered again, and the scene became extremely lively. Subsequently, 8 king-rank experts flew out while carrying a large lotus-shaped bed that seemed like a mobile palace. For a moment, more than 10 spirit master women carried flower baskets that emitted bright and delicious flower petals. Ling Xiao stared at the pink bed in front of him. There was a faint floral fragrance coming from it, and he was completely stunned. A flower bed carried by king stage experts? Ling Xiao rubbed his eyes in disbelief. However, before he could come back to his senses, he was carried into the flower bed. Ling Xiao's eyes widened as he watched the priestess carry him into the flower bed, and his expression became even more shocked. You've already reached the king stage?" Ling Xiao asked in disbelief. The priestess from before was probably a year or two younger than him, but she was already a king stage expert at such a young age. This Tenbin was even more terrifying than Yun Mingqi, who had received the inheritance. The priestess didn't answer Ling Xiao's question. Instead, she sat quietly and allowed the 8 king stage experts to carry the flower bed into a quiet and secluded courtyard within the main hall. The courtyard was extremely wide, and all sorts of unknown flowers and plants were planted around it. Looking at these flowers and plants, Ling Xiao was once again shocked to the point of numbness. Ling Xiao had read the catalog of magic herbs in depth, but he still didn't know much about the flowers and plants here. However, he did recognize 2 stalks of poisonous grass. One was a Tier 3 high-tier black snow silkworm vine, and the other was a Tier 4 low-tier 1000-year black widow. There were also a few other stalks of poisonous grass between Tier 3 and Tier 4 low-tier. Ling Xiao glanced at a corner and was attracted by a blooming flower with blue patterns. He couldn't help but exclaim, "Deep star blue." Ling Xiao jumped down from the flower bed and ran towards the stalk of spirit herb. It really is serene star blue. Wonderful. Wonderful. Ling Xiao seemed to have forgotten his own situation. Looking at the flower in front of him, he shouted, "It really is serene star blue. This servant also knows about the star blue?" The priestess walked over from behind and asked calmly. According to the customs of Guji City, the priestess was already Ling Xiao's wife. Regardless of whether she truly liked him or not, she had already accepted her fate. Fortunately, this guy's strength wasn't any worse than those people who were easy to fight over, and he didn't look lazy either. At least he was a bit better than that ugly freak, and could barely be considered a match for her. If Ling Xiao knew that he, the most handsome man in the Northwest, was only a bit better than that ugly freak Wei Ying, he would probably vomit blood on the spot. Of course I know. A mid-tier tier 4 poisonous grass. Any little bit can poison a tier 3 spiritual herb to death. Ling Xiao didn't notice how the priestess addressed him and nodded in response. The priestess's beautiful eyes revealed a bit of a strange expression, and then she asked, "Is this star blue useful to you?" "Useful, very useful." Before Ling Xiao could finish, he immediately closed his mouth and smiled awkwardly, just casually looking around. How could he forget that this was someone else's territory? This star serene flower was a mid-tier tier 4 poisonous grass, and it was very valuable. Even if he wanted it, he wouldn't dare to snatch it from someone else. "Oh, in any case, this place will belong to you in the future. You can look however you want," the priestess said calmly. At this time, Ling Xiao suddenly remembered that he had been inexplicably treated as someone else's servant. From the looks of it, she wasn't joking. If he didn't make things clear, he really wouldn't know what to do this time. "How about we discuss something?" Ling Xiao looked at the priestess seriously and said. The priestess said, "Sure, but first into the room." "Oh my, could it be that this girl is a tyrant? Then is this young master's illustrious reputation going to end here?" Ling Xiao thought in fear. However, at this point, he could only bite the bullet and follow the priestess into the room. The interior of the room was decorated in an extremely festive and elegant manner. The screen and curtains were extremely hazy and ethereal. At one end of the room was a large soft couch that was more than 2 meters wide. On the desk was a carving of a dragon and a phoenix intertwining with each other. It looked very lifelike. Beside the bed was a dressing table carved from 1,000-year-old sandalwood. When Ling Xiao entered the room, he couldn't help but feel flustered. Could it be that we're really going to the bridal room? Isn't it a little too fast? The priestess brought a sandalwood table, took out a wine jug, and poured wine into 2 cups. A different kind of wine fragrance filled the entire room. Medicinal wine? Ling Xiao also drank often. Just by smelling the wine fragrance, he could guess that what the priestess was pouring was not ordinary wine, but medicinal wine. He just didn't know what effect this medicinal wine had. Ling Xiao couldn't help but think, could it be used to strengthen one's sex drive? Isn't this looking down on this young master's ability? Really, in a bit, I'll definitely let you know how powerful this young master is. "Fu Ma, come over and have a cup of wine," the priestess called out to Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao sat next to the priestess but didn't take her wine. He said very seriously, "I feel that I need to explain things clearly." Although Ling Xiao was extremely interested in beautiful women, he didn't want to lose his virginity at this critical moment. At the very least, he wanted everyone to be honest first. This was also a kind of respect for him and the priestess. The priestess put down the wine in her hand and said, "I know what you want to say, but this has already become the truth. Even if you don't want to face it, you have to face it. Otherwise, only death awaits you or me. But if I don't explain things clearly, even if I die, I won't be able to rest in peace." Ling Xiao said bluntly. He had to understand what was going on. Was he going to sell himself just because of an embroidered ball? What's more, the position of his main wife was going to be left for Yun Mingqi. How could he suddenly give it to a woman whose name he didn't even know? Just as Ling Xiao was about to open his mouth to speak, he suddenly felt a sharp pain in his chest. Ling Xiao only felt that his hidden heart was being bitten by something. That feeling was so painful that he couldn't help but scream. Ling Xiao clutched his chest and kept rolling on the ground. This kind of pain was even more unbearable than when the fire poison entered his body. One had to know that the hidden heart was the weakest part of anyone, and it was also the foundation of a person's survival. The priestess frowned and leaned down to look at Ling Xiao. Don't think about other women, this way your pain will disappear. What did you do to me? Ling Xiao gritted his teeth and squeezed out a few words, but he still kept rolling on the ground. He did his best to circulate his spiritual qi in an attempt to reduce his pain, but it was to no avail. However, he remembered the priestess' words just now and quickly forced himself to not think about any other women. Sure enough, the pain in Ling Xiao's chest gradually lessened until he didn't feel any pain at all. He crawled up from the ground and wiped away his cold sweat. He gloomily said to the priestess, "What did you do to me?" The love gu is our gu clan's sacred object of love. You and I are already husband and wife, and neither of us can think about other members of the opposite sex. Otherwise, we will suffer from heart-devouring pain. Just now, you must have been thinking about other women, and that's why you were bitten by the gu, the priestess explained indifferently. Her tone was indifferent, as if no emotions could be heard. Is that what you put in my mouth? Ling Xiao asked. Just now, outside the square, the priestess had kissed him forcefully and put something in his mouth for him to swallow. That's right, the priestess didn't deny it. Is there any way to get it out? Ling Xiao asked with a dark expression. Once it enters your body, it will accompany you for the rest of your life. As long as you treat me wholeheartedly, it won't hurt you. Instead, it will be very beneficial to you, the priestess replied. When Ling Xiao heard the priestess' words, he took a deep breath and said faintly, I'll ask you again. Is there any way to get it out for me? There is. You can ask my grandfather to help you force it out, the priestess said very honestly. Your grandfather, the high priestess? Ling Xiao asked with a dispirited expression. No, I definitely can't let it control me, Ling Xiao said unwillingly in his heart. Then, he ignored the priestess and sat down cross-legged. He planned to use his own spiritual energy to expel the love gu from his body, or to destroy it within his body. Don't waste your effort. Even I can't force it out. It's residing in your heart. Once you drive it out or kill it, it'll be the end of your path, the priestess said again. Impossible, Ling Xiao said in disbelief. He then immediately mobilized 30% of his returning energy and all of his spiritual energy surged towards his heart. After 15 minutes, Ling Xiao became dispirited again. Ling Xiao looked at the priestess unwillingly and said, Since you already know that I have a woman I love, do you still insist on making me your man? This isn't fair to you at all, is it? No matter how many women you have had in the past, you will forget them from today onwards, the priestess said faintly. Don't you think this is very cruel to you or to me? Will we be happy if we force ourselves to be together? Furthermore, we don't even know each other's names. Are we really going to be together like this? Ling Xiao said in an attempt to persuade the priestess. He knew that as long as he could persuade the priestess, she would definitely plead for him to the high priestess. This is the will of the heavens. I can't change it. The priestess' expression was still indifferent. Ling Xiao gnashed his teeth in hatred. It was a pity that he couldn't make a move against the priestess. After all, she was a king-level expert. She could toy with him with just one hand. Was this young master going to die here? Chapter 234. In the most majestic hall of Gu's sacrifice city. The jade building was simple and unadorned, and its imposing manner was magnificent and extraordinary. An invisible evil aura enveloped the hall, and from afar, it looked as deep and terrifying as an ancient beast. This was the Gu's sacrifice hall, and it was also the place where the high priest usually lived. In a place so dark that one couldn't even see their own fingers, an old man sat cross-legged at the very center. This old man was the high priest of the city and Gu's sacrifice city. At this time, there was a terrifying insect beast wriggling behind him. This insect beast looked extremely ferocious and terrifying. Its round and fat body was covered with black thorns, making it look like a hedgehog. Its pair of blue bell-like eyes emitted a terrifying and gloomy color, and there were 2 antennae on its forehead that kept swaying. It let out a strange hissing sound, and its mood seemed to be a little impatient. The high priest slowly opened his old eyes and stood up. He placed the scepter in his hand on the ground and gently stroked the insect beast's forehead, saying, "Old man, I know you can't bear to part with little Feng, but the child has grown up and already has a home that belongs to her. Let's wish her happiness together." The insect beast seemed to be able to hear the high priest's words. Its antennae swayed a few times, and finally retreated into the darkness and disappeared. The high priest sighed softly, stroked his white beard, and said, "I hope that kid is really, as Xiao Xuanzi said, the true son of Gu's sacrifice city." In the blink of an eye, another 3 months passed. On the wood flag peak of the Purple Sky sect, an extremely fast figure flew to the cultivation place of the peak lord Mu Huai. "Senior brother, you're back. Do you have any news of Ling Xiao?" Mu Huai flew out of a cave residence and asked. The person who came was Mu Huai's senior brother, Mu En. He shook his head and said, "I searched the vicinity of Flame Valley, but I couldn't find any trace of that kid. I don't know where he went." "Was he harmed by the people of the Moon Worship sect?" Mu Huai said with a serious expression. "It shouldn't be. When we were in Flame Valley, I saw with my own eyes that the kid rode a flying mount that was very similar to the divine beast Qilin. Its flying speed was even faster than ours, so he should be fine." Mu En said clearly, "If that's the case, why hasn't the little guy come back yet?" Mu Huai said with a sigh. To be honest, ever since he took Ling Xiao in as his disciple, he had placed all his hopes on Ling Xiao. Now that Ling Xiao had not returned for half a year, he was very anxious, so he asked his senior brother to go out on his behalf to look for Ling Xiao. However, there was still no trace of Ling Xiao, and he could not help but worry in his heart. "I think it might be related to Zhu Ruchang," Mu En guessed. Mu Huai frowned and said, "Senior brother thinks that Zhu Ruchang doesn't want Ling Xiao to come back, so he sent someone to..." Mu Huai shook his head and said, "Not necessarily. Maybe Ling Xiao doesn't want to stay in the sect anymore." For a moment, Mu Huai's expression darkened. "In another half a year, it will be the sect pledge assembly. I wonder if that boy will be able to make it back in time." Mu Huai thought in his heart with anticipation. Above the Purple Heaven sect, where Herb Peak was located, Hua Xiaogui was bowing to Nangong Changle and pleading with him. Nangong Changle sighed and said, "Xiaogui, your strength is low. Before you reach the Spirit Master level, I will not let you take even half a step out of the sect. Master, Grandpa Nangong, I beg you, let me go out and look for senior brother. I believe that nothing will happen to him." Hua Xiaogui knelt on the ground and pleaded. "You child, get up first. I heard that Mu Huai has already sent Elder Mu En out to look for Ling Xiao. If he finds him, he will naturally bring your senior brother back. If he doesn't find him, what's the point of you going out?" Nangong Changle said. "Elder Mu En is going to look for him personally?" Hua Xiaogui asked in astonishment. Nangong Changle nodded and said, "That's right. Mu Huai treats your senior brother like a treasure. How could he see something happen to him? You should just wait here quietly." Hua Xiaogui stood up from the ground. Just as she was about to turn around and leave, she suddenly thought of something. She turned her head towards Nangong Changle and said, "Grandpa Nangong, have you decided to expel senior brother from Herb Peak?" This was unanimously agreed upon by the sect's elders. They feel that it is not suitable for your senior brother to have 1 disciple and 2 masters, so. Nangong Changle replied, All right. I knew that senior brother is overflowing with talent and is not favored by some people. However, Grandpa Nangong, do you think that senior brother should not stay in our Herb Peak?" Hua Xiaogui smiled bitterly. "Of course not. Ling Zhao's alchemy Tenbin is extraordinary. As long as he steps into the Spirit Master realm, he will definitely be able to become a 3rd-rank alchemist. Think about how old he is only 20 years old. I'm afraid that even in the entire continent, he is as rare as a phoenix feather or a unicorn horn. Of course, I don't want to let such an outstanding disciple go, but your senior brother has offended your martial uncle Zhu. Your martial Uncle Zhu is determined to force your senior brother to leave. Otherwise, he will leave Herb Peak. This is something that I don't want to see. Nangong Changle sighed lightly. Nangong Changle knew about Ling Zhao's alchemy Tenbin. Although he wanted Ling Xiao to stay in Herb Peak, his junior brother strongly opposed it. Moreover, Wood Flag Peak had also spread the word that as long as Ling Xiao was not expelled from the sect, he would definitely be a disciple of Wood Flag Peak. Because of this, the sect's elders had always believed that Ling Xiao should leave Herb Peak and only become a disciple of Wood Flag Peak. Of course, Ling Xiao himself did not know about this yet. Grandpa Nangong, in the future, you will know how big of a mistake you made, Hua Xiaogui said before walking out without looking back. Nangong Changle looked at Hua Xiaogui's back and smacked his lips. Stinking brat, I'm still your grandfather. How dare you speak to me like that? No one knew that Nangong Changle was actually Hua Xiaogui's grandfather. Of course, he was not Hua Xiaogui's biological grandfather, but their relationship was not much worse than a biological grandfather's. 20 years ago, Nangong Changle had entered deep into the mountain range to search for spirit herbs. Unexpectedly, he had encountered an attack from a high-grade spirit beast and had almost lost his life in the beast's stomach. Fortunately, Hua Xiaogui's grandfather had saved him. Because of this, the two of them became friends despite the difference in age and became sworn brothers. Originally, Nangong Changle had wanted to bring Hua Xiaogui's grandfather to the Purple Sky sect to settle down, but Hua Xiaogui's grandfather had refused, so not many people knew about the relationship between the two. Hua Xiaogui had only found out before coming to the Purple Sky sect that the Peak Lord of Herb Peak, Nangong Changle, was his other grandfather. On the main peak of the Purple Sky sect, in a quiet and secluded courtyard, two elegant and refined women were constantly dancing. The two of them were like fluttering butterflies, a sight that was pleasing to the eye and exceptionally lively and carefree. The swords in their hands intertwined with each other. Every time their swords clashed, they would immediately separate. The two of them did not use any spiritual energy. They were just exchanging pointers. Not long after, the two of them stopped sparring at the same time. These two girls were the fairy-like Yun Mingqi and the ice-cold Bing Ruoshui. During the sex test, Bing Ruoshui's attribute purity was extremely high, and she was accepted as an inner disciple by Yun Mingqi's father, Yun Xiong. However, the two of them had become close friends after participating in the Flame Volcano operation half a year ago. Junior sister, your state of mind isn't good. Yun Mingqi looked at Bing Ruoshui. Bing Ruoshui smiled and said, Senior sister, aren't you the same? Bing Ruoshui had entered the sect late, and her strength was below Yun Mingqi's. Although Yun Mingqi was younger than her by a year, Bing Ruoshui had no choice but to call her senior sister. Isn't it all because of that bastard? I don't even know where he died, Yun Mingqi said indignantly as she swung the sword in her hand. Bing Ruoshui's eyes flashed with imperceptible worry as she said, He should be fine. Junior sister, do you think he'll leave the sect and never come back? Yun Mingqi asked worriedly. I don't think so. Since he came for you, he probably won't leave before he obtains you, Bing Ruoshui indifferently replied. She didn't know why, but her heart was somewhat sour. Who knows what he's thinking? Maybe he's already been seduced by another woman, Yun Mingqi said with a pout. Since he's such an unresolute man, why would junior sister be so worried about him? Why don't senior sister just forget about him? In any case, there are so many senior brothers who have feelings for you, Bing Ruoshui said to Yun Mingqi. But Yun Mingqi was rendered speechless by Bing Ruoshui's words. She immediately looked at Bing Ruoshui and said, Junior sister, don't tell me you also have designs on him? I remember you once said you hated him to the bone. Of course I won't let him off so easily. At that time, senior sister, don't stop me, Bing Ruoshui said insincerely. Don't worry, I definitely won't stop you. I'll let you properly beat up that fellow to vent your anger. Yun Mingqi seemed to have forgotten about her unhappiness. I'm just afraid junior sister won't be willing to do that, Bing Ruoshui said with a smile. Who said that? That heartless fellow, even if you beat him to death I wouldn't mind, Yun Mingqi said insincerely. However, just as Bing Ruoxue was about to say something, Yun Mingqi pouted. That annoying fellow has come again. Just as she finished speaking, a female disciple walked in and reported, Miss, senior brother Su requests an audience. No, let him go, Yun Mingqi impatiently said. Who knew that at this moment, a young man around 28 years of age would walk into the courtyard? This man was quite handsome. Although he wasn't as handsome as the dead Huang Yifeng, his aura was many times stronger than Huang Yifeng's. He was tall and mighty, and his aura was dignified. He could be considered a dragon in human life. The only unfortunate thing was that there was a mole near his lower lip. There were even a few hairs growing out of that mole. Anyone who looked at him would feel disgusted, and their impression of him would drop a few notches. This young man was called Su Yi, and he was the son of Golden Tree Peak's Peak Lord, Su Jianan. He was already a high-stage spirit master, and was one of the top 3 true disciples in the sect. Mingqi, why do you have to be like this? Could it be that senior brother really makes you hate him so much? Su Yi said with a smile. He wasn't the slightest bit angry at Yun Mingqi's words. Yun Mingqi impatiently waved her hand for the female disciple to leave. She then coldly said to Su Yi, Senior brother Su, my name isn't something you can call. Chapter 235. Su Yi had liked Yun Mingqi for a long time. The two of them could be said to have grown up like childhood sweethearts. When they were young, Yun Mingqi would always follow behind him like a shadow, playing with him. And he would also take care of Yun Mingqi like a big brother. At that time, the two of them were still young. Of course, they didn't know what love was. Later on, the two of them gradually grew up. Yun Mingqi also became more and more beautiful. Su Yi was gradually captivated by his younger sister who was a few years younger than him. Therefore, every time the two of them sparred, Su Yi would unobtrusively touch Yun Mingqi. At that time, although Yun Mingqi was naturally brilliant, she wasn't stupid. On the contrary, she was very smart. When Su Yi took advantage of her, her impression of this big brother Su Yi rapidly took a turn for the worse. Later on, the two of them met less for cultivation. Moreover, Yun Mingqi always had the intention to avoid Su. She originally thought that this would make Su Yi give up. She didn't think that Su Yi would often come to find her and confess his feelings. Yun Mingqi naturally rejected Su Yi's confession. However, she didn't think that Su Yi wouldn't give up and continued to pester her. Later on, she was forced to pretend to have a trace of affection for the new disciple, Huang Yifeng. As expected, Su Yi didn't come to pester her anymore. Yun Mingqi thought that Su Yi had given up. Who would have thought that Su Yi didn't retreat in the face of difficulties, but rather he had already seen through Yun Mingqi's tricks. He knew that Yun Mingqi didn't like Huang Yifeng at all, and Su Yi's disappearance was because he was in closed-door cultivation. Su Yi came out half a year ago and actually broke through from middle stage to high stage spirit master. This was enough to show that his cultivation tenbin wasn't weak. Of course, it also had to do with his father Su Jiannan's painstaking nurturing. Su Yi came out of closed-door cultivation and naturally came to pester Yun Mingqi again. Moreover, Yun Mingqi's father Yun Xiong was also quite satisfied with Su Yi's tenbin and didn't interfere in young people's matters. Coincidentally, Huang Yifeng died in Fire Valley. Su Yi was overjoyed. With Huang Yifeng's death, his junior sister had no excuse to reject him. Therefore, Su Yi often came to Yun Mingqi's residence to please her, hoping to capture her heart. Yun Mingqi naturally wouldn't give Su Yi any face. However, Su Yi's skin was really thick enough. He actually put on a pestering attitude, hoping that Jin Cheng would be able to move metal and stone. Senior apprentice brother Su, my name isn't something you can call me, Yun Mingqi said, as if she was 1,000 miles away from him. Originally, the two of them had known each other since they were young, so Yun Mingqi shouldn't be so heartless. But thinking of Su Yi's dirty tricks, Yun Mingqi couldn't help but feel disgusted. Not to mention, there was already a figure buried deep within her heart. There was no room for anyone else. Su Yi did not mind and smiled. He then glanced at Bing Ruoxue, who was standing at the side. His gaze seemed to be telling Bing Ruoshui to leave tactfully. Unexpectedly, Bing Ruoshui ignored his gaze and continued to sit there without any intention of leaving. Su Yi was slightly unhappy, but he still smiled at Yun Mingqi and said, "Mingqi, we grew up together. I've always called you little sister Mingqi, and you call me big brother Su. There's nothing wrong with that, right? If you were still the little brother Su, I would naturally call you that. But the current you, I don't want to say any more. In any case, it's impossible for us to dual cultivate. You should give up on that thought," said Yun Mingqi very straightforwardly. Su Yi's face twitched slightly, and then he lightly sighed and said, "Mingqi in the sect, do you think there's anyone else besides me who's worthy of you? Don't tell me you plan on staying alone for the rest of your life? You don't need to worry about that. I have my own plans. If you were still the little brother Su, I think we would still be as good as when we were young." Yun Mingqi also knew that she had gone a bit overboard, so she softened her tone a bit. After all, Su Yi was elder Su's son, so she had to give him some face. A look of displeasure flashed past Su Yi's eyes, and then he shook his head and said, "Mingqi, if you were still that naughty little girl from back then, perhaps we would still be the same as before. But now that you and I have both grown up, it's impossible for us to return to the past. However, if we dual cultivate, I believe that everyone in the sect would be willing to see it. Perhaps you haven't thought it through, but I can wait. After the sect oath assembly, I will definitely propose to the sect master." After Su Yi finished speaking, he directly turned and left. However, the moment he left, he had already made up his mind. He would definitely obtain the sect master's approval during the sect oath assembly and let Yun Mingqi marry him. At that time, Yun Mingqi would have no choice but to agree. Ling Xiao naturally didn't know about everything that had happened in the Purple Sky sect. At this moment, he was in Guzhai City, acting as a lord. Most people who became a lord would live a carefree and happy life, but Ling Xiao was an exception. Not only did he not enjoy the happiness of being alone in the bridal chamber, but he also had to constantly feel that heart-wrenching pain. After 3 months, he had become thinner than before. His former elegance had disappeared, and instead he had become as sloppy as a beggar. Every time the priestess saw Ling Xiao, who slept in the same room as her, she would always feel guilty. She must have already known that Ling Xiao was really just an outsider who was passing by and did not know the customs of their Guzhai city. That day, Ling Xiao accidentally obtained the embroidered ball. If he had thrown the embroidered ball to someone else at that time, he wouldn't have become a lord of the priestess. However, Ling Xiao threw the embroidered ball back to the priestess. That was why there was today's karma. According to the customs of Guzhai City, the embroidered ball was a token of love between a man and a woman. If the woman threw it out and it fell into the hands of any man, and the man returned it to the woman, the two of them would be a couple bestowed by the heavens. Ling Xiao naturally didn't know these customs of Guzhai City, so under a freak combination of factors, he very innocently became a lord of the vassal. Even though the priestess knew all about Ling Xiao and sympathized with him, she would never let Ling Xiao leave because of this. After all, the tens of thousands of years of customs left behind in Guzhai City could not be changed because of her. Although the two became husband and wife because of this, they had not done it yet. The priestess was very concerned about this. As a priestess, she could be said to be a person above tens of thousands of people in Guzhai City. Moreover, she was proud of her unparalleled beauty. Her grandfather and several protector grandfathers all praised her for being able to charm any man in the world. However, Ling Xiao would rather endure the heart-wrenching pain than acknowledge her as his wife, nor was he willing to consummate his marriage with her. This made her feel both hate and joy in her heart. What she hated was that Ling Xiao didn't take her because of her status and beauty, which made her feel very frustrated. What she was happy about was that she still didn't have her holy body taken by this strange man, which allowed her to keep her virginity as a young girl. Once, like any other girl, she fantasized that one day she would be able to live together with the man she loved and be united with him. During this period of time, she had thought a lot, and she had also tried to change her unrealistic thoughts. However, when she invited Ling Xiao to sleep with her on the bed many times, Ling Xiao refused. This made her gradually look at Ling Xiao in a new light, and she couldn't help but think, am I really not as good as the woman in his heart? I don't believe that I, Feng Xianyun, will lose to anyone else. Needless to say, once a woman had the heart to compare, the things she would do would definitely be even crazier than a man. Ever since the priestess had that thought, her attitude towards Ling Xiao had changed from being cold and indifferent to being gentle, considerate, and attentive. Even if the infatuated wife tried to please Ling Xiao in every possible way. Ling Xiao could naturally feel it, but he also believed that his extraordinary handsomeness must have captivated the priestess, which was why she had changed her attitude. It had to be said that Ling Xiao had always been a very arrogant and narcissistic person. However, he was not in the mood to enjoy this gentleness right now. One must know that it was often the grave of a hero. If he did not have the love goo in his body, he would not mind taking in another priestess. After all, the charm of the priestess was not inferior to the few girls he knew, and the power behind the priestess was not inferior to the Purple Heaven sect at all, and was even slightly stronger. Any man would not be able to resist the urge to possess such a beautiful woman with a powerful background. That was an extremely flashy, glorious, and beautiful thing. Unfortunately, Ling Xiao still did not have the fortune to enjoy all of this for the time being. He did not like to be manipulated and interfered with by anyone. Therefore, he had to get rid of the love goo in his body as soon as possible. Otherwise, he would really only be able to stay in Guzhai City for the rest of his life. The priestess had once said that only her grandfather, the high priest, had the ability to get rid of the love goo in his body. There was no other way. However, on the second day after Ling Xiao was infected with the love goo, he had already thought of a way to eliminate the love goo in his body. He had at least an 80% chance of success with this method, and that was to cultivate the third form of the Vajra 5 transformation technique, refinement of organs, to the large success stage. In Flame Valley, Ling Xiao had already cultivated the third form to the intermediate stage, and was only a step away from the large success stage. Ling Xiao knew that in order to reach the large success stage, he had to refine a grade 4 Dan, the internal organ restoration Dan. As long as the Dan was formed, he could destroy his internal organs and consume the internal organ restoration Dan to rebuild his internal organs. The love goo was left in his heart, and his internal organs also included his heart. When he destroyed his internal organs, his heart would naturally be destroyed as well. At that time, the love goo in his body would definitely not be able to survive. In this way, when the Dan took effect and rebuilt his internal organs, he would be fine. This was a way to come back from the dead, and it was also the only way to cultivate the third form of the Vajra 5 transformation technique. Ling Xiao knew the method, so of course he wanted to conceive of refining the internal organ restoration Dan. He originally thought that it would not be difficult for him to refine a grade 4 Dan when he reached the Spirit Master level. However, when he really started to refine it, it was not the case. The process and requirements of refining a grade 4 Dan was more than 10 times harder than refining a grade 3 Dan. Every time Ling Xiao reached a crucial point in his refinement, he would more or less make a small mistake. As a result, he would not be able to refine the pill, and instead, he would waste a lot of spiritual herbs. Fortunately, the most important grade 4 spiritual herb, the live spotted bamboo, was not wasted. Otherwise, if he lost this main ingredient, he would not be able to refine the internal organ restoration Dan. He finally understood why only his master, Nangong Changle, was a grade 4 alchemist on the Medicine Peak. Even Chang He and Yang En were not at this level. It was probably because the difficulty was not something an ordinary person could easily overcome. However, after 3 months of continuous attempts to refine a grade 4 Dan, Ling Xiao had gained a lot. Tonight, he must refine the internal organ restoration Dan successfully before he would stop. Chapter 236. In a quiet and secluded courtyard, Ling Xiao sat on a stone platform. Wisps of different elemental Ling Qi covered his Tianling acupoint. Among them, the wood, wind, and fire Ling Qi were the fastest. In his consciousness, the three foreign species were glowing and seemed to be growing stronger. In Ling Zhao's dantian, the thumb-sized multicolored profound qi was also glowing. At the same time, a large portion of his acupoints were already radiating a dazzling radiance, as vast and flawless as the stars. Although Ling Zhao was poisoned by the love goo, it didn't affect the realm of his strength. At the same time, after 3 months of cultivation, the speed at which the Ling Qi in his body condensed was so fast that it made him speechless. He originally thought that his cultivation speed before was already very fast. He didn't think that when he reached the spiritual master level, his absorption speed would be many times faster than before. One had to know that the higher a fighter went, the longer the process of accumulation would be. Without a fortuitous encounter or miraculous medicine, it would be very difficult to break through to the next level. Ling Zhao had just broken through to the intermediate spiritual master level not long ago, but his Ling Qi was already very stable. He felt that if this continued, he could reach the peak of the intermediate spiritual master level in less than half a year. Breaking through to the high spiritual master level in a year wouldn't be difficult. If others were to find out about this speed, they would probably be extremely jealous of him. The realm that others couldn't reach after years or decades was achieved by a young man who wasn't even 20 yet. How could they not be jealous and envious? In reality, Ling Zhao also knew that the reason why he could absorb Ling Qi so quickly was because of the 3 foreign species in his consciousness. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to do this with just the 3 parts returning Qi. After a period of meditation, all of Ling Zhao's essence Qi reached the unity realm. This was his preparation for refining a 4th-level pill. Ling Zhao had just stood up when a different kind of fragrance wafted into his nose. Without needing to look, Ling Zhao knew it was his so-called wife. The priestess walked over. Although Ling Zhao didn't consummate with the priestess in these 3 months, the two of them had been together for so long and slept in the same room. One slept on the bed while the other slept on the ground. They didn't interfere with each other's business, so naturally, he was very familiar with the priestess's scent. This wasn't to say that Ling Zhao was the legendary Lu Xiaohui. It was just that he was desperate to find a way to get rid of the love goo. Otherwise, the love goo would be like a bomb buried in his body, making him unable to eat or sleep in peace. Fu Ma, you still won't give up? The priestess looked at Ling Zhao with a complicated gaze. Ling Zhao noticed that the priestess seemed a little different than usual, but he didn't know what was going on. I'm not used to being controlled by others, and I can't forget them. So, as long as I don't get rid of the love goo, I won't be able to have peace, Ling Zhao said honestly. The priestess hesitated for a moment before saying, there's actually another way to get rid of the love goo. What? Why didn't you say so earlier? Ling Zhao asked anxiously. Although he felt that there was an 80% chance of eliminating the love parasite in his body after cultivating the 3rd transformation of the Vajra technique to the Great Completion realm, he didn't dare to guarantee a 100% success rate. Now that the priestess said that there was another way to get rid of the love goo, how could he not be excited and nervous? The priestess pursed her lips and said, "Come into my room with me and I'll tell you." Could it be that I have to consummate my marriage to get rid of the love goo? Impossible. Ling Zhao thought to himself as he gazed at the alluring figure of the priestess walking in front of him. After the two entered the bridal chamber, the priestess turned to Ling Zhao and said, "The love parasite is a sacred object of my tribe's husband and wife. It can bind 2 people to each other for the rest of their lives. The only way to break it is to kill either one of them. That way, the parasite will lose its effect and will no longer be a threat to the other party." "So that's how it is?" Ling Zhao replied in realization. A complicated look flashed through his eyes and he said, "You don't think that I have the strength to kill a king-level expert like you, do you?" Since the priestess said that as long as he killed either one of them, the love goo would naturally be cured. However, the priestess said that Ling Zhao had to kill her to get rid of the love goo. He didn't think that he could kill the priestess with his strength as a mid-stage soul master. The priestess took a step closer to Ling Zhao and said softly, "I know that you have unforgettable feelings for your woman, and you aren't willing to stay by my side. Why don't you let me help you? As long as I kill myself, you will be free." Ling Xiao frowned and looked at the priestess. He suddenly laughed and said, "Ha, do you think I'm a 3-year-old child? A dignified king-level expert would kill himself for me? Ridiculous." Was what the priestess said even possible? She was a dignified king-level expert and a genius of Guzhai City. How could she kill herself for a nominal husband like him? No one would believe it if he said it. The priestess was unmoved. She gritted her teeth and said, "Actually, you don't know that I can't live past 20 years old." "What? How is that possible?" Ling Xiao was surprised. A dignified king-level expert had a lifespan of at least 300 to 500 years, but the priestess said that she couldn't live past 20 years old. Ling Xiao felt that the priestess' lies were getting more and more outrageous. The priestess sat in front of the dressing table and looked at her face in the bronze mirror. She said faintly, "Can you come and help me comb my hair?" Ling Xiao didn't understand what the priestess meant, but he still followed her wishes. Stroking the beautiful black hair of the beauty in front of him and smelling the tempting light fragrance, Ling Xiao's mind calmed down. He picked up a special wooden comb made of millennium sandalwood and gently combed the priestess' hair. The priestess said indifferently, "What I said just now was all true. In fact, I was born with the heaven gu body." The heaven gu body? Ling Xiao was startled, and the wooden comb in his hand trembled for no reason. "You know about the heaven gu body?" The priestess was puzzled. "I've only heard of it, but I don't know the specifics," Ling Xiao said indifferently. "Oh, since you know, then it's easy to explain," the priestess replied. She then said, "The heaven gu body is an extremely rare constitution in my gu tribe. It can be said that it's rare to see one even in 1,000 years. It's dozens of times faster than an ordinary person. Although it can speed up one's cultivation, without my tribe's heaven gu divine art, anyone with the heaven gu body won't live past 20 years old." "You're saying that you're not cultivating the heaven gu divine art right now, so you only have 2 years left to live?" Ling Xiao asked in surprise. "That's right, the heaven gu divine art has been lost for many years. My grandfather has been searching everywhere for many years, but he hasn't found any news, so..." The priestess said indifferently. There was no sadness on her face, but her eyes revealed a desolate look that fell into Ling Xiao's eyes. Ling Xiao couldn't help but feel a pang of pity for her, and in his heart, he already believed the priestess' words. It looks like she's already resigned to her fate. For some reason, Ling Xiao suddenly felt pity for her, and at the same time, an idea popped up in his mind. Help her find the heaven gu divine art. At that moment, the priestess stood up, turned around, and stared at Ling Xiao. "Although we are husband and wife in name, we are not husband and wife in reality. Take me today, let me become a real woman, and after today, I will return your freedom." After saying that, the priestess' body trembled slightly, and a wave of spiritual energy spread out, forcing Ling Xiao to take 2 steps back. Then, a flawless and delicate body appeared in front of Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao forgot to breathe, and looking at that perfect body, his throat became dry. Under the dim light, the perfect size of the holy maiden stood proudly, and the 2 bright red spots were like delicate flower buds, so beautiful that it was suffocating. That flat and delicate belly did not have a trace of fat, and that skin exuded a lustrous color. The mysterious black grass was even more alluring. The priestess walked in front of Ling Xiao, lightly hooked her arms around Ling Xiao's neck, and exhaled like orchids, "Take me." At that moment, the priestess put down her high and mighty status, put down her pride as a young lady, in order to completely transform herself into a real woman. In this way, even if she committed suicide, it could be considered that she had tasted the taste of being a woman. Looking at the priestess's flushed skin, Ling Xiao couldn't help but want to climb up that firm holy maiden peak. The priestess closed her eyes slightly, and her curled eyelashes kept trembling, showing how nervous she was at the moment. Just as Ling Xiao was about to grasp that firm spot, he stopped and gently pushed the priestess away. The priestess felt a slight pain in her heart. She did not understand why Ling Xiao still did not want her until now. "I have found a way to remove the love gu. You should cherish the remaining 2 years," Ling Xiao said, and then left the room without looking back. The priestess looked at the leaving Ling Xiao with a complicated look in her beautiful eyes. After leaving the room, Ling Xiao walked into another room and sat down cross-legged again. The state that he had adjusted before was disrupted by the priestess, and now he had to adjust it again. After an unknown amount of time, Ling Xiao woke up again, and the obsidian cauldron flew out of his space ring and landed in front of him. Then Ling Xiao took out a lot of third-grade spirit grasses one by one. These spirit grasses were the auxiliary spirit grasses for refining the internal organ restoring pill. Ling Xiao used the flame shadow palm, and spirit grasses were constantly thrown into the medicine cauldron. The extracted essence did not need Ling Xiao to imprison it, as the obsidian cauldron could imprison it inside the medicine cauldron, not letting it waste even a little bit of medicinal power. In order to refine a fourth-grade medicinal pill, not only were the auxiliary spirit herbs of a high grade, but there were also a lot of them. The spiritual power consumed was also very large. Otherwise, Ling Xiao wouldn't have failed. This time, Ling Xiao was very well prepared. Every time his spiritual power was exhausted, he would grab a few pills and throw them into his mouth. Now Ling Xiao could cast 48 flame shadow palms, and his speed was so fast that it made people speechless. After 2 hours, the essence of nearly 100 first-grade to third-grade spirit grasses had been extracted. Not long after, even the essence of a few main fourth-grade spirit grasses had been extracted. Ling Xiao breathed a sigh of relief and said, "Fortunately, I only lost 2 or 3 spirit grasses." At this time, a water attribute high-grade fourth-grade beast core appeared in his hand, and he threw it into the medicine cauldron without thinking. Success or failure depended on the results this time. Chapter 237. Concocting a rank 4 pill required a rank 4 beast core, and the one Ling Xiao threw in was a high rank 4 beast core. The energy it contained was more than 10 times that of a rank 3 beast core. Naturally, it took more time. If Ling Xiao did not have the help of his mental strength, it would be extremely difficult for him to dissect and refine the beast core with his spirit master strength. He would need a lot of time, and he would not be able to confine the spreading spiritual energy. This would only waste the energy of the beast core. Now, Ling Xiao's mental strength was not the same as before. Liquefaction of his mental strength allowed his mental strength to have a qualitative leap. Therefore, his mental strength split into 10 invisible knives to dissect the beast core. The blue demon flame in his hand displayed the advantage of the heavenly fire. Using both methods simultaneously, the beast core was dissected by Ling Xiao in no time. However, Ling Xiao's mental strength also showed signs of exhaustion at this time. His mental strength immediately showed signs of not being able to continue, and the spiritual energy of the beast core that was dissected quickly dispersed. Ling Xiao panicked. Fortunately, the obsidian cauldron still retained a large portion of the spiritual energy. If it was a normal medicine cauldron, everything Ling Xiao did would have been for naught. Ling Xiao let out a breath of relief and immediately swallowed a few medicinal pills to recover. The next step was the most crucial one, which was also the most difficult one. Ling Xiao mobilized all the spiritual energy in his body, including the innate Yin Wind Pearl and the blue Demon Flame Pearl, which provided him with an endless supply of innate spiritual energy. When Ling Xiao reached his peak condition, his face tightened and he pressed down with both palms, quickly drawing out the spiritual energy in his body. Condense. Show. All the spiritual energy in his body pressed towards the obsidian cauldron, and the surrounding air produced a slight friction sound. Bang. The strong spiritual energy was all concentrated in the medicine cauldron, giving off a shocking explosion. No, the spiritual energy is not enough. Ling Xiao suppressed his surging blood and looked at the medicinal pill that was only half-formed and panicked. I'll give it my all. Seeing that the last step was going to be fruitless, Ling Xiao was very unwilling. Therefore, he once again mobilized the remaining spiritual energy in his body and ordered the 2 spiritual pearls in his sea of consciousness to exert more power. Condense. Bang. 2 consecutive earth-shattering explosions alarmed the priestess in the room. Her heart tightened and she immediately rushed out of the room. The guards guarding the priestess in the courtyard immediately rushed over, afraid that the priestess and Fu Ma would have an accident. At the same time, a few protectors flew over from different directions. "Is Her Highness the priestess all right?" a protector asked immediately after seeing the priestess. "I'm fine. You can all leave now." The priestess waved her hand and went into the room where Ling Xiao was. As soon as he entered the house, a strong smell of pills assailed his nostrils. "Fu, the 22Fu2222, Xiao. Xiao had had beast 2452 pill core." At this moment, Ling Xiao took a few steps back. His face was very pale, but there was a strong smile on his face. "I'm fine." Ling Xiao did not take the medicinal pill. He immediately walked to the undamaged cauldron and took out a medicinal pill. I've finally succeeded. Although the quality is a little poor, it's enough." Ling Xiao looked at the medicinal pill in his hand and laughed a few times. Then, he put away the cauldron and took the vitalizing viscera pill. The priestess did not expect that Ling Xiao was also a medicinal pill core. Although Ling Xiao had stayed here for 3 months, the priestess did not restrict his freedom and let him do whatever he wanted. However, Ling Xiao did not go out and often came to this room. She once wanted to find out, but she thought that he was her Fu Ma and she should not peep at him. Therefore, she did not know that Ling Xiao was actually staying here to refine medicinal pills. Could the medicinal pill in his hand really be able to expel the love goo? The priestess thought to herself as she looked at Ling Xiao with a complicated expression. For some reason, at this moment, she suddenly didn't want Ling Xiao to be able to get rid of the love goo. He must have already known her secret, and she could be considered to have opened her heart to him. In her heart, she had already accepted the reality that Ling Xiao was her husband. Ling Xiao had never treated her as his wife. If she let him expel the love goo, Ling Xiao would have even less scruples and he would definitely leave her. For a moment, she was confused. In fact, she had forgotten that her grandfather, the high priest, would let Ling Xiao leave so easily. The priestess saw that Ling Xiao was meditating, so she quietly left the room and closed the door. As soon as the priestess turned around, she found that there was someone standing behind her. "Friend, Grandpa!" the priestess exclaimed. "Silly girl, come here. Let's have a good talk." The person who had come was the priestess' grandfather, the high priest. The priestess nodded obediently and went forward to help the high priest to a courtyard not far away. The high priest sat on a stone bench and asked faintly, "You haven't consummated your marriage with your husband?" The priestess blushed slightly and did not dare to hide anything. She nodded obediently. "Child, you are still too kind." The high priest sighed softly. He still has concerns in his heart. He would rather endure the heart-devouring pain than touch me. He feels that it is unfair to him, to me, and to the concerns in his heart, the priestess replied. "This kid's temperament is not bad," the high priest praised in his heart. He then said, "I believe that you have not used the love goo before, right?" The priestess did not know how to answer and was momentarily speechless. "If you use the love goo to consummate your marriage with him, he will only be your husband for the rest of his life," the high priest said. "But grandfather, I really don't want to hurt him. He is innocent, and there is no need to sacrifice his life for a short-lived person like me. It is unfair to him." The priestess shook her head. "Your relationship is fated by the heavens. To be able to accompany you for 2 years is his honor." The high priest snorted. Hearing this, the priestess fell silent. The high priest did not continue to pester her and instead changed the topic. "What was that kid doing inside just now? Why was he so emotional?" "He seemed to be refining pills," the priestess replied. "Refining pills? That kid is an alchemist? First grade or second grade?" The high priest was slightly stunned. "Probably neither." The priestess shook her head. She was about to continue speaking when the high priest smiled and said, "That's right. That kid is only in his 20s. It is already not bad for him to have the strength of a middle spirit master. How could he be a standard grade alchemist?" "No, grandfather. he might be a third-grade alchemist or even a fourth grade, the priestess immediately corrected from the side. A third-grade alchemist? How is that possible? When the high priest heard this, he immediately stood up and shouted, "There's no doubt about it. That medicinal power is definitely not something a first or second-grade pill can release. Even a third-grade pill doesn't seem to have that much medicinal power," the priestess said with certainty. When the priestess said this, the high priest's expression changed. If Ling Xiao was already a third or fourth-grade alchemist, then this was too monstrous. Could he be a disciple from that place? The high priest thought with a serious expression. "Grandfather, what's wrong?" the priestess asked. The high priest shook his head and said, "Grandfather is fine." "All right, do you know what pill he's refining?" "I don't know," the priestess replied. She then said, "However, he previously said that he had already found a way to restrain the love goo. I think it's the pill he's refining." If the love goo was so easy to restrain, our Guji clan would have gone extinct a long time ago, the high priest said disapprovingly. The priestess nodded her head lightly, seeming to agree with the high priest's words. The love goo was a mystical secret technique of the Guji clan. Only those who truly had the bloodline of the Guji clan could use this technique. The love goo was also known as the yin-yang goo. It was a female and a male goo that the Guji clan fed with their own blood since they were young. If it was a female goo that was fed by a female, then the female goo would be the primary goo and the male goo would be the secondary goo. If it was a male goo that was fed by a male goo, then the male goo would be the primary goo and the female goo would be the secondary goo. Any goo that was the primary goo could control the goo that was the secondary goo. The love goo that the priestess fed was the female goo and Ling Xiao's male goo was the secondary goo. As long as Ling Xiao thought about another member of the opposite sex, he would be bitten by the goo, which would cause heart-wrenching pain. Ling Xiao had already experienced this deeply. However, he did not know that the love goo had another fatal flaw. The main goo could command the secondary goo to attack at any time, causing torment to the person who was affected by the goo. In other words, the priestess could use the love goo to make Ling Xiao suffer heart-wrenching pain at any time. The pain would be 10 times more painful than usual, even if he did not think about other women. At the same time, it would also stimulate Ling Xiao's desire and cause him to lose his mind. At that time, it would be easy for the priestess to consummate her marriage with Ling Xiao. At that time, Ling Xiao would completely forget all the women he liked and would only be infatuated with the priestess. He would no longer have any other thoughts. Moreover, if the priestess died one day, Ling Xiao would follow in her footsteps. When the main goo died, the secondary goo would die. This was the true terror of the love goo and also its mysterious function. The Guji clan had always used the love goo to extend the loyalty of a husband and wife. The Guji clan had also used this love goo to keep many experts in the Guji clan as their clansmen. At that time, the Guji clan had been very powerful. If not for the fact that they had offended a powerful force because of this method, the clan would have almost been destroyed. As a result, they could only live in a remote corner of the land now. Therefore, Ling Xiao should be glad that the priestess did not use the love goo. Otherwise, he would have completely become the priestess's servant. At the same time, when the priestess's heaven goo body exploded and died, he would be buried with her. Right? Since this kid is an alchemist, you can't let him go. Girl, when he comes out, you have to use the love goo to control him no matter what, understand? The high priestess said after thinking for a moment. What's the use of controlling him? It's only for 2 years, the priestess replied. She then pleaded, Grandpa, why don't you use the love goo on him? Girl, are you stupid? That's impossible. The high priestess shouted. The priestess knelt on the ground and said, Grandpa, I know you've always loved me, but this time, I beg you to let him go. I don't want him to die with me. He's innocent. Chapter 238. What was the reason for the priestess to make up her mind to beg her grandfather to expel the love goo for Ling Xiao? Apart from the priestess' kindness, there was also another important reason, and that was because Ling Xiao was able to control his desire and did not want the priestess. If Ling Xiao had been unable to control his desire and consummated his marriage with the priestess, then the love goo in Ling Xiao's body would have taken effect, making him forget his previous woman and only love the priestess wholeheartedly. If that was the case, the priestess also planned to accompany Ling Xiao for the rest of his 2 years. She must have been very benevolent towards Ling Xiao. Fortunately, Ling Xiao was not bewitched by the priestess, which allowed him to escape this calamity. At the same time, the priestess also believed that Ling Xiao had a loyal heart towards his woman, which was why she was moved and begged her grandfather to help Ling Xiao get rid of the love goo. "Girl, why do you have to do this for an insensible brat?" The high priest doted on the priestess, and the priestess had always been filial and sensible to him. Since she was young, she had never begged him. Now, she was begging him for the sake of a nominal follower. This made him feel very upset, and at the same time, he felt that his granddaughter was too kind. "Grandpa, just think of it as doing a good deed for Xiaoyun so he can go to heaven in the future. Help him get rid of the love goo and let him leave Goo Sacrifice City. He's really innocent," the priestess begged. "Sigh." The high priest sighed heavily, then helped the priestess up and said, "Girl, get up and listen to grandfather." After the priestess stood up, the high priest said, "Do you know that if grandfather really does expel the love goo for him, grandfather will have to use up 1/3 of his blood essence? At that time, grandfather will probably go to see the gods before you. Us. What should we do?" For a moment, the priestess' face turned pale. She really wanted to expel the path love goo for Ling Xiao, but now that her grandfather said so, she naturally didn't want her grandfather to get into trouble because of Ling Xiao. After all, her grandfather was the person closest to her. The high priestess patted the back of the priestess' hand and said, "Girl, this is his fate, and he can't blame anyone. However, Xian Jizi once said that your vassal will be the true son of heaven of our Guji tribe. I believe that he will bring you and our Guji tribe a pleasant surprise." "He really said that?" The priestess was stunned for a moment before asking. "No." Before the high priest could finish his sentence, his pupils suddenly shrank and he stared blankly at a direction in surprise. The priestess sensed the high priest's abnormality and followed his gaze. Her eyes also froze. The alchemy room Ling Xiao was in was actually emitting a dazzling light, appearing so dazzling and unusually noble. At the same time, the surrounding metal attribute spiritual energy frantically surged towards Ling Xiao's room. "What's going on? What is that kid doing inside?" The high priest asked in confusion. Did he really expel the path love goo? The priestess thought doubtfully in her heart. At this time, the protectors who were hiding or cultivating nearby all noticed the abnormality here. They originally wanted to rush over to investigate, but when they felt the high priest's aura, they could only stay in place and watch. Inside the room, Ling Xiao didn't know about the abnormality he had caused. Just now, after he took the vitalizing internal organ restoring pill, he sat down cross-legged and channeled the Vajra 5 transformation technique. At the same time, he also used spiritual energy to destroy his internal organs. Once his internal organs were destroyed, Ling Xiao's life was cut off. At the same time, the vitalizing internal organ restoring pill began to display its medicinal effects and began to rebuild Ling Xiao's internal organs. The vitalizing internal organ restoring pill was worthy of being a 4th-grade elixir. At the same time, it was also an elixir developed specifically for the Vajra 5 transformation technique, so its medicinal effects were very abundant. After the Vajra 5 transformation technique absorbed the medicinal effects, it began to regenerate Ling Xiao's internal organs. Not long after, Ling Xiao's internal organs were once again restored, and his vitality was restored. However, Ling Xiao still underestimated the effects of the Vajra 5 transformation technique. After his internal organs were regenerated, he actually continued to absorb the metal attribute spiritual energy from the outside world to temper his skin, meridians, and internal organs. Ling Xiao cultivated the 3 major mysterious techniques mainly with the 3 parts restoration technique, followed by the Vajra 5 transformation technique. He no longer needed to cultivate the hidden wood technique. He originally thought that the 3 parts restoration technique was the most powerful of the 3 mysterious techniques, but now that the Vajra 5 transformation technique had displayed its power, he had a new understanding of the Vajra 5 transformation technique. Now that he had completed it, he was sure that the Vajra 5 transformation technique was not just a simple external defensive cultivation technique. Perhaps it was a mysterious technique that was not inferior to the 3 parts restoration technique. The metal attribute spiritual energy was like swallows returning to their nest, constantly surging towards Ling Xiao. The Vajra 5 transformation technique was operating at an extreme speed, and the spiritual energy in Ling Xiao's body was tempered and channeled into his muscles again and again. Ling Xiao only felt comfortable and calm. This feeling was very wonderful. It was as if he had become a powerful Vajra body. No matter how powerful the attack was, he was confident that he would not be injured in the slightest. Ling Xiao did not know that the golden energy that was being emitted from his body was many times stronger than before, and a noble aura was beginning to appear. At this moment, if there was a martial artist weaker than Ling Xiao, it was likely that they would be intimidated by his noble aura and would kneel on the ground in worship. Martial artists of the same level as him would also be shaken. This was the other magical ability of the Vajra 5 transformation technique. As the large amount of spiritual energy gathered, Ling Xiao's organs had already recovered to their original state, and they were even more perfect than before. Through this rebirth of his organs, the muscles in his body had become more energetic, which unknowingly added 50 years to Ling Xiao's lifespan. Ling Xiao examined the condition of his body and saw that all his meridians had turned into a golden color, like thick chains cast from gold. They looked extraordinarily tough. His 5 viscera and 6 bowels were also suffused with a golden color, appearing extremely noble and full of vitality. Not only that, but the large amount of metal attribute spiritual energy he had just absorbed had allowed his spiritual energy to reach the middle level of a middle-level soul master. He could reach the peak of the middle-level soul master at any time, and the 3 parts returning technique had also greatly benefited. He only needed a dozen or so of his 365 acupoints to be completely filled. At that time, he would have successfully cultivated the 3rd level of wide acupoints and could enter the 4th level of spirit strengthening. Ling Xiao really did not think that cultivating the 3rd transformation would bring him so many surprises. He couldn't help but cry out in pleasant surprise, "Good? This is great. With my current defense, it should be comparable to a grade 4 armor. I can even withstand the attack of a king stage expert." When he first obtained the Vajra 5 transformation technique, Ling Xiao thought that with each transformation, he would have an additional layer of defense. However, it seemed that the current situation was not that simple. Back when he had cultivated to the initial level of organs refinement, he could block an attack from a low-level soul master. Now that he had cultivated it to the large level, he could not only block an attack from a high-level soul master. He felt that even a low-level king stage expert would not be able to harm him. Perhaps only a middle-level king stage expert would be able to break through his defense. It seemed that with the success of each transformation, the strength of his defense would also increase. Ling Xiao couldn't help but fantasize that if he cultivated the 5th transformation to the large level of blood refinement, would it mean that he would reach a level where even spirit weapons and treasures could not harm him? Ling Xiao smiled bitterly and cast aside this unrealistic thought. He had only just cultivated the 3rd transformation, organs refinement, and he had not even started on the 4th transformation, bones refinement. How could he think so far ahead? Moreover, the difficulty and pain of cultivating each transformation was not something a normal person could imagine, so whether or not he could cultivate the 4th transformation was still unknown. Right, let's see if I can get rid of the love goo. Ling Xiao withdrew his excited thoughts and immediately returned to reality. He immediately thought of his former women by Yushi and Wei Dyer. It's really fine, it's really fine. I can finally be free again. Ling Xiao shouted with joy. It had been 3 months, and he had finally escaped his passive fate. How could he not be happy? The high priestess pushed open the door and walked in. "Kid, don't be too happy. Even if you get rid of the love goo, you can't leave this place. Otherwise," the high priestess also walked in behind him. Her gaze towards Ling Xiao became even more complicated. In fact, she had just felt that the female goo in her body was acting strangely, so she knew that the love goo in Ling Xiao's body had been successfully expelled. She had not expected that the love goo, which no one had ever successfully expelled with their own strength, would be expelled by Ling Xiao. It was truly inconceivable. How could the high priestess not think so? She had thought that other than the members of the Guji tribe, no one else would be able to get rid of the love goo. This was recorded in the tribe's history. Of course, that was excluding the accident that happened tens of thousands of years ago. It seemed that everything was fated. The rise and fall of the Guji tribe depended on this young man in front of him. Ling Xiao had seen the high priestess's strength, so he naturally did not dare to go against the high priestess. Otherwise, he would be courting death. "Greetings, high priestess." Ling Xiao bowed respectfully. The high priest did not expect Ling Xiao to be so flexible. Even after being threatened by him, he was still able to endure it. He thought to himself, "This kid is really not ordinary. Even though you've gotten rid of the love goo, you are still my good granddaughter's servant. You can call me grandpa like she does." The high priestess softened her attitude. Ling Xiao hesitated for a moment, but still called out, "Grandpa." The high priestess smiled with satisfaction. Not bad. Since you admit it, go consummate with Xiaoyan now. From now on, take care of Xiaoyan with all your heart." The Xiaoyan the high priestess mentioned was naturally the priestess. Her name was Feng Xianyun, which Ling Xiao also knew. "As long as Yun Er agrees, I can do it any time, but I won't stay in Guji City forever." "Please forgive me, Grandpa," Ling Xiao replied. The priestess was both happy and worried. She was happy that Ling Xiao's attitude had changed, but she was worried that the latter half of his words would anger her grandpa. The high priestess narrowed her eyes, and an aura pressed down on Ling Xiao. "If you have the guts, say it again." The high priestess's strength exceeded the scope of Ling Xiao's understanding. Even with Ling Xiao's current strength as a middle-stage spirit master, coupled with his powerful mental strength, he still felt suffocated under the high priestess's pressure. It was as if a huge mountain was pressing down on him, leaving him no room to resist. High priestess. I can extend Yun Er's life." Ling Xiao bit his lip and said with difficulty. Chapter 239. Since ancient times, the heaven goo body had been a unique body. This was due to the goo worms residing in the goo tribe's bodies all year round, causing their blood to mutate. This allowed their descendants to have innate control over the goo worms. At the same time, as the concentration of the bloodline increased, the ability to control the goo worms would become stronger. Their cultivation speed would also be much faster than ordinary people. This was the benefit of the bloodline. The higher the concentration of the bloodline, the faster the cultivation speed. When the bloodline reached 100% concentration, it was called the heaven goo body. The cultivation speed was insane. However, this heaven goo body was extremely rare. It was rare to see one in 1,000 or even 10,000 years. But every time such a body appeared, the goo tribe would usher in a new round of prosperity. Although the heaven goo body was insanely powerful, there were conditions. It was necessary to cultivate the heavenly goo divine art created by the ancestors of the goo tribe in order to display its miraculous effects. Otherwise, a martial artist with a heavenly goo body would not be able to live past the age of 20. After death, a martial artist would mutate and evolve into a powerful goo king that would harm the world. Therefore, martial artists with the heaven goo body would kill those who did not cultivate the heaven goo divine technique before they reached the age of 20. They could not allow them to become the goo worm king. Otherwise, even a heavenly venerable or even a mystic the arch would not be able to destroy it. Only a saint-level expert would be able to do so. This showed how terrifying the heaven goo body was. As the heaven goo divine technique had long been lost, and the priestess had the heaven goo body, she would not be able to escape the fate of death. All these years, the high priest had never given up on tracking the heaven goo divine technique. After all, although the heaven goo divine technique was powerful, those who did not have the Gu tribe's bloodline could not cultivate it. Even if they obtained it, it would be useless. Unfortunately, after many years of investigation, they still could not find the Heaven Gu divine technique. Without the Heaven Gu divine technique, the priestess' fate was obvious. But now, Ling Xiao said that he could prolong the priestess' life. Although the high priest did not believe it, for the sake of his granddaughter, he released his pressure on Ling Xiao and asked softly, "Can you really prolong little Yun's life?" The priestess also looked at Ling Xiao in confusion, but she didn't think Ling Xiao could do it. Of course. Ling Xiao let out a sigh of relief as he thought to himself, "An Earth Sovereign stage powerhouse is too terrifying." Ling Xiao felt that if the high priest wanted his life, he would only need a second to make him disappear from this world. Then tell me how you can extend Xiaoyun's life. How long can it prolong your life? The high priest stared at Ling Xiao and asked. Ling Xiao glanced at the high priest, then at the priestess, and said, "Although I can't change her sky Gu body, I can delay her outbreak for a year." Only 1 year? Isn't that as good as nothing? The high priest frowned and said unhappily. He had thought that Ling Xiao would say 10 or 20 years. Who knew that he would only say 1 year? It seemed too short. The priestess smiled faintly. "Waiting for a year is good enough. At least I can stay with Grandpa for another year." Looking at the priestess' smile, Ling Xiao felt his heart ache for no reason. Although he hadn't consummated his marriage with the priestess, she was still his first wife in name. How could he bear to let her die at the age of 20? 1 more year means a little more time to find the Sky Gu divine art. As long as I find it, I can live. Ling Xiao said with a lack of confidence. He knew that the world was boundless, and finding the Sky Gu divine art was like a dream. "First, tell me how you can make little Yun live a year longer." The high priest asked. "Pills," Ling Xiao answered with certainty. "What pills?" "5th grade life-prolonging pill." "5th grade life-prolonging pill?" Both the high priest and the priestess were puzzled. "Yes, the life-prolonging pill can increase anyone's lifespan by 100 years. It has the effect of gathering essence, consolidating one's foundation, and bringing the dead back to life. Although it can't restrain the Sky Gu body, it can use the essence of the pill to resist the poison. It can definitely increase Yun Er's lifespan by 1 year, Ling Xiao said with certainty. He had memorized all the prescriptions in the elixir refining tactics, including the one for the soul-strengthening elixir. At the same time, there was a special note stating that this elixir could resist the poison of the Gu poison. It could even resist the poison of the Gu poison body. That was why Ling Xiao had answered the high priest so confidently. The high priest asked, "Do you have the life-prolonging pill on you?" Ling Xiao shook his head, indicating that he didn't have it. The high priest was displeased. "You dare lie to me? Although I don't have it, I can definitely refine the life-prolonging pill within 2 years, Ling Xiao said with certainty. Now that he was a 4th grade alchemist, it wouldn't be a problem for him to advance to the 5th grade realm in 2 years. "Ha, you brat, you actually dare to speak such nonsense. In the vast Northwest, as far as I know, the number of 5th grade alchemists can be counted on one hand. Do you think I'm easy to fool?" The high priest laughed. "It's up to you whether you believe me or not." Ling Xiao couldn't be bothered to explain any further. He looked at the priestess and said, "Yun, my love parasite has been cured. Do you still want me to be your vassal?" Before the priestess could reply, the high priest said, "You don't know how to appreciate favors. So many people want to be the companion of my Gu sacrifice city, but you're still so reluctant. Do you believe that I won't kill you right now?" The priestess hurriedly said, "Grandpa, let him go. Since he has already gotten rid of the love Gu, it must be the will of the heavens. Why should we force him?" As the priestess spoke, her gaze fell on Ling Xiao. Her heart was filled with incomparable disappointment. She had thought that before the end of her life, she would be able to feel what it would be like to be someone's wife. Unfortunately, she was fated to die alone. The high priest couldn't bear to look at the priestess and said, "Girl, if you let him go, your reputation will be completely ruined. I'm about to lose my life, so what's the point of my reputation? Why don't you let me spend more time with Grandpa? Consider it as Yun'er being filial to you, the priestess said with a forced smile. Ling Xiao looked at the priestess and felt very uncomfortable. No matter what, this was the first nominal wife that he had held a ceremony with. Was he really going to just watch her leave like this? Forget it, let him go. The high priest doted on his granddaughter and immediately gave up on the idea of forcing Ling Xiao. He shook his head and left. Fu Ma, I'll go get some water for you. Look at how dirty and ugly your body is. Take a bath first before you leave. Grandpa won't make things difficult for you. The priestess seemed to have let go of her state of mind. She smiled at Ling Xiao and walked out. Ling Xiao looked at the back of the priestess as she left, and a sense of melancholy shrouded his heart. Ling Xiao stood still for a while and sighed silently in his heart. The heavens are jealous of my beauty. How can the heavens be so cruel? The priestess returned and prepared a bath water and a change of clothes for Ling Xiao. Fu Ma, let me help you bathe and change your clothes. The priestess walked to Ling Xiao's side and said softly. Ling Xiao took a light breath and stepped forward to hold the priestess's slender waist. He lowered his head and kissed her jade lips. The priestess's body trembled slightly, and a strange feeling came over her. Immediately after, she closed her eyes tightly and held onto Ling Xiao's tiger waist, twisting her body passionately. Breathing in the priestess's sweet scent, the fire of lust that had been suppressed in Ling Xiao's body for a long time suddenly soared. As he kissed the jade person in his arms to his heart's content, his hands began to rub the firm and erect peaks of the virgin roughly. Ah! The priestess's body began to soften after being teased by Ling Xiao like this. She could not help but moan, and her delicate and beautiful face instantly became completely red. The priestess's soft moans were like a spell, and it completely made Ling Xiao lose his mind. His big hands violently tore apart her veil, revealing that perfect and alluring body. Ling Xiao looked at the devilish body in front of him that was suffused with a flush, and the blood vessels in his body surged rapidly. The priestess shyly said softly, Fu Ma wants me. Ling Xiao no longer hesitated. The spiritual energy in his body shook, and all the clothes on his body were shaken off. In the next moment, he tightly hugged the clean and flawless body of lust, and tightly joined together. Ah! A shameful scream pierced through the sky. Ling Xiao was like a beast that had lost its mind. He did not care about the pain of the jade person in his arms at all, and continued to launch the fiercest attacks on that mysterious bush. The priestess tightly hugged Ling Xiao's tiger body, and 2 lines of tears slowly flowed down. In her heart, she thought, I'm already a woman, no longer a young girl. The screams of pain gradually turned into soft cries of joy. It was unknown how many hours had passed, but after a series of screams, all the sounds in the room finally stopped. Inside the room, in the bathtub, the 2 naked people were hugging each other. The priestess had changed from a young girl to a woman, and her whole person became more and more delicate and alluring, and it also added a bit of seductive charm. Ling Xiao gently caressed the priestess's face and said softly, Do you regret it? The priestess buried her head in Ling Xiao's chest and said, You are my Fu Ma, and I am your wife. What is there to regret? Why don't you come with me? Even if I have to travel to the ends of the earth, I will find the heaven gu divine art for you, Ling Xiao said softly. I will stay by Grandpa's side and serve him. Moreover, even before I die, I want to give birth to a child that belongs to us. After I die, I want the child to stay by Grandpa's side and not let him be too lonely. Can you promise me that? The priestess had already accepted Ling Xiao and wholeheartedly treated him as her husband. Ling Xiao hesitated for a moment and said, All right, but I will definitely refine the vitality-prolonging pill for you within 2 years. Trust me. Of course I trust you. Since ancient times, only 2 people have been able to expel the poison of our love goo, and you are the second. I also believe that you can do it, but I don't want you to force yourself, the priestess replied. Don't worry. I will definitely not abandon you. There is still a bit of time, so let's make more people. Ling Xiao nodded lightly, and then his lower body went straight into the deep alley of the sea. The priestess's lower body was filled, and her face was full of shyness and satisfaction. Her mouth could not help but let out a moan again. The room was once again intertwined with the moving sound of rhythm. You're tuning in to the Passion Pages YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.